Chapter 196, Storm at Sea, Lost Contact. Chapter 196, Storm at Sea, Lost Contact. Manny, don't you know how to steer a yacht? Manny was still wiping her tears. She looked at Chen Zhao with resentment. She knew that Chen Zhao was scaring her, but she'd really had a fright earlier. Idiot, you can't even do these simple things. If you keep yapping, I'm going to toss you into the sea. If you keep threatening me, I'll tell the cops when we land that you tried raping me. You better bribe the hospital for injury verification first. Manny glared at Chen Zhao and came to the steering position. Huh, how come you can't turn off autopilot? Manny tried turning it off, but failed. Did you mess up the system? How come you can't turn it off? Seems like you aren't any smarter than me, Chen Zhao mocked. The automatic screen seemed to have been disturbed. It kept flashing erratically. Chen Zhao suddenly had a bad feeling. Manny, go to the bedroom and don't come out. What's wrong? Listen and go hide. Don't come out, no matter what you hear. Manny checked Chen Zhao's expression. Before, he'd always had an annoying smile, but he looked completely different now. His expression was now serious, like something major was about to happen. The yacht kept cruising forward without stopping. Just then, a light on the side of the steering system lit up. What does this light mean? Manny pointed at the flashing screen. Storm. We're heading toward a storm. Fuck. Chen Zhao moved the rudder. Can you make the boat stop? You can only use manual operation if you turn off the autopilot. Isn't there some emergency alternative? Like if the system stops working, you can press the emergency button and turn a manual? No. Go put on a life vest, Chen Zhao said, expression hard. He took his phone out, but he didn't have a signal. The waves were still tossing and hitting the yacht, making it start to shake. Chen Zhao turned to look. Manny's foot hit the side because of the turbulence and twisted her ankle. I knew that you would be trouble, Chen Zhao gritted out, pointing at her. Chen Zhao really wanted to leave her here to die, but she was Zola's daughter. He had to help. He squatted down to check Manny's foot. It wasn't serious and was just a bump with light bruising. He tugged down a life vest from the side and put it on Manny. No matter what happens later, don't leave my side. Chen, are we going to die here? No, but I'm scared. Scared? And you still jumped on? I didn't know. At that moment, the light in the horizon disappeared. The starlight was completely covered by a black shadow. The yacht started shaking violently. Chen Zhao sat in the seat, one hand around Manny, the other flipping through a book. What are you looking at? Manny asked. Emergency Escape Manual. You're reading it now. It's not like we can do anything else. Manny stared at him. Can't you make a useful suggestion? Then let's wait for death. Of course, a medium-sized yacht like this one was able to resist storms to a point, if nothing else happened. The storm was approaching. There was an even darker black shadow in the storm. The ghost ship. It finally appeared. Manny shivered while Chen Zhao hugged her tightly. Manny, did you see something? What? Nothing. Chen Zhao shook his head. He held the Doomstar in the other hand. It really lived up to its name. He ran into a storm as soon as he was out to sea, appearing with the ghost ship. It was unknown whether the storm was caused by the Doomstar or the ghost ship. The ship shook violently. Chen Zhao and Manny both felt that they were tossed into the air for a bit. The next moment, the ship landed heavily in the water. The ship was still in one piece and had no damages. This didn't mean that they were safe, though. Instead, the true danger hadn't arrived yet. The ghost ship was coming straight for the yacht. Chen Zhao hugged Manny tightly and rushed out of the cockpit, jumping into the sea. At that moment, the yacht was already distorted by the crash and toppled over. Blackie! Chen Zhao yelled. Blackie had already rushed toward the ghost ship. The wind grew stronger. The waves grew angrier. The ghost ship started flipping over too. Countless evil spirits on the ship cried and howled. Blackie activated the bloodshed because he was on a whole other level from the evil spirits. To Blackie, these evil spirits and even the ghost ship were just sheep. No amount of sheep posed a threat to a tiger. However, Chen Zhao couldn't care about Blackie's battle against the ghost ship. He had to deal with the sea now. The waves kept hitting him and Manny. Manny choked on a few mouthfuls of seawater. Protect your face. Stop drinking the water. Holding Manny with one hand, Chen Zhao blocked the wave from her with the other. That was all he could do now. The waves were too strong, and he couldn't swim at all. No matter how strong a human was, he still couldn't go up against nature. Chen, I'm scared. Are we going to die? Manny was sobbing because she was genuinely afraid. It was her first time in a life-or-death situation. Even an adult would panic and feel helpless, let alone a girl. No. Feilai was unsettled the entire night. She couldn't fall asleep. Rain poured down outside, making her even more unsettled. She picked up her phone to call Chen Zhao, but it kept saying that he wasn't in the service zone. Just then, she suddenly received a notification. Last night, a strong air current appeared in the southwest of the coast. Wind power reached level 10 with huge waves. Due to the bad weather, signal has also been disrupted. Marine operators should not head out onto the sea within 24 hours to avoid danger. Seeing this, Feilai's expression changed. She started panicking, not knowing what to do. Sienna, something happened to Chen. What? Sienna had been deep in sleep. Hearing Feilai's voice, she was still in a daze. Chen brought the Doomstar to sea and ran into a storm. Sienna woke up immediately. How is he now? I don't know. The call won't go through. Chapter 197, New Demon Servant on the Sea. Chapter 197, New Demon Servant on the Sea. Zola, Manny's in danger. What? What danger? What happened to her? When Zola received the call from Rasfa, she still had no idea what had happened. Last night, I lunched in a yacht. Manny sneaked onto the yacht. When they were coming back to shore, they met a windstorm. Where are they now? How's Manny? My people have already found the overturned yacht, but neither of them is on the yacht. Zola felt the whole world turn upside down, as if it was the end of the world. Dad, help me find Manny, please. Help me find her. She's just a kid, Zola cried in sorrow. I am. I've already sent out a search and rescue team. Rasfa was similarly anxious. Zola, you need to be prepared for the worst. Rasfa could hear Zola sob at the other side of the phone. He hung up. What does Manny's positioning watch say? No signals. Rasfa already regretted his decision. Manny was in danger precisely because he had lent Chen Zhao the yacht. Chen, I'm thirsty. Manny lay on Chen Zhao's back. They had already been in the sea for an entire night. The scorching sun after the storm was evaporating the water in their bodies away at an astonishing rate. Chen Zhao continued to swim forward slowly, carrying Manny on his back. I'm thirsty too. Chen Zhao regretted not bringing some plain water in the spatial ring. Now, they had no plain water at all. You sure we're going in the correct direction? Chen Zhao asked. Maybe. I don't know. Manny looked around her. The sun just rose up from that side, right? I can't remember, Chen Zhao admitted. Will we die here? No. Remove your life vest and cover your head. I'm carrying you. You won't need it. Most of Manny's body was submerged in seawater, which could block most of the sunlight. Nonetheless, she still felt hot from the sunlight that was shining onto her head. Chen Zhao was worried that Manny would be dehydrated before they reached the shore or were rescued. In such a situation, he would not even have the chance to save her. Chen, you tired? No. Even if Chen Zhao was tired, he would not admit it. Manny was in her most vulnerable state at the moment. Chen Zhao was worried that she would mentally collapse. After a few more hours in the sea, it was already noon. Manny's voice gradually diminished. Chen Zhao turned around and held Manny. Manny, wake up. Manny. She did not respond. Her lips were dry and her forehead was burning. The worst scenario had happened. Chen Zhao tried to think of a solution. He was not even sure if he was heading in the correct direction. Swimming for 7 or 8 hours was very tiring, even for him. Chen Zhao was very exhausted. He also wanted to just give up. Tiredness appeared again, continuously breaking down his mental defense. In such a desperate situation, most people would give in, even the most determined of all. But Manny was in peril. If Chen Zhao could not think of a solution, she would actually die. So tired. Don't want to move anymore. So tired too. Don't want to move anymore too. Suddenly, Chen Zhao heard a voice in his mind. Hallucination. Chen Zhao shook his head. Suddenly, Chen Zhao's feet touched something big. Shark. Chen Zhao immediately curled his legs. Because of his previous experience, the first thing he thought of when he touched something in the sea was sharks. If it was really a shark, Manny and he were dead for sure. He was in a very bad shape at the moment. Any large predator could kill the two of them easily. Just then, the thing underwater floated up slightly. Chen Zhao's feet touched it again. It was not a shark. It felt even larger than a shark. Chen Zhao lowered his head and saw a huge patch of darkness under him. The thing was indeed much larger than a shark. The next moment, the thing floated out of the sea and carried Chen Zhao and Manny on its back. Chen Zhao finally saw it clearly. It was a killer whale, a predator more powerful than sharks. It was truly a king of the sea. I'm so tired. Can you come down from my back? Chen Zhao heard the voice in his head again. He was stunned. Are you talking to me? I feel tired just talking to you. Demon. Yes. What's your name? Chen Zhao asked. Amon Beria, subordinate of Sloth. Why are you asking me for my name when you're the one who summoned me from hell? Did I summon him? Another subordinate of the 7 great demon kings. Anyway, Chen Zhao did not expect himself to summon such a huge guy, not to mention that he was aquatic. Amon Beria was significantly bigger than normal killer whales. The largest killer whale could be up to 10 meters long and weigh about 10 tons. However, Amon was at least 15 meters long. He was a real giant. Bring us towards the northeast, Chen Zhao said. I'm too tired to move. Do you want demonic crystals? Yes. Bring us there. Tired? Then what do I need you for? You lazy pig. Why did you even summon me? You're my demon servant now. You have to listen to me. But I just don't want to move. Chen Zhao gritted his teeth. Do you know that among all my demon servants, there's a subordinate of Raymond, the king of lust? So, if you defy my orders again, I'll ask Raymond to make you mate continuously and you'll never be able to stop. Think carefully. Northeast, right? Amon agreed readily. Chen Zhao was speechless. What kind of demons did he have? Could he not just have an ordinary demon? After a while, Manny was awakened by the cool sea breeze. Chen, where are we now? Are we found by the rescue team? Soon. Then Manny touched the thing she was on. It felt wet and slippery. It's a whale? We're quite lucky. Are you sure it will bring us home? Yes. Don't worry. Will it suddenly go underwater and we'll be in the sea again? No. We've had an agreement. Chen, do you know animal language? No. Whales are intelligent creatures. You don't have to talk to them. They'll be able to understand certain things by themselves. But how can you be sure that it'll send us to the shore? Just rest assured. Amon might be lazy, but his speed in water was really amazing. Chen Zhao and Manny felt as if they were riding on the waves. When the sea breeze and the seawater hit onto their faces, it even felt slightly painful. There, go that way. Manny seemed to be fully energized again and started instructing Amon excitedly. Chapter 154, Captain. Chapter 154, Captain. After lunch, Chen Zhao bid farewell to Diana and Evely. After leaving the school, Gaia called. Chen, I heard from Morgary that you want to go against someone. That bastard. He said he'll keep it a secret. Morgary didn't sell you out. He called me to ask if I know anyone, so I called you. What? You want some extra income? I don't do that, Gaia said. But I know some veterans. I don't plan on starting a war. I don't plan on having my friends join a war either. But they're good at things other than holding guns too. Gaia, you should know that what I'm doing is more dangerous than a war. I have to face a billionaire. My friends need money. They won't mind the danger if they're paid enough. Then what can they help me with? Do you have time? We can talk. Sure, I'll go to the gym to find you. After arranging that, Chen Zhao hurried over to the gym. He hadn't come in a few days, but he'd told Gaia beforehand that he was quite busy. However, he was forced to make time today. Gaia was the coach for the army before. She was definitely more knowledgeable in this aspect than him. When Ola Miller saw Chen Zhao, she led him into Gaia's office. Miller, close the door and don't let anyone in, Gaia ordered. Okay. Ola knew that they must have to talk about something important. After she left, the office's mood turned heavy. You need to face Philip Quinn, right? Why are you asking me if you already heard from Morgary? I need you to reply personally. Yes. What do you plan on doing to him? 3 minutes. Give me 3 minutes of private time with him. What are you going to do to him in those 3 minutes? That's my own matter. I can introduce you to some people. They're experts in this field and can arrange everything for you, from the plan to action. What's the price? $100,000 for everything. Are they reliable? They're experts in this. They're definitely reliable. To what extent can they do it? If Morgary's men follow their orders, they'll ensure at least 80% chance for you to have 3 minutes alone with Philip. What if they fail? You still have to pay, Gaia answered. Hearing this, Zhao had a headache. However, he had no other choice. His mind was muddled, and he had no clue where to start. If they fail, I only need to pay $50,000, Zhao said, training his eyes on Gaia. Okay, Gaia nodded, accepting the request. Someone will contact you later. Just as Zhao left the gym after their talk, his phone rang. It was a stranger. The voice on the other end of the call was raspy and deep. Hello, I'm Lloyd Word. You can call me Captain. Captain Lloyd Word? Is that your military title? Did Gaia introduce you? Yes, Gaia introduced me, but that's not my title. It's my nickname. So, Captain, you should know what I want, right? Let you be alone with Philip Quinn for 3 minutes, correct? Lloyd asked. Are you confident? Of course. I won't fool around with the lives of my men and I. I have a family. Should we meet? No need. Then how do we do it? Just wait for my alert. He sounded really professional, but Zhao wasn't confident in a partner that he'd never met before. While walking down the street, someone bumped into him. The man fell to the ground. I'm sorry. Zhao reached out to help him up. The man's hair was messy and had an unshaven face. He carried a few books and looked panicked. It's okay. The guy hurried away. Zhao saw a metallic coin on the ground and picked it up. It was twice the size of regular coins. It was a strange material, too. It felt heavy, and he didn't know what kind of metal it was made out of. It also looked vintage. The card design was strange, too. The top side was like some animal's head, and the other side had a 6-point star. Hey, you dropped something. The guy was only a few feet away, but he pretended that he didn't hear. He kept walking forward without looking back. Zhao jogged over and grabbed the thin guy. Hey, this is yours, right? The man looked at the coin in Zhao's hands with hesitation. A beat later, he still took it. Thanks. With that, he turned and left. Zhao looked at him in confusion. A moment later, he seemed to see a shadow following the man. Sienna and Chris were both comforting Feilai, but her tears flowed down without stopping. Feilai, Chen will be fine, David said. Don't forget that he's not an average guy. Ask Sienna if you don't believe me. Yeah, Feilai, Chen will come back safely. Sienna wasn't confident either. She was a spiritualist herself, so she was clear that normal people and spiritualists weren't much different when faced with a storm. Humans couldn't go up against nature. Sienna felt that Zhao might be dead. Just then, they heard the door open. Everyone in the room froze. Feilai stood up immediately, looking at the door. Hey, Sienna, David, Chris, how come you're all here? Zhao walked in. Feilai rushed toward him and planted a kiss on Zhao's lips. Zhao was stunned. What was happening? Feilai, wait. What happened? Zhao pushed Feilai away. Her kiss was too strong. Zhao even wondered if his lips were bruised from the impact. Plus, Feilai clearly didn't have any experience. Zhao suspected that Feilai's kissing techniques were copied from movies. Nothing. Feilai suddenly let go of Zhao and returned to the sofa. Sienna and Chris were both dazed while David looked at Zhao with envy. Chen, I think I should go face a storm too. Then, maybe Sienna and Chris will welcome me like that too when I get home. Sienna smiled at Feilai. Feilai, can you explain what that kiss meant? Feilai looked up at Zhao. Chen, let's date. Huh, you don't want? Zhao really wasn't prepared. Looking at Feilai's dark expression, Zhao slapped himself. I want to. Chapter 199, Be Together. Chapter 199, Be Together. To be honest, Zhao was indeed not mentally prepared at all. It was really too sudden. However, he did not know how to reject Feilai, whom he had been staying with for so long. In the end, witnessed by 3 friends, Feilai successfully proposed to Zhao. Chen, How did you escape from the storm? David asked. I was lucky. Got myself a new pet in the sea. What pet? A killer whale. Name's Amon. He sent me to the shore. Everyone was speechless. They all knew that none of Chen Zhao's pets was ordinary. His pets were at least intelligent. Fei Lai had even seen for herself how Black Ma and White Ma had appeared. Hence, they all seemed to be very interested in Amon. David even asked excitedly, Where's Amon now? Of course he's in the sea. You didn't think I would carry Amon back, did you? When can we go and see him? Maybe next time when you're all free. You've all been here for the whole day. Go back and rest, Fei Lai said. Now that Chen's back, you're going to chase us away like this? I'm staying tonight, Sienna complained in dissatisfaction. Sienna, stop being a third wheel. We should leave before they kill us. Chris pulled Sienna away. David gave Chen Zhao a hug, and then left with them too. Chen Zhao and Fei Lai both sat on the sofa in silence. Suddenly, Fei Lai stood up. I'm taking a shower. Chen Zhao reached out and pulled Fei Lai into his arms. Not now. Let's shower together later. Fei Lai was extremely nervous, but Chen Zhao would clearly not allow her to retreat. He made the first move. Unable to resist Chen Zhao's aggression, Fei Lai gave in almost immediately. Nonetheless, Chen Zhao did not overdo it. It was Fei Lai's first time, after all. In the bathroom, Fei Lai actively started another round. Only after a tiring battle, the two stopped. It was the first night they slept in each other's arms. Fei Lai lay on Chen Zhao's chest, feeling his warmth. It felt so quiet and peaceful, a feeling that Fei Lai had never experienced before. The next day, Fei Lai was clearly fully energized and rejuvenated. Chen, do you want me to send you anywhere? No. Be careful at work. I know. See you. It would seem like their conversation was just as usual, but in fact it already felt different. Chen Zhao sat on the sofa alone. After Fei Lai left the house, he took out his phone. Hey, Jerlin. Chen? You sound so strange. Are you in love? It was a common belief that women were much more sensitive. Chen Zhao did not expect Jerlin to be able to guess what he wanted to say before he even did. Yes. Congrats. Jerlin's gentle smile could be heard from the other side of the phone. She gave Chen Zhao her sincere blessing. Thanks, Chen Zhao replied emotionlessly. When are you coming back to Los Angeles? Maybe never. I'm planning to work at the station in San Francisco. I see. I still have work to do now. Until next time. All right. Goodbye. Bye. Since Chen Zhao had accepted Fei Lai's proposal, he had to leave the other relationships he had in the past. Unlike a novel, in reality, few women could tolerate playful boyfriends. It was just like how Chen Zhao could not accept his girlfriend having an affair. Clearing the relationships he had in the past was good for both him and Fei Lai. Just then, Chen Zhao received a call from Mordery. Chen, are you free? What? You promised me that you'll treat my baldness. Fine. Where are you? Right in front of your door. When Chen Zhao left the house, he saw Mordery's car at once. Mordery also saw Chen Zhao's entire family of pets behind him. Chen, what are those two things? Don't tell me they're Alaskan Malamutes, because they're definitely not. They're what you think they are. Don't tell me they're coming too. My car's too small for them. They're not going onto your car, but you're coming out. Since you're already here, let's have the treatment in my house. Sure. Mordery followed Chen Zhao into his house with some curiosity. Chen, your house is different from what I thought. How? I thought your house would be filled with the smell of medicine. Also, your house is too tidy for a person who has so many pets. I've had a dog before as well. That asshole would make a mess in my house every day. Simple. If my dog dares to behave badly in my house, I'll beat the shit out of him. Chen Zhao was about to treat Mordery when he heard Azina's voice from the outside. Realizing that the door was unlocked, Azina shouted at the door to inform Chen Zhao, and then came in directly. Hi, Chen. If you're here to play with Black Ma and White Ma, they're in the yard. White Ma's injured and can't run. I'm busy now. All right. Chen Zhao had treated Mordery a few times already, so Mordery really trusted him. Nevertheless, when Mordery removed his shirt and Chen Zhao saw the gun hidden in it, his face darkened right away. Morgary, if you bring your gun into my house again, next time, I'll chase you out. I didn't bring it for you. It's just that I have too many enemies. If I don't bring a gun, I'll feel really unsafe. Then next time I'll go to your place. Will we still have another session? Of course. Do you think it's that easy to treat hair loss? How long do I need to see the effect? About a month. You need to contact me every week. Okay. How much is it? 2,000 per session. Here you go. Morgary readily paid Chen Zhao, like he always did. By the way, last time you asked me about black market drugs. I'll give you a number. Tell the person that I introduced you. All right. Thanks. Soon after Morgary left, Dion Sloat came. Chen, I'll only be the mayor till next week. What's your decision about the land near Mirror Lake? If you delay further, after I resign from my position, I will no longer be able to promise you that you can definitely get the land. At least you won't be able to get it at the same price. After some consideration, Chen Zhao made his final decision. I'll buy it. When are you free? Now. I still have something else later. Sure. Chen Zhao still had the 500,000 check that Ethan had given him. Since he had enough money, he decided to be quick before it was too late. The procedure was pretty easy. Chen Zhao signed the land purchase agreement, notarized it, and then paid the deposit. All the formalities took less than an hour. After he finished everything, he finally felt relieved. Then, he went to the fitness center for the boxing class. Gaia asked Chen Zhao curiously, Chen, did you encounter a windstorm yesterday on the sea? How did you know? Coastal Rescue Team. One of my former students is working there. I saw the photos of you and another girl being sent to the team. They sent out at least 100 search and rescue ships for you. Yup. Luckily, I came back alive, Chen Zhao said. Great. How do you feel now? Not half bad. Suddenly, Chen Zhao's phone rang. Excuse me. Help. Chen, come here now. Hearing the screams from the phone, Chen Zhao's face darkened immediately. It was obviously none other than Dell. Chapter 200. This isn't looking for trouble, it's a sin. Chapter 200. This isn't looking for trouble, it's a sin. Gaia looked at Chen Zhao. Your patient seems to have an emergency. It looks like I can't have class today, Chen Zhao said helplessly. He was curious as to what trouble Dell found for himself today. This guy really didn't know how to choose the right timing or differentiate for severity. He sounded strong in the phone, but he might keel over the next second. This was why Chen Zhao didn't wait and just hurried to Dell's manor. When he got to the entrance, he found Dell standing there. He looked strong and not like he'd almost gotten himself killed. Did something happen to Tsura? Chen Zhao asked tentatively. No, she's okay. Then where is she? And you were screaming for help on the phone. What happened? Hurry in. Before going in, Tsura ran out with messy hair and dark circles under her eyes. I'm not playing anymore, you asshole. Dell, play by yourself. I'm done. I'm done, she yelled fanatically. What are you two playing? Chen Zhao looked at how frazzled Tsura looked. It couldn't be fatal, right? Chen, you're here. You're finally here, Tsura complained while latching onto Chen Zhao. Great. I thought I was going to go crazy. What exactly is happening? You'll see when you come in. Tsura pulled Chen Zhao in. Before entering the mansion, he heard a cry. Chen Zhao froze. You two have a kid. After he got in, he saw a baby girl tossed onto the sofa. Her lower body was bare, the living room was in a mess, and there was a disgusting smell. Chen Zhao immediately held his nose. What exactly happened? Tsura and I decided to adopt a kid for fun. Chen Zhao picked up his foot to kick Dell's left leg. Adopt a kid for fun? No. When we went to the orphanage, we thought that this baby was pitiful, so we adopted her. Dell immediately changed his story. Chen Zhao scrutinized Dell. When Dell saw his eyes, he was scared. He suspected that Chen Zhao might kill him. You need to be a married couple to adopt, right? Singles can't adopt. To adopt Faith, we went and got a marriage certificate, Dell said. Tsura and I. Chen Zhao was taken aback. He didn't expect that Dell would actually marry Tsura just to adopt a kid. You two got married to adopt this kid. But I give up. Chen, you can have the kid. I don't want it. You think I won't kill you? Chen Zhao was furious. As expected, wanting this horrible couple to be responsible was delusional. I really can't take care of her. Sura and I haven't slept in 2 days. We can't even change her diaper. The entire living room was filled with the smell of waste. No wonder they'd broken down. Why didn't you hire a nanny? Zhao asked, expression dark. This asshole either thinks the applicants don't have big enough boobs or nice enough asses, Sura complained. Zhao looked at the baby called Faith. She probably hadn't had a bath in 2 days and smelled horrible. He could only pick her up, help bathe her, and then change her diaper. Thankfully, Faith didn't have any diseases or injuries after being tormented by Tsura and Del these days. This was her biggest fortune. Being adopted by this couple and surviving their instincts of finding trouble was a big test for her. Find a nanny right now. I hope you can find one before I leave. Otherwise, I'll report you for child abuse. I already looked, but I couldn't find any. Bullshit. Were you looking for a nanny or a beauty contestant? Zhao almost spat his water out at Del. Call the housekeeping company right now. Finally, Del gave in. He had no choice because he and Tsura really couldn't handle Faith. They couldn't even take care of themselves, let alone an infant less than 1 year old. Half an hour later, the applicants finally arrived. Zhao was stunned by the wave of beauties. Were these girls with thick makeup really here to apply for the nanny position? Del, don't tell me you called a model company. Zhao stared at him, annoyed. No, I told the housekeeping company my requirements, and I'll give $100,000 each month. What? Are you crazy? Zhao roared. A regular nanny that took care of kids and did the chores for 24 hours per day and had 2 days off per week would only earn $3,000 to $5,000 per month. Del's $100,000 was enough to hire 20 nannies. This wasn't a regular expense. This was a complete waste of money. Zhao walked to the girls. None of you are qualified. You can all leave now. The beautiful girls all left while cursing. Del had a face of resentment. Chen, you told me to look for a nanny, and now you drove them away. I thought a few were quite good. Not good at all, Zhao said, expression dark. If you spend the $100,000 to host a party for beautiful girls, I don't care. But you spend $1,000 to buy a pretty hamburger. But who will take care of the baby now that you chase them away? Wait, I'll call someone. Zhao called Bant. Bant, Mary's a maid now, right? Yes. How much does she make per month? She works by the hour and makes around $2,000 per month. I have a friend who needs a nanny to take care of their kid. It'll take a lot of time, but the pay is quite high. Can Mary do it? What's the pay? Bant asked immediately. Zhao turned to Del. What's the pay? $5,000, as long as she can take care of the kid. $5,000, Zhao said. They're a young couple and like fooling around. They can't take care of kids. Okay, I'll tell Mary. Can you hold a position for her? Can you have Mary come over right now? It's urgent. Okay, I'll call her now. Give me the address. A while later, Mary came over. She hugged Zhao, saying, Chen, thank you. Let me introduce you to Del and Tsura. And this is Faith. Your task is to take care of her. As for those two, call me if they're about to die. Hello, Mary. I'm glad you could come. Tsura hugged Mary as well. Del found that Mary was easy on the eyes despite being older, so he didn't say anything. Chapter 201, A Killer Whale's Diet. Chapter 201, A Killer Whale's Diet. If it was just the irresponsible couple Del and Tsura, Zhao would not really care. However, they had a kid now. Even if they did not bother about their own lives, they should at least think about the kid. Next, Zhao went to conduct the delightful task of torturing another person. That is the slimming session. Mr. Doman, I apologize for not showing up yesterday without telling you. I promise it won't happen again. Mr. Chen, I know what happened. You don't need to feel sorry. Oh, do you know already? Yes. Mr. Rasfa and I are good friends. I'm happy that you and Manny returned safely. Zhao smiled. Actually, before Mr. Doman asked him to help his daughter lose weight, Mr. Doman must have checked his background. Is Norman's ready for today? She's never ready, Mr. Doman laughed. I'll leave everything to you. When Zhao pushed Norman's door open, she was lying on the floor like a dead fish. Is this your way of welcoming me? Asshole, eat this. Then we'll start the session today. Normans took the apple and wolfed it down. Then, she stood up lazily, knowing that she could not resist Zhao. She could only listen to his instructions. Where are we going? Normans realized that Zhao had brought her out of the manor, although she did not say that she wanted to train outside. She had an ominous feeling about it. I'll bring you to a fun place, Zhao answered with a bright smile. Normans clearly did not believe that Zhao would bring her out to play. Isn't this Mr. Rasfa's manor? Why are we here? Chen, how can I help you? Paul was surprised by their arrival. I've told Rasfa that I'm bringing someone here today. We'll be using his beach for a while, Zhao said. Of course, Paul nodded. Zhao was a frequent guest here, so he did not need to do much. Do you need me to bring you there? No, I know the way. Normans followed Zhao to the beach. Do you want me to run here? Or maybe swim in the sea? Here, your swimsuit. When did you keep it? You pervert. Zhao rolled his eyes. Before you call me a pervert, you better look at yourself. Normans gritted her teeth at Zhao's merciless humiliation. Even though she was already used to Zhao's mocking, she still could not stop being angry. After Normans changed to her swimsuit, Zhao snapped his fingers. Into the sea. Normans could not remember what was the last time she played in the sea. Seawater was denser than pure water, so it was easier to swim in the sea. Nevertheless, the raging waves in the sea could easily cause accidents. Soon, Normans realized that she was already in the deepwater zone. She was about to return to the shore when she saw a black shadow approach her in the sea. Moreover, it was on her return path. Shocked out of her wits, she swam towards the deeper part of the sea at once. There's something underwater. Asshole, come and save me. However, Zhao continued to float along the currents, unhurried. Normans turned her head and saw the huge thing again, as well as its dorsal fin. Killer whale. Norman's head went blank. Killer whales were true killers. Nothing in the sea could beat them. The prey they targeted was dead for sure. Swim fast. Do you want to die? Zhao urged. You asshole. This is murder. You knew that there's a killer whale here, and you still asked me to come. Swim faster. A killer whale's favorite food is seal, because they contain large amounts of fats in their bodies, just like you. Killer whales are very sensitive to the smell of fats. Asshole, asshole, asshole. Terrestrial creatures would never be able to outswim marine creatures. This was the result of billions of years of evolution. The distance swum by Normans in a minute with all her strength could be covered by a killer whale by simply waving its tail. Master, I'm so tired. Can I rest for today? Listening to Amon's message, Zhao's face darkened. Both of you just go and fucking die. If you dare to stop, I'll make you die of exhaustion. Tired, tired, tired. I want to die. Finally, Normans also stopped. Just let me die here. Normans turned around and saw Zhao standing on the surface of the sea. You what? Then, she discovered the killer whale Zhao was standing on. Forgot to introduce to you. He's Amon. Did you tame him? That depends on your definition of tame. Why didn't you tell me earlier? Normans roared, slapping the surface of the sea furiously. Just now, she really thought she was about to be eaten. You swam too fast. I couldn't find a chance to tell you. Bullshit. You even told me a killer whale's diet. Did I? Can't remember. It's deliberate. You did it on purpose, you bastard. Asshole. Relax. Do you want to come up? After Normans calmed down, she was still rather scared. Are you sure that he won't eat me? Definitely not. Don't worry. Can I really go up? Come. Zhao pulled Normans up to Amon's back, after which he patted him on. Amon, let's go. Normans felt somewhat uneasy. Amon brought her and Zhao further and further away from the coastline. Finally, Amon stopped. From their position, they could no longer see the coastline. The entire Beverly Hills had been reduced to a mere outline. Why do we stop here? Just then, Amon dived into the sea. Normans fell into the water again. Where's Amon? He went to the toilet. It's urgent. Normans looked at Zhao with her face darkening. Are you going to ask me to swim back? Or you can wait for Amon to finish and bring you back. When I return to the shore, I'll kill you. I'll definitely fucking kill you. Norman started to swim. She had no other choices. In the sea, staying afloat at the same spot was even more tiring than swimming. Chen Zhao slowly followed behind Norman's. While Norman's was already exhausted, she actually still had the energy to speak. The entire journey was filled with her incessant cursing. However, Chen Zhao was long immune to Norman's cussing. Instead, he kept provoking her further. Faster, faster. We can't make it in time for dinner. Do you still want dinner? I don't think so. When Norman stood on land again, she almost cried out in excitement. Nevertheless, there was a more pressing issue to settle. Norman's leaped at Chen Zhao and pressed him into the water. Chapter 202, Coincidental Meeting with Vincent. Chapter 202, Coincidental Meeting with Vincent. After throwing a tantrum, Norman's lay onto the sofa to rest. Chen Zhao massaged his face. Next time you use your nails, I'll toss you to Hawaii and you can swim back. I'll use a knife next time. Where will you hide your knife? In your sagamite? After these days of hard work, Norman's had lost a lot of fat. Her skin was now loose and saggy. When she was done with the weight loss plan, she would definitely need plastic surgery. Get up and put the shirt on. We'll run back. Norman's put on the shirt and started running behind Chen Zhao. Hey, asshole, what do I have to do to get skinny faster? Oh, Chen Zhao turned around to look at her. Are you sure? Yeah, I want to hurry up. I don't want to keep getting tortured by you, pervert. Then I'll change the schedule starting tomorrow. No, today. Are you sure? I'm sure. The two most effective ways to lose weight is just dieting and exercise. The food should be nutritious with low carbs. Exercise should be consistent. Then I won't eat, and I'll increase the exercise. No, you still have to eat. If you exercise without replenishing sugar, it'll lead to low blood sugar. That's why I have you eat an apple before starting. When you exercise, you truly start to burn fat after around 30 minutes. You first start to burn glucose, which moves fat. Without glucose, you won't even be able to move. What did you add in the water you gave me yesterday? Sugar. Enough sugar can speed up the burning of fat and act as a stimulant. Only sugar? What do you think? You better not give me any drugs. Otherwise, I'll make life unbearable for you in L.A. How old are you? You still like playing make-pretend? Chen Zhao rolled his eyes. This was Norman's first time requesting to add more exercise. It was a big improvement. This also lessened Chen Zhao's workload. Norman suspected that Chen Zhao put something in her water. It was actually a tiny bit of a strength potion. It was a very small amount, but it could make Norman stronger. It also used up more energy, though. It was like how Chen Zhao and David now ate 2 or 3 times more than regular people. Norman's couldn't eat that much, though, so she had to digest herself and turn fat into energy. Chen Zhao always had Norman's do aerobic exercise. Jogging and swimming were the most common aerobic sports. Non-aerobic exercise was mostly used for building muscle, which Norman's didn't need. It could also cause muscle fatigue and produce more lactic acid. This wasn't suitable for Norman's to continue exercising, so aerobic sports were the best for her. After returning to the manor, Norman's weighed herself. She was now 258 pounds, more than 20 pounds lighter than yesterday. Even Norman's was shocked at this weight loss speed. Thinking a bit, she started running around Carrie's lawn. She kept running even without Chen Zhao beside her. Doman was surprised at his daughter's changes in both mind and body. She was like a new person each day. Doman kind of regretted not calling Chen Zhao earlier. A taxi stopped before Chen Zhao, and a familiar guy poked his head out. Hi, Chen. Vincent, how come you're still driving taxis? I do occasionally. Vincent smiled brightly. Going home. Chen Zhao got in the car. How's everything? How's being an actor? Because of Mr. Steven's recommendation, I acted in 4 movies and 1 TV show. They haven't aired yet, though. The TV show is Deep Sea. It's airing next week on BBC. I'm a scientist in there. Chen, remember to tune in. Sure. Chen Zhao nodded with a smile. With Vincent's current status, he probably could only have roles that live for 2 episodes. It wasn't that Chen Zhao looked down on Vincent. It was just the reality of the film and TV industry. Do you have a management company now? Not yet. You should find one as soon as possible. That way, you can get even better resources. I want to, but no company wants me. Zhao thought for a moment. If you don't mind, I can help you ask, but I can't promise anything. Chen, you even know people from management companies? One of my patients, Vincent, brought Zhao to his house and didn't take his money. When Zhao went in, he saw that Fei Lai had already cooked dinner as if she was a good wife. Fei Lai kissed Zhao lightly. Wash your hands. Eat dinner. They were both used to sitting on the couch or ground in the living room to eat. It was the same even when David and the others were here. Fei Lai, I need to tell you something. What? Don't tell me you cheated on our first day. Oh, please. I wanted to tell you that I bought the land around Mirror Lake. You really bought it? Yes. How much? $400,000. I already paid a $100,000 deposit. So you plan on settling down here? Yeah, I plan on building a house next to Mirror Lake. A big house, so White Ma and Black Ma can run freely and play in the water. Oh, Robio studies architecture. You can have him help design. Zhao's eyes brightened. If that was the case, he could save on the design cost. He was counting his pennies now because he really didn't have much cash left. He had $200,000 at most. Plus, he had to pave an asphalt road before building a house. Mirror Lake was 2 kilometers from the road outside. It wasn't far, but if he wanted to build a house, the construction trucks had to go in. He would need a road if he wanted to live there too. 2 kilometers of an asphalt road, along with the manpower, would cost around $200,000. Asphalt was twice as expensive, but had better plasticity. Of course, Zhao would also earn more money after a while. He actually could start the construction now. It wasn't like he had to pay everything up front. He could start paving the road first, so when he started building the house, things wouldn't drag along. Since he wanted to do this, it had to be good. Zhao planned on building the best house he could within his current financial abilities. Chapter 203 Reporter. Chapter 203 Reporter. Robio, can you help me with something? Zhao called Robio. What? Help me to design a house. Yes. What price are you looking at? Robio asked. Within $1 million, including the workers. Robio gasped. Are you building a palace? What did it mean for the building cost of a house to be $1 million? Even the bungalow that Zhao and Fei Lai were staying at would only cost tens of thousands to build. Of course, their current house was very old. The houses of most middle-class people cost about $200,000 to build. In many TV shows, luxurious houses could easily cost tens or hundreds of millions, but it was only because they had the best locations and facilities. Sometimes, a golf course alone would cost more than $10 million. The house itself, in fact, cost far less than tens of $1 million. Therefore, a house that cost $1 million to build was truly deluxe. Oh, how much does it cost to build a palace? Robio kind of disliked rich people like Zhao, especially when he had earned so much after just half a year in America. Anyway, Robio was Zhao's friend and also owed him a favor, so he could not reject Zhao's request. When are you free? Bring me to the place. I need to take some photos before being able to design the house. Architecture is much more complicated than merely drawing a diagram on a sheet. The basics include mechanics and material science. In addition, the environment has to be a foil to the building. In particular, villas and manors need ingenious designs. An architect without sufficient imagination is not a good architect. After making an appointment with Robio, Zhao hung up. However, he immediately received a call from Dell. Chen, do you know Rufford? The winner of the Elite League this year. He ran 9.7 seconds for 3 consecutive 100m sprints. How do you know that I know him? Zhao was puzzled. It's everywhere on the media, including photos of you entering Rufford's apartment. Even your identity as an illegal doctor has been exposed. What? Zhao was flabbergasted. He did not know about it at all. Rufford has no agency or agent now, right? Dell asked something else. Why? Can you help me to make an appointment between Rufford and my company? Your company? Aren't you just one of the shareholders of CAA? Also, you don't really manage your company, am I right? It's not that I don't want to manage my company, but rather I don't have sufficient power. If I can get Rufford, my influence in CAA will increase significantly. I can help you to make an appointment with Rufford, but you need to help me too. What? I know a new actor. He's played some small roles in several films, but he has no agency too. Help me to attach him to your company. What's his name? Vincent. A TV series called Deep Sea is about to be shown on BBC. He's the scientist inside. All right, I'll pay attention to him. As long as he's suitable, I can sign him under my company. Do you have his number? I'll give it to you. When Chen Zhao returned to his house, he heard Fei Lai making a call. Dad, I need money, 200,000. Can you lend me? Yes. I know. Okay. Chen Zhao opened the room door, and Fei Lai immediately hung up. Chen, Fei Lai, you are borrowing money from your family. Chen, you're building a new house, our home. I want to make some contributions too. Fei Lai, I have enough money, except that I have yet to receive it. You don't need to borrow from your family. Chen, believe me, will you? But my dad has already agreed. Then call him again. Chen Zhao felt that as a man, he should contribute more. It was only the first day that Fei Lai and he were officially dating, and Fei Lai was already borrowing money from her family. Chen Zhao thought it was a blow to his self-esteem. He hoped that he could build a house with his own hard work and ability, not with the help of his girlfriend. In that case, they might as well stay at the current place. Regardless of how much we each pay, it'll still our new home, together. All right, Chen. That night, Fei Lai seemed to be exceptionally passionate. Her endurance had also increased decently. After a tiring workout, the two slept in each other's arms. The next morning, Chen Zhao went to Ethan's motel directly. Because of what Fei Lai had done the previous day, Chen Zhao was even more eager to make money. Caprice? What a surprise to see you here so early. Chen Zhao was clearly surprised by Caprice's presence. Caprice looked rather energetic and casual. Chen, I came here to thank you. Chen Zhao grabbed the burgers from the counter and started eating. For what? I want to see Fluctuation just now. From afar, I could already hear his hysterical screams. Caprice looked rejuvenated, as if she had just slept with 10 strong men the previous night. Chen, half of his body seems to be rotting away. How'd you do it? I didn't do it. It must be God's will. Fine. I won't ask anymore. Caprice smiled. Just then, Ethan walked out from the inside and glanced at Caprice. Why are you still here? The last time they met each other, they had the same enemy. However, once it was over, they became completely hostile towards each other again. Chen, work with me. I know more people and can offer you more clients. Caprice tried to steal Chen Zhao away right before Ethan. You mean those people from the prison? You sure they won't cut Chen into slices? This former couple started arguing again. Chen Zhao admired the humiliations and curses from the two as he enjoyed his free breakfast. The cuss words they used were always new, innovative, and never repeating. Even their son, Robio, became the weapon they used to attack each other. The innocent Robio was involved for no reason. Chen Zhao wondered how Robio would feel if he knew what was happening. Looks like there's nothing for me here. I'm going to the fitness center. After listening to the duo performance for an hour, Chen Zhao already felt rather bored. However, the moment he left the motel, he saw a woman walk towards him. Hi, Mr. Chen, can I interview you, please? Are you a reporter? I'm a reporter for the Los Angeles Times. Sorry, I'm busy. Chen Zhao turned around and flagged a cab. However, he realized that the reporter was still following him in her car. Chapter 204, Boxing Class. Chapter 204, Boxing Class. When Chen Zhao reached the gym, that reporter appeared before him again. Mr. Chen, you're an illegal doctor, right? Did you give Rufford illegal drugs? His improvement is shocking. Does this have anything to do with the medicine you gave him? In this country, reporters were the true kings. They could twist any sentence to fit their goal. Who told you I'm a doctor? I'm not. If Chen Zhao admitted that he was a doctor, the public health department wouldn't be the first to find him. It would be the IRS. How scary is the American IRS? There was a rumor that the IRS got their eyes on a drug lord for tax evasion. When he finally got arrested, it was because the IRS found evidence while even the FBI couldn't. One could imagine how frightening the IRS was. Mr. Chen, Mr. Rufford admitted it himself. Admit what? I know Rufford, but that doesn't mean I gave him treatment. Mr. Chen, are you doing this to hide the fact that you gave Mr. Rufford steroids? If Rufford used steroids, the IAAF and anti-doping organization can come for me. If you have evidence, please take it out. Otherwise, wait for my lawyer's message. A lawyer's message didn't actually have any legal effect. It was basically just a threat to attack if the other kept going. Kate gritted her teeth at Chen Zhao. This Chinese man was more troublesome than she'd expected. His answers were seamless. Mr. Chen, if you're worried about your identity being exposed, I can ensure to keep your identity hidden. What identity? I'm just a Chinese man working in America on a green card. If you keep making harmful guesses, I'll report you for harassment, defamation, and racism. What did I act racist? Anybody would be in trouble if they were found to be racist. Even the godly reporters didn't dare to touch that line. If she was sued for this crime, she would lose her job even if she wasn't found guilty. Chen Zhao was just showing off. If Kate wanted to make his life hard, he would do the same. I just feel like you're being racist, Chen Zhao said matter-of-factly. Racism was a true problem, but some minorities also felt that any offenses toward them was racism. Kate stared at Chen Zhao's back and clenched her fists. Chen Zhao entered the gym. He waved to all the people he was familiar with. He was well known here, too. After all, not many dare to have Gaia be their coach. Gaia was currently teaching a student in the ring. That student was 6 feet tall, like Chen Zhao. His weight was similar too. However, he was much weaker. Gaia held up a pad with one hand and didn't even budge when the student's fist hit it. If it was Chen Zhao, Gaia would need to hold the pad with both hands. Harder, harder. Too weak, Anderson. Did you eat breakfast? Or did you use all your energy on girls? Gaia pushed the student's fists away with the pad. The student took 2 unsteady steps back. Okay, Anderson, go take a rest. Gaia patted his shoulders. Chen, put on your gear and come practice. When Gaia and Chen Zhao practiced, Chen Zhao was the defense. He took the pad and put on protective gear. Up, down, left, right, left, up. Gaia would tell Chen Zhao where she was attacking before she did so. Then Chen Zhao would do the appropriate defense. After 15 minutes of training, they were both sweating. Anderson offered them water and patted Chen Zhao's arm. Chen, how come we have similar build, but our strength and speed are so different? He wanted to learn Chen Zhao's ways. Maybe it's because I exercise often, Chen Zhao said. I'm a coach too, so maybe I'm more familiar with how to make myself stronger. Similar build didn't mean that they had the same power. There was still the problem of fat ratio. A regular person had around 10% to 12% body fat. Athletes had around 5%, while the top athletes could reach 3 or 4%. The lower the fat, the stronger the bursts of movement. According to biology, fat was for preserving energy. This way, the animal wouldn't die of starvation from lack of food. On the other hand, muscle represented an animal's status in the food chain. The stronger and faster they were, the more advantageous they were. When civilizations appeared and society turned from hunter-gatherers to agrarian cultures, fat no longer had a survival advantage. Instead, it got in the way of labor. However, thousands of years later, the human body still hadn't become completely removed from the primitive state. Being overly strong could actually shorten the lifespan. For example, many athletes were talented, but the talent was only for unleashing potential. Throughout their career, they could become faster and stronger, but after their golden age, their bodies would deteriorate quickly. The injuries and ailments accumulated throughout their career would start attacking their bodies. Anderson and Chen Zhao chatted for a while. Chen Zhao learned that Anderson was an amateur hobbyist. His goal seemed to be to join an official competition, but his potential was SOSO. Anderson, go against Chen and feel his power, Gaia said. They both put on protective gear, and Anderson felt the entirety of Chen Zhao's heavy fist. Even though Chen Zhao had held back, he was still forced back each time. Anderson, Chen, switch. Anderson, attack. Chen, defend. The two switched positions. Anderson's feeling changed again. Rather than fighting against a human, it was like he was facing an unmoving wall. Gaia was both of their coaches, so she obviously knew their differences. Chen Zhao's fitness was too amazing. Even Gaia might not be able to win against him for pure strength, let alone someone average like Anderson. Getting off the ring, the three rested and drank water at the window. Gaia, Anderson said, how can I become like Chen Zhao? Gaia glanced at Chen Zhao. In terms of fitness, there's barely any way of surpassing Chen. You can only go from technique. Is there any way of improving in technique? Keep practicing, Gaia said. There's no cheating method. Even geniuses have to keep working hard. You're not a genius, so if you want to become a professional fighter, you have to work even harder. My suggestion is that you find a professional boxing coach. Chapter 205, Norman's Down and Out? Chapter 205, Norman's Down and Out. Let's go and have lunch together. After changing to their own clothes, Chen Zhao and Anderson walked out of the fitness center together. I can't. I still have to go and fetch my son. All right. See you. Eating alone was the most boring thing ever. Chen Zhao called Fei Lai and they had a romantic chat. Then, he went to buy a few burgers. Because Norman's wanted more exercise, Chen Zhao had to go there earlier. Today, Norman's was actually already in her sportswear, but she also had a jacket outside. The slimming sessions over the last few days had consumed much of her fats. As a result, the skin on her belly looked extremely shriveled. It would be very ugly to leave it exposed, so she had to hide it. Today's exercise is cycling. We'll go along the road by the sea, and then come back. The whole journey should take 5 hours, Chen Zhao said. Eat this apple first. When the two cycled out of the manor, Chen Zhao received a call. Chen, business for you. It was Ethan. I'm at Mr. Doman's place. I'm busy. Big client. How big? 30,000. Chen Zhao raised his eyebrows. Turning his head, he said, Normans were changing the route. Asshole. Normans had heard everything. Given that the client could pay $30,000, he or she was certainly quite wealthy. Chen Zhao stopped before a magnificent villa and rang the doorbell. The door opened slightly. Chen Zhao could tell from the gap through the door that it was a very beautiful lady. The lady saw an Asian, a fat woman, and a dog outside her door. Who are you? I'm a doctor from Ethan. Then how about her? She's my assistant. Bullshit. When did I become your assistant? Normans did not cooperate with Chen Zhao at all. It's her first day of work. She's not used to it yet, Chen Zhao said with a smile. Selena? You're Selena Gofi? Suddenly, Normans recognized the lady before her. Chen Zhao was clearly stunned. Do you know each other? Normans? Selena looked at the incredibly inflated woman before her, uncertain. Selena did not know what Normans looked like a few days ago. If she did, she would be surprised at why Normans was so thin instead. Why are you? Selena and Normans were from the same college. She knew how wealthy Norman's family was. But why would the previously white, rich, and beautiful girl become so fat? And she's now an assistant for an illegal doctor? Is her family bankrupt? A smile appeared on Selena's face. The golden phoenix had fallen, but she had become famous. Such an enormous twist in their lives made Selena excited for some reason. Come in. Selena opened the door, displaying her luxurious house before the two. Don't walk around unnecessarily. My house is big and has many valuable items. If anything goes missing, I'll call the police. Normans and Chen Zhao rolled their eyes at the same time. Glancing at Selena, Chen Zhao asked Norman softly, who's she? A small star in Hollywood. Acted in 2 movies before and only half famous. But compared to most women in Hollywood, she's already considered successful. Chen Zhao nodded and more or less understood what was going on. Miss Selena, where's my patient? Selena brought Chen Zhao and Normans to a room and pushed the door open. Chen Zhao saw a maid covered in blood. It seemed like she had been bitten by some kind of beast in the abdomen. Frowning, Chen Zhao walked up to check the maid's injury. The maid was indeed gravely injured and had signs of shock. What was she bitten by? Chen Zhao inspected the wound on the maid's abdomen. The flesh on her wound had almost been torn away completely. Apart from treating the maid, Zhao had to confirm what she had been bitten by, as well as whether the animal carried any bacteria or infections. Many wild animals carried a multitude of pathogens because of their habits or environment. Once they bit someone, the person might develop many complications or syndromes. Inflammation was the weakest of them. The problem would be much more severe if there was a viral infection. Do you have ice? Yes, I'll go and take it. Selena took some ice cubes. Zhao wrapped them with a piece of cloth and placed it on the maid's forehead. Then, he started cleaning the maid's wound. Meanwhile, he turned his head and looked at Selena. So what bit her? Selena remained silent, unwilling to talk about it. Zhao looked at Selena again. Your maid will probably die. I suggest sending her to the hospital. Her body temperature is abnormally high. Maybe it's because the animal that bit her has some disease and transmitted it to her. No, you can't send her to the hospital. Selena rejected at once. If the media finds out that my pet has caused my maid to be injured, I'll be defamed by them. Selena was rather selfish. Of course, most people were like this. Anyway, because her maid was bitten by her own pet, she could not run away from the responsibility. Zhao recalled the woman called Daly Simpson. She and her adopted daughter had been in a similar situation. Nevertheless, her daughter had injured herself, so it was not really Daly's fault. Selena's case was different. Her pet had bitten someone, and hence, she was legally responsible. Now, either show me the pet that bit her, and let me check if your pet has any diseases, or I'll send your maid to the hospital, Zhao said. I can give you more money. Don't tell anyone about it. Zhao glanced at the Selena. He indeed needed money, but if he kept this a secret, the maid would probably die unless he could confirm that she had no viral infections. Wouters in the backyard, Selena finally said very reluctantly. Normans followed Zhao to the backyard. They saw a near-adulterated wolf, which was apparently over 40 kilograms in weight. He was fairly large. Zhao took a step forward. The wolf called Wouter stood near a corner, looking rather scared. Standing behind them, Selena reminded, Wouter doesn't like strangers. Zhao looked at Wouter and waved his hand gently. Wouter stared hesitantly at Zhao, after which he carefully walked towards Zhao. Normans was surprised. She knew that Zhao had a high affinity for pets, but it was the first time she saw it at work. He was able to get close to a wolf the first time they met. Selena was rather amazed too. Usually, nobody would dare to go close to Wouter like this. As a result, Wouter had become somewhat aloof. He was very fierce towards anyone but her. However, Zhao managed to easily friend Wouter. Chapter 206, Reporter's Imagination. Chapter 206, Reporter's Imagination. It wasn't hard to determine whether a canine had rabies. The symptoms were pretty obvious, so after Zhao was mostly sure after contact that Wouter didn't have rabies. Wouter might have bitten a maid because she did something unfriendly. Wolves and dogs didn't actually have that big of a difference, but humans instinctively feared wolves. Wouter felt this fear and distrust. It hadn't interacted with the outside world yet, so it didn't know how to act with others and felt lonely. Of course, for safety precautions, Zhao still extracted some of Wouter's saliva to test. Just then, Norman suddenly said, Selena, how about you sell me Wouter? Can you afford it? Selena looked at her arrogantly. $10,000. You think that's enough for me? 20,000, 30, 0, 0, 0. Normans kept raising the price. Still not satisfied? 50,000 is my last price. She narrowed her eyes. If you don't agree, I'll make sure you can't survive in Hollywood. Selena furrowed her brows at Normans. Your family didn't go bankrupt. Ah, asshole. You tell her, Norman said, pointing at Zhao. She's my temporary assistant. Most of the time, I'm her coach. Weight loss coach. Selena's expression turned awkward. She realized that her previous words had offended Norman's. Norman's family wasn't a simple wealthy family. If she really wanted to make Selena's life hard, she'd be unable to do anything other than being a porn star in San Fernando Valley. With Norman's family's abilities, they could definitely force her there. Do you promise you'll treat Wouter well? I don't need to promise you anything. What right do you have to demand anything? Norman's was like an aggressive diva now. Americans were materialistic. Rich people could do anything here, but Selena wasn't rich at all. Even this house was a rental. She wasn't indispensable in Hollywood either. Countless girls would come to Hollywood with their dreams every day. Selena could be replaced at any time. Her current success was fragile too. People merely remembered the role that she played. This role could be played by any girl. It was the role that gave life to her, rather than the other way around. Norman's one word could shatter Selena's success. Norman successfully received ownership of Wouter, but why do I have to carry your pet? And why are you riding while I'm running? I want you to train it for me. Make it as smart as White Ma and Black Ma, or like a Mon. I don't want my family to get hurt by it. I'm your weight loss coach, not your family's pet trainer. 100,000? You can afford that. No, but my dad can. Zhao was troubled. He really wanted to yell at Norman's that he didn't want to serve her anymore, but he needed money more. Between going against his motives and money, he chose to go against his motives in the end. Plus, it wasn't really going against his motives. Making money was his motive, after all. How long do you need to train it? Not sure. Keep it at my house first. Do you need money really badly? Norman's suddenly asked. Why are you asking me that? You want to insult me with your money? I'm not that bored. No, I actually don't mind if you insult me with your money, Zhao said shamelessly. Wouter was very friendly with Zhao, probably because he had Black Ma and White Ma scent on him. Wolves couldn't use dog leashes, but hadn't been trained yet, so Zhao didn't dare place on the ground. If it started running, he might not be able to catch it. If it hurt someone, it would be even more troublesome. Because of today's accident, Norman's training intensity was lower than a few days ago. However, Zhao still planned some exercises for her. If she was determined, she would train by herself, even if he wasn't with her. When Zhao walked out of Beverly Hills, a police car cruised by. It stopped in front of him. Chen, where are you going? David poked his head out. Home. You want to bring me back? Sorry, I have to go meet an informer. David noticed Wouter in Zhao's arms. You have another new pet. It's not mine. I'm helping take care of it. I have to return it in a few days. Zhao patted Wouter's head. Wouter obviously liked it and made happy rumbles. Go work? How about you get in and I drive you back after work? Are you sure? Didn't you say you're meeting an informer? Would it be bad if I go? No, it's not some mafia mole. It's just someone who provided information for a case. Okay, let's go. Neither of them discovered the car following them. Kate followed the police car closely while talking to a recording pen. It is 3:55 p.m. The target has gotten onto a police car. He seems to be connected to the police. This might explain why the target hasn't been subject to legal sanctions after being an illegal doctor for so long. 4:15 p.m. They got off at a Harry Bank. They seemed to be meeting with someone. Kate sat in the car and filmed with a high-definition camera. 4:20, they entered the bank. Kate also followed them inside, hiding the camera in her jacket. She held the recording pen in her other hand, constantly describing the situation. That person must be a bank employee. He walked into his own office and took out a roll of film. Are they undergoing some unspeakable exchange? Perhaps the Justice Department should investigate the police for corrupt officers. Just then, an incident occurred. A string of gunshots came from the hall. 4 masked robbers charged into the bank. Kate felt someone yank her neck back. Heavy breaths sounded in her ears. Something pressed against her temple. I'm held captive? Kate's mind was completely blank. The bank security guard fell into a puddle of blood right before her. This evil group was robbing the bank. Chapter 207, David's Heroic Rescue. Chapter 207, David's Heroic Rescue. Zhao was somewhat unhappy because he had been held as a hostage too. More importantly, he was carrying Wouter in his arms. He did not know whether he should let Wouter go at the moment. Kid, don't move, or I'll make a hole in your head. Actually, Zhao would not dare to move even without the robber's reminder. Even though it was not the first time someone pointed a gun at his head already, it still felt terrifying. Courage was entirely meaningless in such a situation. It did not matter whether Chen Zhao had superb fighting tactics. Maybe Gaia could resolve the danger, but Chen Zhao could not. He was simply not strong enough. David had been treated as an ordinary bank customer and forced to stay with the other customers. He was not wearing his police uniform, so the robbers had no idea that he was a cop. The robbers who were holding Chen Zhao and Kate captive stood before the other customers. David kept peeking around. There were 5 robbers in total. He did not attack immediately. It was not difficult to kill the robber threatening Chen Zhao, but there was no way he could kill all of them at once. 3 of the robbers were holding hostages, namely Chen Zhao, Kate, and the lobby manager. The manager was forced to open the vault. After the vault was opened, a gunshot was heard from the inside. Soon, 3 robbers came out with 3 bags of money, but the lobby manager was nowhere to be seen. It was not hard to imagine what had happened to him. Suddenly, Chen Zhao saw David make a hand signal at him. Chen Zhao's face was filled with question marks. What do you mean? He tried to communicate with David using his eyes. What are you saying? However, David seemed to have misunderstood something. He secretly made a hand gesture. Okay. Okay, what? David, what do you want to do? David moved. He suddenly pounced towards a robber holding Kate. Kate was still in shock. She just heard a crack beside her and then felt someone pull her away. David tweaked the robber's arm upwards, breaking his arm directly. Then, he pulled Kate behind him. At the same time, the robber who had been holding Chen Zhao pointed his gun at David. Chen Zhao had to do something. He extended his hand and lifted the robber's gun-holding arm. Bang! The robber missed the shot. Chen Zhao threw the robber over his shoulder and then gave him a heavy kick. When the 3 robbers carrying the money saw their fellows under attack, none came to help. Instead, they charged out through the door. Bang, bang. David fired his gun twice. One of the robbers collapsed on the ground, but the other 2 had already escaped from the bank. He wanted to chase the last 2 robbers, but Kate held onto his body tightly, like an octopus. Miss, are you all right? David asked. Kate remained in David's arms like an obedient little bird. She did not speak and kept her head lowered. Miss, can you stand by yourself? My legs feel soft, Kate said gently. Chen Zhao walked up and pulled Kate's head away from David. Why is it you? Do you know each other? She's a reporter. She accused me. Wait, mister. Chen, that's only my job. Don't target me like this, Kate interrupted Chen Zhao. Mr. Police, I can't breathe. Chen, you're a doctor. Come and see what's happened to this lady. I'm not a doctor. Also, her condition is incurable. Miss, do you have a terminal illness? Estrus. Chen Zhao twitched his lips. Soon the police came. They were all David's colleagues. After getting questioned by the police, Kate approached David carefully. David, can I interview you, please? I'm busy now. I can wait for you. Kate's cheeks flushed, and she did not even dare to look at David in his eyes. David, I'm going home first. Chen Zhao had finished the interview. He glanced at Kate and David, not wanting to interfere with their business. Kate clearly liked David. Chen Zhao did not want to be the bad guy. Let me send you back. Don't you have an interview later? I don't really want to. David was rather slow and actually could not see Kate's intention. Chen Zhao glanced at Kate. Actually, she was quite pretty. Normally, whenever David saw a beautiful lady, he would act like a mad dog, although it would often fail. Now a lady was chasing him herself, and yet he did not realize it. I can interview you on your car. Kate stared at David, her eyes glittering brightly. Tomorrow, the entire Los Angeles will know your heroic deed. Her look was filled with admiration. Chen Zhao had not even seen such a look on Fei Lai's face. Chen Zhao sat on the back seat, while Kate sat on the front passenger seat. Kate had been continuously asking David questions from his age to his birthday, whether he had a girlfriend and whom the people in his family were. She asked whatever she could. After David sent Chen Zhao to his house, he drove away with Kate. Kate, can I call you like this? Of course. Kate, what happened between you and Chen? Nothing. It's just a misunderstanding during work. Chen's my best friend. David was not stupid. He was just concerned about Chen Zhao's feelings. All right, I get it. I promise I won't have another conflict with him again. David, let's date? You sure there won't be another misunderstanding? I could do anything for you. Your friend is my friend. Kate had always been a very rational person. She did not believe in love at first sight. However, the instant David saved her, she fell in love with him. Even when she looked at David, her eyes were only filled with wonder. The more rational a person was, the crazier she would get when she fell in love. Feilai realized that Chen Zhao had brought another wolf back. Although Wouter was already an adult wolf, he was much smaller than Black Ma and White Ma. Indeed, he was only half their size. When Black Ma and White Ma appeared before Wouter, he curled up in fear. Even Walter was 5 times as big as Wouter. Walter was really a giant dog at the moment. Moreover, he was still growing. With the current rate, he would probably at some point be bigger than Black Ma and White Ma. Apart from Black Ma, White Ma and Walter, Beelzebub, Carrie, Abidos, and Raymond were all putting Wouter under much stress. In addition to the difference in their sizes, Chen Zhao's pets also had a special demonic smell. Wouter felt as though he was a lamb which had fallen into a wolf den. Is this your new pet again? Not mine. It's my friend's. I'm helping to look after him for a few days. Feilai was about to reach out to Wouter when Chen Zhao stopped her. He hasn't been domesticated yet. Also, he's only an ordinary wolf, unlike Black Ma and White Ma, so try not to touch him. Chapter 208, Intelligence Potion. Chapter 208, Intelligence Potion. At night, Chen Zhao gave Feilai the Banshee's charm so she could sleep peacefully. Then he took Wouter to the basement and entered Blackie's den. Chen Zhao had to create an intelligence potion for Wouter. It couldn't turn idiots into geniuses, but it could help make idiots less idiotic. It was mainly used on wild animals. However, in order to do so, he needed intelligence fruits. These fruits were only available in Hell, so Chen Zhao had to summon the evil traitor Raz. When Raz was summoned before Chen Zhao, he seemed more terrified than last time. Raz. Chen Zhao looked at him. Living Lord. Raz knelt down and bowed submissively. He was afraid that Chen Zhao still held a grudge and would kill him. After all, there was no one kind beside Chen Zhao right now. To demons, they would never give up once a conflict was born. Of course, Chen Zhao wasn't that petty. At least, Raz was still useful. I'm not going to mess with you. I want to trade. Don't be so scared. Chen Zhao smiled brightly. Living Lord, tell me whatever you need. Your lowly servant is willing to give you everything. Only an idiot would believe that a demon was willing to give up everything, especially a demon that was a true profiteer. Plus, Chen Zhao didn't want to end the business. A trade had to have ins and outs. If he only gained without giving, that was robbery. What's the price of an intelligence fruit? One soul. Raz instinctively wanted to set a high price, but he quickly remembered that Chen Zhao wasn't like before. He had other channels, and he wasn't completely clueless about the prices. Plus, Chen Zhao still had Raz's demonic ritual implement. If Chen Zhao learned that he'd been scammed again, Raz would be dead. He was just a low-level demon trying to make a living in Beelzebub's territory, while Chen Zhao was Beelzebub's master. He was also Great Lord Beelzebub Zophi's esteemed guest. If Raz offended Chen Zhao again, he really would have no way of surviving. Chen Zhao looked at him. I don't have any souls right now. I'll pay you back later. Give me 10 intelligence fruits. No need. It's just a few souls. You don't have to worry about it. After sending Raz off, Chen Zhao started concocting the intelligence potion. Since he was making it, he couldn't only make one serving. As Chen Zhao's one and only favorite and Feilai's darling, Walter had to have a serving too. Chen. In the morning, Feilai woke up and realized she'd overslept. Her first thought was that Chen Zhao had done something to her. Otherwise, with her biological clock, she definitely wouldn't oversleep. Every time Chen Zhao used the Banshee's charm on her, she would sleep 12 straight hours. Feilai grabbed Chen Zhao's arm on her and shook him awake. Feilai morning. Chen Zhao rubbed his puffy eyes. Morning your ass. What did you do yesterday? Why did I sleep 12 hours again? I didn't do anything. Liar. Feilai glared at him. Fine, I wanted to save the world. It was a stupid reply, but Phalai still believed him. No matter what you do in the future, you can't use a spell to make me sleep. Fine. Promise. Promise. Look at my eyes and say it. I promise that whether I go out to save the world or find another woman, I'll never make you fall asleep. You asshole. We've only been dating for how many days? And you're thinking of messing around outside. I'm going to make sure you never have the energy to do that. Reality proved that it was quite hard to make Chen Zhao not have the energy to go outside. After more than an hour, Phalai gave up first. Aren't you going to work? Chen Zhao asked. I forgot to tell you that Robio's coming today. Ah, you didn't tell me. I have to call the gym for a day off. Otherwise, that female dragon is going to torture me. To be honest, I really want to see what kind of woman can make you so scared. Chen Zhao and Phalai had another round in the bathroom and wasted another half hour. Robio seemed to have calculated the right timing. He showed up when the two were mostly tidied up. Chen, Phalai, I didn't disturb you guys, right? Robio stood in the doorway. To be honest, if Robio wasn't gay, Chen Zhao would be worried about Phalai working with him. He was excellent in practically every aspect. He had a high education, was cultured, friendly, loving, liked exercising, had a tall and fit body, and was handsome. Chen Zhao couldn't think of any flaws. Robio was practically a perfect man. Robio knew early on that Phalai and Chen Zhao were together. When Phalai went to work that day, he'd suspected something and got an answer after asking. He supported them dating. To him, there were only two types of people. The first were those that felt right, like Chen Zhao and Phalai. They could become your friends and won't hurt you. The other type were his parents. They just didn't feel right. Ever since Robio could remember, he disapproved of the couple. After he grew up, it became worse, and he practically cut all ties with him. He really didn't know when his parents would drag him down. However, he actually received his mother and father's call a few days ago. It was hard to believe that they would call him on the same day. After all, even on his birthday, only right would call him to send blessings. Caprice and Ethan never called him. That day, Ethan and Caprice said that if Chen Zhao ever needed help, he had to help no matter what. His parents had never agreed on something like this before. Robio couldn't figure out why. No, maybe something had happened that made them fall into accord. Robio, want some milk? No, I ate breakfast before coming. Walter ran to Robio. He stood up, grabbed Robio, and licked his face. Chun, did Walter grow again? He's just a kid. There's nothing strange about kids growing. Phalai poured milk into Walter's bowl, an entire 5-liter carton of milk. Robio was speechless. In dog years, Walter was definitely ancient. But after White Ma and Black Ma came over, he didn't find Robio big anymore. Compared to the silly twins, Walter was a tiny puppy. Chapter 209, Design for the New House. Chapter 209, Design for the New House. Chen Zhao and Phalai brought Robio to Mirror Lake. Robio took in a deep breath. It's beautiful. From this mountain to this lake, and then the land here and the road outside. All these are mine, Chen Zhao said proudly. Why did you buy such a large piece of land? I don't think the land here is suitable for agriculture or grazing. It's completely useless, Robio remarked. Chen Zhao's face darkened. I don't want to hear such a depressing comment. I only want to hear something nice. This place has a pleasant scenery and fresh air. And then what? Robio rolled his eyes and continued to walk forward. Do you want to build your house here? Yes. This place is near the lake, and there's even a waterfall at the side, so the humidity is rather high. When building the house, you have to use moisture-resistant materials, which also cost more, Robio said. Tell me your requirements. Chen, I hope that our new house will be more modern. I don't like those classic European styles. I'm firm about this. Agreed. I also like modern designs, Chen Zhao nodded. It's great that the two of you have the same taste. I'm most scared of those families where every person has his or her own idea, Robio said. Can we incorporate the waterfall somewhere? Chen Zhao asked. Robio shook his head. Best not to. I've studied the environment here. When it rains, the waterfall becomes much larger. Also, the soil here is rather soft, which encourages debris flow. If you build your house under the waterfall, it'll probably be buried at some point. All right, forget about it then. Robio added. However, if you really want to include the water somewhere, we can create an underground pond connected to the lake. We can use a ring of glass to separate the basement from the water and add some fish to the lake as an ornament. Chen Zhao's and Fei Lai's eyes brightened. They had to admit that as a professional designer, Robio indeed had better ideas. I already have a preliminary concept. The main building will be round, with 3 floors above the ground and 1 floor in the basement. The side facing the lake will be built with fully tempered glass, slightly slanted to withstand any hurricane from that direction. This can ensure the safety of the structure. As Robio spoke, he drew a design diagram. Of course, it was only a preliminary design. He still had to change it according to what Chen Zhao and Fei Lai wanted. I want another floor in the basement. I need it for something. Of course, Chen Zhao and Fei Lai began to bring forward their requests. Robio kept changing the drawing. That should be all. Great. When the diagram is finished, I'll show it to you. Then, you can look at the rendering, and I'll also tell you the estimated cost of the house. How long will that take? Very soon. How about the construction company? I don't know any. I can recommend you an engineering company. It's owned by my ex-schoolmate. Robio said. All right. At noon, Robio stayed for lunch, after which he left. Chen Zhao also went out to conduct Norman's daily slimming session. 140 kilograms and 100 kilograms were 2 entirely different concepts. Norman's weight changed every day. Usually, the only thing that could achieve such an effect was liposuction. However, liposuction was very harmful to the body, and it might not even be as effective as Chen Zhao's slimming plan, because it would not drain all the fats at once. Instead, there would also be several sessions. Maybe a person would have her first session on the belly. After resting for some period, she would have it again on the hips. A few sessions later, when the entire process was completed, her whole body would be filled with scars. The biggest disadvantage of liposuction was that it could not be carried out on blood vessels. Fats would accumulate there too. Despite being able to slim down, there would be greater problems. Another method was to take weight loss pills. However, this was actually even more harmful. Most weight loss pills on the market would either induce severe diarrhea, reduce the appetite, or destroy a person's digestive system totally. Many people developed anorexia because of them. In the end, they only looked withered. Norman's physical fitness had already improved significantly. Now, she could easily run 2 or 3 kilometers. She could even swim 2,000 meters. Norman's realized that her body was in a perfect state. In fact, she felt that if she could slim down for another 30 or 40 kilograms and reach her best state, she could even become a professional swimmer. Norman's, after you finish the swim, remove your shirt. I need to perform acupuncture on you. What? Norman's immediately covered her chest with her hands. Why didn't I know that acupuncture can help in weight loss? Chen Zhao was speechless. Before you even suspect me, can you look at yourself first? Do you think I'll have any unclean thoughts about you? Asshole! Norman's face flushed as she widened her eyes at Chen Zhao and gritted her teeth. Actually, Chen Zhao planned to use acupuncture to increase the metabolism in Norman's body. Because her body was filled with fats, Chen Zhao had to carefully find the correct spots. Before dinner, have another 1 kilometer slow run. Your dinner is 2 eggs, an apple, and a glass of water. Norman's had already stopped complaining. Instead, she would very seriously listen to Chen Zhao's instructions on both exercising and eating. Today, Norman's lost about 5 kilograms of weight. It was already becoming very slow. Fortunately, however, she had managed to go below 100 kilograms. Asshole, the fats in my arms hasn't reduced at all. Do you need to revise my training schedule? Yup, I've noticed it. I'll make some changes tomorrow. Then, Chen Zhao went to Stephen's house. He had promised Stephen that he would be his private doctor and health consultant. As a result, Chen Zhao had to perform a monthly checkup on Stephen. Although Stephen was a very famous director in Hollywood, his house was not that luxurious. It was also in Beverly Hills, but it was not as deluxe as Rasfa's house. He was single at the moment, having divorced 3 times already. There were only a few servants there. Stephen's body was in good condition, and he also seemed to be in a good mood. After the checkup, he asked Chen Zhao to stay for dinner. Chen Zhao agreed. He did not mind eating here first and then eating again when he got home. Chapter 210. Sienna asks for help. Chapter 210. Sienna asks for help. When he got home, Feilai had already prepared dinner. She wasn't a traditional housewife, though. They interacted just like before, but more casual and relaxed. Of course, when others weren't there, they were more intimate too. After dinner, the two grabbed beers and sat in the backyard. They enjoyed the peace and quiet. White Ma's injuries were much better. Chen Zhao had taken off the gauze, but there was still a glaring wound on his stomach. He couldn't do any intense exercise, or else the wound would tear. Wilder grew familiar with them these days. He followed behind them all day like a lackey. However, the yard was a bit small while they were all big. Before, when there was only Beelzebub, Carrie, and Walter, it felt okay. Now the 3 huge guys of Betos, Black Ma, and White Ma were here, and they could barely run. At that moment, Bant and Ken came over. They also had an Alaskan with them. Instead of going through the front door, they came in from the backyard. Chun, Feilai, you guys have a dog too now? Can you take care of it? We couldn't help it, Bant said, smiling. We saw your dogs and wanted one too. What's its name? Bobby, Ken replied. But he's kind of scared of your dogs. Maybe they aren't familiar with each other yet. Bobby was smaller than Wouter, but he was still a big dog. If he was by himself, he would look huge, but next to Black Ma and White Ma, he was just okay. Chun, I came to thank you for finding a good job for Mary. Please don't thank me every time you see me. I heard you bought the land at Mirror Lake, right? Yeah. Bant had been the first to know when Chen Zhao got this idea. He'd asked Bant to help get information for it. You're going to build a house there? Yes. What about the furniture after that? Are you going to buy ready-made ones? Bant, do you have any suggestions? My old friend and I plan on opening a wood workshop. If you need help, I can give you the best price. Of course, no problem. Since it was a new home, he would definitely have most of his furniture custom-made instead of buying those generic brands. Just then, his phone rang in the living room. Chen Zhao got up. I'll go get the call. When he picked up, he realized it was Sienna. Chen, come help. I'm at UCLA. What's wrong? Didn't I tell you? My client is here, and I've been here getting rid of evil spirits these days. But there are more now. They're much stronger than I'd expected. My client and I are stuck here. Okay, send me the exact location, and I'll go right now. Putting down his phone, he went outside. Feilai, give me a ride. Bant, I'm sorry, but a client is looking for me. I need to go. Okay, then we'll go too. Bye. Chen Zhao got on a Feilai's car. He didn't bring any pets because Blackie was enough. What's wrong? Feilai asked. Sienna might be in trouble. It's dangerous. What's it this time? Demons? Or evil spirits? Feilai had suffered from the ghost ship last time, but she wasn't traumatized. She was still enthusiastic about paranormal activity, if it had nothing to do with her, of course. Outside the school, Chen Zhao grew worried for Feilai. How about you stay inside the car? It's okay. I'm more worried if I'm alone in the car. If I'm with you, you can protect me. Okay. Chen Zhao and Feilai went into campus. There weren't many people walking around at this time. When they reached the older part, they saw someone standing at the entrance. What are you here for? This is the Forbidden Zone. Are you the administrator here? Chen Zhao studied the man. Chen Zhao found him familiar, but he couldn't place where they'd met. Smith looked at Chen Zhao with a similar look and feeling. They'd met somewhere before. I'm a lecturer here. Many things had happened in the old campus, so it's been sealed off for a while. Then why are you here? Chen Zhao asked, looking at Smith. I just passed by. Smith often came to and from this place. He would occasionally meet students or other teachers and could deal with them easily. Ah, I remember. Smith was taken aback by Chen Zhao's sudden exclamation. We've met before. Chen Zhao cried. Where did we meet? Crossing the road a few days ago. Did you forget? You lost a coin. Smith furrowed his brows. He remembered after Chen Zhao pointed it out. He wanted to toss the gold coin that day, but Chen Zhao put it back into his hands. Oh, it's you. How have you been? Chen Zhao was confused. He didn't know this man, so why was he asking? My friend is in there. I think she's in trouble, so we're going to look. Your friend? In trouble? Smith frowned. What trouble? I think she fell and hurt herself, Chen Zhao said. We're here to help. Okay. Be careful when you go in. Smith didn't stop them. Failai turned around to look at him. That guy feels weird. You think so too? I can't place it. Failai shook her head. Blackie, do you think that man's strange? Chen Zhao asked. Yes, strange. Blackie's answer was the same as Failai's. Where? I can't place it. How come your answer is the same as Failai? You can't say what's strange about him either, and me too. Nothing's weird about that. Let's go. We can't make Sienna wait too long. The two humans and Blackie came before an old building. Glancing at it, Blackie said, There are so many evil spirits, and they're all strange. How so? Evil spirits stay in the human world because of some obsession, but these evil spirits don't have any. They're trapped here. They didn't stay because of their own will. Someone killed them. Blackie shook his head. No, it looks like they died natural deaths. Chapter 211. Special Security Consultant. Chapter 211. Special Security Consultant. Mr. Brewster, could you remain quiet, please? At the moment, Sienna and the principal of UCLA, Louder Brewster, were trapped in an office. Sienna had cast a spell at the door to temporarily hide their smells. Louder's face was filled with horror. Miss Sienna, you promised that you can definitely settle this problem, but not only did you not, you also caused me to be in danger. You're the one who followed me here. If you weren't here, I would have gone out alone and killed all those things, Sienna refuted. Also, you haven't explained to me why there are so many evil spirits hiding in this old college building. Was there a massacre in your college? Nonsense. There have indeed been a few accidents here, but at most 1 or 2 people died each time. Now you're saying that there are hundreds of evil spirits outside? Are you trying to exaggerate the situation and then get more money from me? Then will you increase my pay? Don't even think about it. Suddenly, Sienna's phone rang. She quickly picked it up. Hello, Chen. Yes. Where are you? We're already in the abandoned college building. We? You and? Failai. Are you an idiot? Why did you bring Failai to such a dangerous place? She drove me here. I was too worried to leave her in the car, so I ended up bringing her along. We're trapped in the leftmost office on the top floor. I cast a spell on the door, and we're safe for now. After Sienna hung up, Louder asked, Who's coming? Reinforcement. Hope that your reinforcement can do something. I don't want another person to be trapped in this office. If even he can't solve the problem, you can start to prepare your will, but in your will, you better pay me my $10,000. Chen, are there really evil spirits here? Failai held on to Chen Zhao's arm. Although it was very dark, Failai was not scared at all. She felt very safe beside Chen Zhao. Chen Zhao rolled his eyes. With Blackie's speed, no evil spirit could even appear before Failai, not to mention that Failai could not see them anyway. When they reached the top floor, they walked along the corridor and opened a few doors. However, it did not see Sienna. Chen Zhao could only call her again. Sienna, where exactly are you now? Why couldn't I find you? Didn't I tell you that I've cast a spell on the door? You should be able to crack the spell. Shouldn't it be simple? I'm amateur, Chen Zhao said helplessly. Sienna had only cast a simple illusion to trick the evil spirits. From the outside, the door to the office she was in looked like an ordinary wall. She thought that Chen Zhao could surely crack her spell easily, but he could not even find the correct place. Looks like my spell is rather powerful. Sienna was very pleased. Stop wasting time and cancel the spell now. What if evil spirits come in? I finished most of them, Chen Zhao said. How long have you been here again? There are 100 of them. Is it? I didn't count. Sienna carefully removed the illusion spell and stuck her head outside the door to check the corridor. Sienna's there. Chen Zhao and Failai both saw Sienna's head. Chen Zhao waved his hand. Sienna. Seeing Chen Zhao, Sienna also heaved a sigh of relief. She turned her head and said, It's safe now. We can go out. Louder could finally leave the office and relax. Have you killed all of them? Most of them. Some ran away, Chen Zhao said. How many? Sienna asked. About 1/10, Chen Zhao answered. Hi, I'm Louder Brewster, principal of UCLA. Louder made a handshake with Chen Zhao. I'm Chen Zhao, Chinese. This is my girlfriend. China, a mysterious nation. Are you interested in becoming a special security consultant at the college? Sorry, I have my own job. 10,000 a month. As long as you help me settle supernatural events, Louder added. Sienna's eyes glittered wildly. Chen Zhao knew at once what she was thinking. Sorry, I'm only an amateur. My main occupation is a doctor. Ms. Sienna is more professional than me, Chen Zhao rejected. But she couldn't even solve this kind of small problem. It's different. Chen Zhao shook his head. I only know how to exorcise evil spirits. For the other parts, Sienna is much better than me. For example, I couldn't even find you just now because of her spell. Louder thought about it. Indeed, this seemed to be the case. Miss Sienna, then will you become our college's special security consultant? Your job will be to handle all the supernatural events here. Yes, but I need a personal assistant, Sienna said. The college has to pay her as well. If it's just an assistant, I accept. After all, Louder was the principal. He had enough power in the college. But you must solve the problem in this building first. Isn't it already solved? You said that some evil spirits ran away. What if they come back again? All right, I'll clean this place up, Sienna said. But you need to give me my pay for this mission first. To get her new job, Sienna had no choice but to accept the request. Her monthly salary would be 10,000, and Chris could also become her assistant. This could solve all their problems with spending. In addition, they no longer needed to stay at David's house. While David had never harassed them in his house, they still wished to move out. With a stable income, they could finally fulfill their wish. Moreover, most of the evil spirits in the abandoned building had been killed by Chen Zhao. Sienna was confident that she could settle the rest of the herd. Of course, even in the worst-case scenario, she could still call Chen Zhao again to finish the remaining spirits. Anyway, Chen Zhao and Fei Lai rushed home to have their romantic time. Chen, why didn't I see you attack at all? Were there really evil spirits in that abandoned building? Fei Lai asked. She felt that it was more like a stroll at night than entering a haunted building. Chapter 212, Mexican Gang. Chapter 212, Mexican Gang. In the morning, Chen Zhao went to Sean's family manor. It was his second treatment for old Sean and received $30,000 in payment. The Sean family was a very famous mafia family in L.A. Chen Zhao had specifically researched after leaving last time. He didn't need to do any special searches. He only had to Google Sean family, and there would be a list of this family's information. Their power reached various crooks and crannies of L.A. They were the true underworld kingdom of the city, while the patriarch was the king. Chen Zhao respected Sean. Whenever he faced Sean, he would purposely lay low. Before him, Chen Zhao was only a doctor. After leaving the manor, Chen Zhao went to the gym. Ethan hadn't introduced him to any new clients these days, so his schedule was pretty simple. He went to the gym in the morning, Mr. Doman's house in the afternoon, and went home at night. When he reached the gym, he saw Anderson sitting on the ground with a swollen face. Anderson, did you get beaten by Gaia? No, I fought in an amateur competition last night. Gaia walked over now. Anderson, it's too dangerous for you to fight in amateur competitions with your current abilities. Anderson, you tried amateur competitions? The money's good, so I wanted to try, but I got eliminated in the first round, Anderson said, a bit dejected. That's a good thing for you, Gaia said. People die every year in the AQ tournament. It gets more violent the further you go. AQ tournament? Chen Zhao asked curiously. What's that? How come I've never heard about it before? It's actually held by the elites for the rich members to enjoy themselves. The champion each year wins $1,200,000. It's the highest prize money in amateur fights. There also aren't any rules other than not being able to hit the lower body. There are no time restrictions either. As long as one party hasn't surrendered, they can keep going. $1,020,000 isn't a small number. Gaia, how come you don't participate? Are women not allowed? No, but I might not win even if I go, Gaia said, shaking her head. The participants are all top fighters. I think I'm strong, but I may not be the strongest. She glanced at Zhao. I think you could try, though. Please, even you're not confident. Wouldn't it be suicide for me? Plus, I'm a doctor. Zhao's biggest wish was to hit Gaia once, but this hadn't come true yet. He didn't think that he'd hope for something that even Gaia wasn't confident about. Gaia smiled. She just said it offhandedly. She knew that Zhao was too scared to get into the ring. Zhao had only started practicing to take revenge on her, instead of becoming stronger for himself or competing. Now, Zhao's abilities weren't weak at all. It was his heart that was weak. This was understandable, though. Gaia was the coach for the army. Women couldn't stand their ground there if she didn't have the abilities. Zhao learned boxing just to take revenge Gaia, but at this point, he already gave up on that. He also didn't have the pressures of living like Anderson. Gaia knew that Zhao had a high income. At least, she knew that he'd spent a few $100,000 on causing trouble for a billionaire. David, congratulations. The police director patted David's shoulder. You performed well at the Harry Bank. Old York is retiring this year. There are high possibilities of you taking a spot. In the bank robbery case, David had saved a captive, shot a robber, and captured 2 robbers. The security camera footage and video from the reporter present were played continuously in the media. This boosted the director's reputation. David was also praised by L.A.'s mayor. Of course, he was also treated as a hero. After all, David's performance yesterday had been too amazing. After the robbers broke into the bank, they shot the bank's security guard before anyone could react. No one could avoid this, but it was evident from this how evil the group of robbers was. Then David pretended to surrender, but was observing quietly. He worked together with his friend and used advanced fighting skills to restrict the robbers and used great shooting skills to kill one robber. As for the 2 that had escaped, it couldn't be helped. David was only one person, and he had to save the captive too. This scene had been replayed many times by various media. They all complimented on how beautiful it was. In one night, David became the representative of his department. Old York was a leader of serious crimes. He was respected in the department, but was already at retirement age. Now that David performed so well, he naturally became the one with the biggest chance of taking Old York's spot. However, the 2 escaped robbers still haven't been found. You can't relax. Continue trying to catch them. Yes, sir. I understand. David couldn't wait to share this with all his friends. He called them all and invited them to dinner and party. At the same time, the 2 robbers stole $2 million from the bank, but before they could enjoy their lives, they were captured by the Mexican gang. This was one of the cruelest gangs in America. They might not be as deeply established as the mafia, but they were very good at their jobs, being cruel. The gang was unparalleled in that aspect. Odutra looked at the 2 bloody robbers. You abandoned my little brother like that? Do you know how much time I spent on raising him? How much effort? You know how sad I was when I heard that he died. Odutra. Sorry. I'm sorry. I wanted to save Oxus, but you know how it was. We didn't know the police would be in the bank. I don't want explanations. I want you to return your brother to me. I can't take it anymore. Kill me. The other robber couldn't take the torture anymore. He'd rather die than continue. You want to die? Great. Bring in the gift I prepared for them. A huge jar of water was pushed in. It was a 2-meter deep cistern. A group of piranhas swam inside it. They were man-eating fish. No, Odutra. Let me go. Let me go. I don't want to die. The 2 robbers were tossed into the cistern. They were already bloody, and the piranhas attacked them immediately. The water instantly turned murky. Odutra listened to the tragic cries, his features still dark. Find the police. I will make them pay. No one can hurt the Devhal family. Chapter 213, Attack on the Sea. Chapter 213, Attack on the Sea. David, congrats. You've become a huge star among the police. Leonardo had also been invited. He hugged David and gave him his blessing. Everyone, this is Kate. David introduced Kate to the others. Today, Kate had dressed up exquisitely, planning to be the sole star of the night. Kate was wearing her business attire and carrying a shoulder bag. It would seem that she had just come back from work. In the end, Failai, Sienna, and Chris were all as good-looking as her. Kate's smile was somewhat unnatural for the whole meal. Luckily, none of the three ladies was interested in David, for which she felt really relieved. After all, to Kate, only David was her perfect man. Zhao also did not mention the conflict between Kate and him. Everyone had a harmonious time. By the time they walked out of the restaurant holding each other's shoulder, they were totally drunk. Burp, where do we go next? David had also drunk a lot, but it looked like he still wanted more. I want to see the whale. I want to see him on, Sienna said dizzily. Me too. Chen, I haven't even seen him on. Failai was also drunk. If she was clear-headed, she would definitely not suggest playing near the sea while drunk, because it was extremely dangerous. Sure. Burp, let's go to the sea and see Amon. Who's Amon? Leonardo asked, confused. A whale, killer whale. Burp, go. Let's go to Angel Beach. Zhao was also lurching. The drunken group flagged 2 cabs and headed for Angel Beach. However, when they arrived at the beach, they could see nothing apart from the pitch-dark seacoast. Amon was clearly nowhere to be seen. Chen, where's Amon? Wait, let me call him. Zhao staggered toward the sea. When the seawater reached knee height, he stopped and shouted, Amon. Just then, the drunken group also came beside him and shouted at the sea, Amon. Amon. There seemed to be something on the sea. Zhao could feel that Amon was coming. Even though Amon was near the coastline on the other side of Los Angeles, he could still sense Zhao's summoning. Amon's coming, but he can't come too close to the shore. Then how? We can't see anything from here. I have a way, Failai said immediately. The coastal rescue team has a speedboat. Come and help. The speedboat was stored in the HQ. The group had to work together to push the speedboat into the sea. Kate took out her video camera, recording everyone's drunken state. Let's go. Out to the sea. After they moved the speedboat from the warehouse to the sea, they boarded the boat and left. Where's Amon? Because it was really dark, everyone still could not see Amon. There, turn the light in that direction. Zhao could feel Amon's position. David turned the searchlight to where Zhao was pointing at. A huge fin appeared on the sea. Someone shouted, I see it, I see it. I see the killer whale's fin. Where? Where? Leonardo was still looking for Amon. Right there. Chen, ask Amon to come above the surface. Suddenly, a bigger searchlight shone onto them from afar. It's so bright. Why is there a ship here? I think it's a fishing boat. Here is not a fishing area. Why is there a fishing boat? It's coming toward us. Shit, it's going to hit us. By then, they already had no time to react. The fishing boat collided with the stationary speedboat. It was a small fishing boat that weighed only tens of tons, but it was still too big for the speedboat. Immediately, everyone fell into the sea in their screams. Then, a huge net fell from the sky and engulfed all of them, pulling them up onto the boat. Being submerged in the sea cleared everyone's head. They realized that they had been attacked. When Zhao was pulled onto the fishing boat, he saw more than a dozen Mexicans. Who are you? Why did you attack us? Odutra approached Zhao and tried to identify him. I remember you, Asian. You were also a hostage. Precisely because of your resistance, my brother was killed by this cop. Who exactly are you? Yesterday, my brother, Oxus, was killed by you. My name is Odutra. You're Odutra from the Los Angeles Mexican gang? David's face turned cold. Odutra believed that if Zhao did not resist that day, after David killed the first robber, the second robber would be able to shoot David. Then, his brother would not have died. Thus, Zhao was similarly unforgivable. At least this was his understanding. And this bitch, Odutra pointed at Kate. This cop did it because he wanted to save you. Everyone was panic-stricken. Odutra licked his lips. Drag these few women out. Let them see us play their women. When we're done, drop all of them into the sea to feed the sharks. Let go of me. Let go. The few ladies struggled. The men in the team also could not tolerate any longer, or the ladies would really be killed by the Mexican gang. Without warning, Zhao suddenly tore the fishing net apart and charged forward. Bang! Accompanied by a gunshot, blood started to ooze out from Zhao's chest. However, he continued forward and smashed into the person. The people around Chen Zhao thought that he would collapse after being shot. Chen Zhao's bravery took them by surprise. Even after he was shot, he still injured their people. Just as they planned to fire at Chen Zhao together, the boat suddenly vibrated. Everyone staggered apart from Chen Zhao, who was prepared for the impact. Just then, David and Leonardo also broke through the net. They had their guns with them. Actually, the gang members did not collect their guns because they thought a counterattack was impossible. Chen Zhao kicked and jumped over a meter off the ground, landing on top of the cabin. Then he swept his leg out, following a loud crack. The Mexican who was hit fell off the cabin top. David and Leonardo kept shooting. Kate was even holding her camera, recording the fight down. Suddenly, someone ran out of the cabin with a machine gun. Everyone quickly went to take cover. The person fired the machine gun and raked the group. However, the next moment, a clear whale roar was heard from the sea. Kate lay on the ground, pointing her camera at the sea. She saw a huge wave on the surface. Then, a giant leaped out from the sea and smashed onto the boat. The entire boat shook and became slanted. The person holding the machine gun also fell onto the floor. David got up at once and shot the person in the forehead. Chapter 214, First Time Being Hospitalized. Chapter 214, First Time Being Hospitalized. Jump off. Chen Zhao yelled. Go. Everyone jumped off the ship. Amon caught all of them on his back. Everyone was still shocked and dazed. Kate bent down and touched the slippery ground under her feet. This is Amon? They finally had a chance to be close to Amon. Everyone was both nervous and excited. Look, that Mexican boss is in the sea. Amon. Chen Zhao patted Amon's back. He immediately turned around while everyone looked at Chen Zhao. Are you going to have Amon eat him? Of course not. I don't want him to get diarrhea, but the guy can't be let off like this. Amon bit Odutra and drowned him in the water. A minute later, he finally let go, but before Odutra could take a breath, Amon dragged him back down. Chen, it's enough. This is enough, David couldn't help but say. Chen Zhao looked at him. He wanted to rape our friends. David realized that all the women were looking at him with similar gazes, so he gave in. Okay, you're right. Odutra experienced the most terrifying night of his life. He was completely out of his mind after being tormented by that killer whale. Chen Zhao, did you get shot? He looked down at his chest, and immense pain seized him. The next moment, the world spun. Earlier, he'd been filled with adrenaline, so he didn't feel anything. Now that he was calming down and David reminded him, he suddenly felt weak. In a dazed state, Chen Zhao might have heard a siren. He felt himself get taken onto an ambulance and felt strong light. He might have gone into the surgery room. When Chen Zhao woke up, it was already the afternoon of the next day. His head felt heavy and pain came from his chest. Fei Lai was sitting beside him, but she'd fallen asleep. Fei Lai. Chen Zhao tugged her. Chen, you're awake? Fei Lai cried in excitement. You didn't sleep the entire night. I slept a little. Do you still feel uncomfortable? I'm fine. Fei Lai dipped down to kiss him. Chen, I don't want this to happen again, okay? Okay, I promise. Chen Zhao caressed her. Just then, two people came into the room, Ethan and Caprice. Chen, I heard you got shot, but you look better than I'd imagined. To you, it's good as long as I'm not dead, right? Chen, Caprice said, I promise you I'll have that Mexican be put in my jail. You can meet him anytime. Chen, you guys talk, Fei Lai said, getting up. I'll wash some fruit for you all. As soon as Caprice and Ethan left, Zola, Daniel, Manny, and Rasfa came to visit as well. This is weird. How do you all know I'm hospitalized? You don't know yet? Rasfa said, chuckling. The video of your group fighting the Mexicans has already gone viral. Oh, my company has decided to invest in a movie about your story. We need your permission. How about it? I need to discuss with my friends. What's the price? $500,000. That's it. That's a lot. You know, a screenwriter usually only gets tens of thousands of dollars. This isn't my job. Then how much do you want? Rasfa asked. Chen Zhao thought for a moment. He didn't understand Hollywood, so said, we'll decide after I discuss it with my friends. If the movie really starts shooting, I hope you can have two of my friends act in it. Give me your friend's information, Rasfa said carefully. Otherwise, I can't make the decision. Okay, Chen, you have to call me next time there's something so fun. Daniel looked at him excitedly. Go away. I almost died, and you think it's fun. You're so cool. How can you get killed by some Mexicans? Daniel was confident in Chen Zhao. Zola was a smart woman. Seeing Chen Zhao and Fei Lai's actions, she guessed their relationship, so she acted very solemn. She didn't say or do anything over the top to Chen Zhao. A while after the family left, Mr. Doman and Normans came too. Mr. Doman came to ask about him, while Normans came to mock him. Gaia also came to ask about Chen Zhao's injuries and then left. Surprisingly, Morguri and his boss came as well. Chen Zhao wondered if Morguri and his boss would get into a full-out fight if they'd run into Gaia. Around evening, David, Leonardo, Chris, Sienna, and Kate all came too. They promised to have another party after Chen Zhao was discharged. Chen Zhao was discharged the next day. He didn't spend more than 36 hours in the hospital. He wasn't completely healed, but he felt so uncomfortable there. He couldn't wait to escape from the patient's ward and hospital. Getting on a Fei Lai's car, he got Dell's call. Chen, I heard from Mary that you're in the hospital. Why couldn't I find your room? What room number are you? I'm in heaven, Chen Zhao said, annoyed. You died? Fuck off. Okay, I won't kid around. Chen, were you discharged? It was rare for Dell to be serious. Yes. When will you take me to see your pet Amon? You're calling to see Amon, right? No, I really do care about you. After ending the annoying call with Dell, Chen Zhao asked, Is Amon really famous now? Do you know how many tourists go to Angel Beach now? Everyone wants to see Amon. Yesterday, there were more than 100 drowning cases. A lot of tourists don't even wear life vests and go straight into the deep water to see Amon. How many people have seen him? You're asking the obvious. Amon isn't even at Angel Beach. As soon as Chen Zhao got home, he grabbed on a Fei Lai impatiently. It had only been a bit more than a day, but Chen Zhao felt like he hadn't had intimacy in forever. Chen, your injuries will open again. It's okay. I'll be careful. Chapter 215, Limits of the Body. Chapter 215, Limits of the Body. Chen Zhao rested at home for the next 2 days. It was also Chen Zhao's most relaxing period so far. Fei Lai did not go to work either. She stayed at home with Chen Zhao every day, enjoying herself. Robio thought that Fei Lai had to take care of Chen Zhao, so he approved her leave without hesitation. In reality, however, Chen Zhao was already fully vigorous the day after discharge. The couple were only giving themselves a holiday. On the third day, the two of them returned to work. Chen Zhao had already spoken to the 6 other friends involved, including Fei Lai. They agreed to sell to PLM Film the copyright to turn their story into a movie. It cost 700,000, which meant 100,000 for each of them. The incident they had experienced had a very big, perhaps even stirring, influence in America. The video taken that night already had over 100 million views on various websites combined. In fact, apart from PLM, many film companies of varying sizes had also contacted Chen Zhao and his friends. However, they offered little money and were not sincere at all. David and Leonardo were also commended for their actions that night in their respective police stations. Kate even became famous in the media industry due to that single night. The video she had taken became the focus which various media firms competed for. Sienna and Chris could not wait to get the money, because after that night, the relationship between David and Kate surged rapidly. They had to move out of David's house before something bad happened. Chen Zhao decided to lend them his money first so that they could find accommodation outside. Leonardo really valued the friendship between him and the others. Moreover, he felt that after experiencing the danger together, their friendship would become even stronger. When Chen Zhao got to the fitness center, almost everyone that he knew came to greet him. Chen, you're amazing. I saw you send a Mexican gangster flying with just one kick. Chen, bring me to see him on too. My son tells me every day that he wants to go to Angel Beach, but we didn't see him on there. Gaia approached Chen Zhao. How's your body? Recovering well. Gaia pulled Chen Zhao's collar down and looked at the wound on his chest. That's fast. I'm a doctor too, after all. You seem to be good, but let's slow today's lesson down. Practice with Anderson. While Gaia looked rough on the outside, she actually had the empathy of a lady. Usually, however, she would not display it. Chen Zhao's injury had more or less fully recovered. After all, in the past 2 days, he had already been sleeping relentlessly with Feilai at home. As Chen Zhao and Anderson practiced with each other, Gaia observed Chen Zhao's condition. Gaia was the ideal coach, whether it was her personal ability or her responsible attitude toward her students. Chen, come down, Gaia called. Chen Zhao and Anderson stopped their training. Let me give you a test. What? You mean being beaten by a few people like the last time? Or by you? Actually, my injury has yet to recover completely. No, just a few tests on your physical strength. I've in fact already done those at my friend's house last time. Chen Zhao had indeed done these tests at Rufford's house. What's your record for squat? 490 kilograms. You sure it's correct? Yes. What did 490 kilograms mean? The world record for heavyweight squat was only 470 kilograms, and it was the heavyweight record. Gaia's limit was about 265 kilograms. Of course, she did not usually train this, so her result obviously could not be compared to the world record. How about deadlift and bench press? Deadlift was 550 kilograms, Chen Zhao recalled. I think 380 kilograms for bench press. In fact, these were only his results a few weeks ago. Chen Zhao felt that he was still growing and had yet to reach his true limit. Gaia brought Chen Zhao to a boxing machine. Hit this. Ow. Full speed. Don't stop until I tell you to, Gaia instructed. Chen Zhao warmed his limbs up and got into the right stance. Start. At the instant Gaia started the stopwatch, she heard continuous bangs from the machine. Stop. Gaia paused the timing and then walked up to the screen. According to the display, Chen Zhao had punched 121 times in 10 seconds. It was another world record. His strongest and weakest punches were 211 kilograms and 165 kilograms respectively. It was a very good result in quick punching. Gaia cleared the result. Again, this time, charge your punch and hit it as hard as possible. Only one punch is needed. Chen Zhao took in a deep breath. Then he punched out and his fist smashed hard onto the sandbag on the machine. Pong! The sandbag flew away. A number appeared on the screen, 1,000. Gaia shook her head. The record in the boxing world was set by the heavyweight boxing champion Tyson, but his official record was much less. Chen Zhao's punch had already surpassed the limit of a normal human being. Gaia glanced at Chen Zhao. By just looking at his physical strength, he could no longer be considered as a human. Gaia had seen the video of Chen Zhao fighting with the Mexican gangsters that night. In the video, Chen Zhao had almost managed to defeat one person with each hit. Those people all had permanent disabilities from their injuries. If Chen Zhao went for a wrestling or boxing competition, he might really beat his opponent to death. Don't tell me you're a biological weapon made in China. Have you ever seen a biological weapon that you can press onto the ground and beat as much as you like? Chen Zhao rolled his eyes. If you want to go for any fighting competition, I can make you a world champion. Pick any style you like. Please, I'm only a doctor. Gaia gave a wry smile and shook her head. She would rarely encounter someone who was so strong, even talented, but unfortunately Chen Zhao was not interested. Apart from his skills, Chen Zhao was perfect in every area. Of course, Gaia was not the kind of person who would force others to do things they did not enjoy. If Chen Zhao was willing to take part in competitions, she would clearly be happy to create a champion in the boxing world. However, if Chen Zhao was unwilling, she would not force him. When Chen Zhao left the fitness center, a business car stopped before him. A lady stuck her head out of the window. Mr. Chen, please come in. Chen Zhao found the lady somewhat familiar. You are. Just then, the rear window also opened. It was Chen Zhao's mother. Come in. It was the first time Chen Zhao met his mother in the last half a year. Does your daughter need bone marrows? Chen Zhao asked, remaining stationary. Chen Zhao's mother stared at him. To Chen Zhao, she was more like a familiar stranger. Chen Zhao was calm and respectful, but he was clearly keeping his distance from her. After keeping silent for a while, his mother asked, "I only wanted to ask you about your injury." "I'm fine. Thank you for your concern." "Great. I still have something else. Bye." Bye. Chapter 216 Gap. Chapter 216 Gap. His mother's sudden appearance only created a slight disturbance of Chen Zhao's emotions. He quickly composed himself. He would fulfill his early promise and donate his bone marrow when his half-sister needed it. Composing himself, Chen Zhao went to Doman's house. He'd missed 4 days of Norman's weight loss training, but she'd been practicing by herself too. She was just less motivated without Chen Zhao there. When Chen Zhao had left 4 days ago, Norman's had been around 195 pounds. 4 days later, her weight had only dropped to around 187 pounds. "Hey, asshole, were you afraid that day?" Norman's ran side to side with Chen Zhao. "Yeah," Chen Zhao replied nonchalantly. "It'll be weird if I wasn't." He'd indeed been afraid, but once he was scared to the max, it wouldn't be that scary anymore. When humans were excited and scared, blood would collect in the brain and result in excessive oxygenation. Excitement and fear were similar, so Chen Zhao couldn't say if he was more excited or scared. In extreme situations, one might not feel fear. It could be excitement too. "Right. How's Wouter's training?" "Not bad. You can take him back at any time." "You finished that quickly?" "If you're just patronizing me, I'm not going to pay." "As long as you don't have him do math, he should understand your intentions." Chen Zhao was quite confident in this. After all, Wouter had drunk the intelligence potion and was smarter than most animals. "Then I'll go to your place today and take him back. You better prepare a check first." After training, Normans gave Chen Zhao a check, and he went back home to get Wouter. It was another $100,000 in his pockets. Robio already gave the design and initial budget to Chen Zhao and Fei Lai. Including the cost for 2 kilometers of asphalt, the total budget was around $1,300,000. In other words, the building itself needed $1,100,000. This had surpassed Chen Zhao's initial budget, but he and Fei Lai couldn't decide which part of Robio's design to take out. Every part of his design had a specific use or intention. The entire design was a piece of art. Looking at the mock-up, Chen Zhao and Fei Lai had already fallen in love with the house. "Chen, how much more money do you need?" "Let me see." Chen Zhao picked up his pen. "After buying the land, I had $200,000 left. In this half month, I earned around $100,000 and got another $100,000 today. If Normans successfully loses weight, I'll have another $400,000. That's pretty much it. You forgot the money for the movie. The two of us together will be $200,000. That means we already have $1 million. Chen Zhao thought for a moment. "We still need $300,000. "How about, don't ask your family for money anymore," Chen Zhao said. "This is our home. We'll build it with our own hard work. Plus, I might have an unexpected payment in a few days." "What unexpected payment?" "Do you remember Pierce South? He wants to collaborate with me." "Collaborate with what?" "He doesn't look like a good guy. He said that Treed pimped and divided his wealth in half before dying. One part was the gold, which we've already split amongst the villagers. The other part is his collection. It's a bunch of valuable artworks and relics." "Will he go back on you?" Fei Lai's first reaction was about Chen Zhao's safety. Chen Zhao laughed. He hugged Fei Lai and pressed a kiss onto her. "Dear, it's not me underestimating Pierce. If that old fox dares to do anything, I'll make sure he's stuck in a wheelchair for the rest of his life." The next day, Chen Zhao received a call from an unfamiliar number. "Hello, who is this?" "Hello, I'm Felwood Cisco, Robio's friend. Are you Chen Zhao, Mr. Chen?" "Oh, yes. What is it?" "I started a construction company. Robio said you want to build a house, right?" "Yes. When are you free? We can find time to sit down and chat." "Actually, I'm at the central street of Mountain Town right now. I want to settle this as soon as possible. Can you tell me where to go?" "Oh, go straight to the left of the supermarket for around 1 kilometer. My house is on the hill." It looks old and should be easy to see. Oh, there are a few big dogs playing in the yard. There's so many dogs in this town. Are you sure I won't get the wrong place? You definitely won't. Felwood soon found Chen Zhao's house. Hello, I'm Chen Zhao. Hi, I'm Felwood Cisco. He looked at the silly twins running in and out of Chen Zhao's yard and finally understood what he meant. They really were two big, incredibly big dogs. Mr. Chen, Robio already gave me the design and budget. The cost is pretty much how he estimated, but there might be a fluctuation of around $100,000. I can't promise an exact price. I also have to make it clear, because you're Robio's friend. He told me to make it clear that if we buy the material, we might have some profit. Of course, if you have your own channels, you can save around $100,000. I can give you a list of what to buy. It'll just take longer. Chen Zhao thought for a moment. If he bought the material himself, he could save a few $1,000s, but he would also waste a lot of time. It wasn't really worth it. After all, building such a complicated house would need hundreds of materials. It wasn't just brick, cement, and dirt. It couldn't be done in 1 or 2 days. So he felt like it was logical for the company to make a profit while making the purchases. I agree for your company to make the purchases, but I hope the budget won't go over $100,000. Money is tight for me right now. If it's more, it'll give me a lot of pressure. I'll try my best, Felwood said. The fluctuations in market price is really big because it's affected by the environment. I can't control it. Chapter 217. Great. Finally, someone dares to openly taunt Chen Zhao. Chapter 217. Great. Finally, someone dares to openly taunt Chen Zhao. Chen Zhao signed a contract with Felwood and paid him a deposit of $300,000. In 3 days' time, Felwood's team would officially start the construction. His team would build everything, including the roads. They would even make modifications to the scenery surrounding the main building. Chen Zhao did not need to do anything apart from visiting the construction site once in a while. The estimated time needed for the construction was 3 months. If it was exceeded, Chen Zhao would receive a compensation. After they signed the contract, Felwood and Chen Zhao had a chat. Chen Zhao got to know Felwood a bit better during the conversation. Felwood's company was a really small one with a registered capital of just $2 million. They had little competitiveness in the sector. Usually, they were lucky to even receive a project worth tens or hundreds of $1,000s. Anyway, they would do whatever that could get them profit. Robio was the architect, the only architect in his company. Of course, Robio was more like a helper. He had no share in the company and would not really get paid. The project that Chen Zhao was offering them was already a big one. By building a villa that cost more than $1 million, Felwood could earn at least $200,000 for himself. It seemed like Chen Zhao could earn $100,000 very easily. In fact, his income was already very high. Of course, Chen Zhao worked in the gray area. Nobody would care about him unless there was a problem. Moreover, he did not have a standard or stable income. On the other hand, despite having opened his company for a few years, Felwood had yet to earn the cost back. Therefore, he was exceptionally enthusiastic toward Chen Zhao's project. The project would be a hot one, even among larger construction companies. They might even offer him a discount, which was something that small companies could not provide. Nevertheless, Chen Zhao did not want to do that. Robio had designed his house for free, after all. If Chen Zhao were to hire an architect himself, he would have to spend about 5% of the total cost, according to the market price. Robio was already doing him a big favor by designing his house for free. Hence, Chen Zhao would not mind helping Robio back. Chen, I left the keys to the warehouse at home. Can you deliver them here? Fei Lai called Chen Zhao. No problem. Just then, the silly twins bolted in. Master, are you going to the beach? Angel Beach? Chen Zhao's cheeks twitched. Why are you two so excited when I'm just going there to send things? Master, bring us there. Master, please. I'll pick up as many coins as I can. Unable to dissuade the silly twins, Chen Zhao had no choice but to bring them along. This being the case, he also had to bring Beelzebub, Raymond, Carrie, and Abidos. Leaving them at home by themselves would mean a terrible disaster for his furniture, especially Abidos. He would literally turn the house upside down if there was nobody to watch him. Zhao had a difficult time flagging a cab. He had to promise the driver $200 before he could finally bring his pets in. Zhao thought about whether he should really get a driving license and a car. Otherwise, it would be very inconvenient to bring his pets around. Many a time, he could not even flag a cab, especially at night. If he came out from his client's house late at night, he might have to walk a long distance before he could get a cab. If he was going to buy a car, it must first of all be big enough. For example, the car that he was in at the moment could barely fit the silly twins. He still had to place a Betos in the trunk and carry Beelzebub and Carrie in his arms. Here we are. When Zhao was still thinking, they arrived at their destination. He alighted from the car with his pet family. Immediately, they attracted countless strange stares. As usual, the silly twins ran wild at once. They automatically entered their pay-to-photo mode. In particular, they attracted many children on the beach. Zhao went to the Coastal Rescue Team HQ and found Feilai. To be honest, given that Feilai was the prettiest lady in the Coastal Rescue Team, many men were unhappy when they saw her being hugged by Zhao. Zhao and Feilai openly displayed their affection toward each other, as if there was no one around. Feilai, is this your boyfriend? I thought he was an illegal doctor. A half-naked man approached Zhao and Feilai. The two of them stared at the man with a weird look. Feilai frowned. Claude, what do you want? Claude smiled with confidence. He had quite an elegant demeanor before Feilai. Feilai, I only think that maybe it's time for your boyfriend to exercise. He might not even be as strong as you. Zhao and Feilai both rolled their eyes. They had stayed in the same house for so long, not to mention that Feilai had obviously tried Zhao's physical strength. As for why Claude had said so, everyone knew the reason. Feilai, why did you find an Asian as your boyfriend? Can he satisfy you? Snap! Zhao tore his shirt off right away, displaying his excellent shape and powerful muscles. He had no extra flesh on his body at all. Come, anyone who thinks that I'm not strong enough can challenge me in anything. Wow, his muscles are beautiful. The few female lifeguards stared at Zhao's muscles with their eyes glittering, as if they were wolves which just saw a huge piece of meat. Feilai widened her eyes at Zhao. Then, she patted his chest gently and said with dissatisfaction, "Stop showing off." She knew how messy Zhao's private life had been in the past. If he was targeted by these female lifeguards, he might just return to his old lifestyle. Claude would not admit defeat. Indeed, he felt even more jealous when he saw Zhao and Feilai flirt with each other before him. He had a strong body too. After all, he was a lifeguard. Moreover, he was a few centimeters taller than Zhao, so he would clearly not retreat so easily. Let's arm wrestle. Which hand do you want? I'll let you choose, Claude said confidently. Sure, left hand then. Claude had been provoking Zhao right before his girlfriend. How could he not fight back? Moreover, Zhao had to display himself, given that there were so many ladies present. Zhao and Claude came before a table. A lady walked up and placed their hands in position. Are you ready? The lady asked. Zhao and Claude both nodded. Yes. 3, 2, 1, start. Claude immediately grabbed onto a table leg to help him exert more force. On the other hand, Zhao looked very relaxed and showed no intention of grabbing anything. He continued to hold his arm vertical, not moving to the left or the right. Chapter 218. You want to provoke my man with just that? Chapter 218. You want to provoke my man with just that? Go Claude. Claude, use power. Claude, did you not eat dinner? Claude, did you use all your energy on a woman? Everyone in the Coastal Rescue Team was on Claude's side, cheering him on. However, Claude couldn't move Zhao's arm even when his face had turned red. Feilai scoffed at him. Claude, you want to provoke my man with just that? Hearing Feilai's words, Claude tried even harder. But despite using all his force, he still couldn't make Zhao budge. Zhao gradually added more strength, and Claude's expression became pained. Zhao wasn't pushing down. Instead, he was squeezing. It felt like Claude's hand was clamped in a vice. I surrender, he finally yelled. Let go, let go. Chen Zhao finally let go. Claude grasped his left hand and rubbed it without stop. It felt like Chen Zhao would break his hand. Chen, seriously, are you arm wrestling or squeezing his wrist? You're too much. Fei Lai's words made Claude even more furious. He wasn't willing to accept that he lost to Chen Zhao and was also humiliated by Fei Lai. Arm wrestling is my weakness. Do you dare compete with something else? What? Swimming. Sure, but how about we bet something? Chen, I bet $100 for you, Fei Lai said. I'm going with Claude, $50. Claude, $100. Put it all down. Claude took his wallet out of the drawer. I bet myself $1,000. I'll follow. Chen Zhao also tossed $1,000 onto the table. We'll start here and swim to the buoy, then swim back. Whoever gets back here first will win. Sure. Be careful, Fei Lai whispered in Chen Zhao's ears. Claude was a professional swimmer before. He even won awards in national competitions. Take it seriously. Got it. Chen Zhao turned and kissed Fei Lai's lips. This is easy money. How about you provoke them more, so they gamble more money? You're horrible. Fei Lai hit him playfully. Seeing Fei Lai and Chen Zhao flirt as if no one was watching, Claude grew more furious. As a lifeguard, swimming at full speed from the beach was part of their everyday training. Claude's performance had always been at the top of the team, second only to their leader Robio. He didn't believe that this Asian could surpass him. Whether it was running or swimming, Asians never had an advantage. Plus, this was also Claude's strong point. Chen Zhao was muscular, but he was still an amateur. The two went to the beach outside the building. The woman who'd acted as the referee for the arm wrestling was the one who gave the signal this time, too. 3, 2, 1, go. The two instantly ran out from the beach. Chen Zhao was instantly one body ahead of Claude. The startling line was only a few hundred feet from the sea, so the distance wasn't obvious. But when Chen Zhao jumped into the ocean, his dive landed him many meters away. He extended the gap. Claude followed closely behind, but his explosive power couldn't compare to Chen Zhao. Chen Zhao's speed was terrifying. He stayed underwater without coming out to breathe at all until he reached buoy. Then his head popped out and he swam back. The buoy marked the deep zone. It was around 200 meters away. Claude only swam around 150 meters. When Chen Zhao swam past him, the lifeguards in the hallway of the office all fell silent. No one cheered Claude on anymore. It wasn't because they didn't want to, but that they couldn't make another sound. Claude and Chen Zhao were too far apart. Claude had only reached the buoy when Chen Zhao was already on land. He was basically twice as fast. How could Claude be so bad today? Chen Zhao didn't go easy at all. He ran straight to the finish line, embraced Fei Lai, and spun her in a circle. Then they kissed deeply. Claude gave up all hope on the way back and returned to the finish line with his head hanging. Claude, are you unwell today? How come you lost so much? I don't really feel good, Claude said nonchalantly, but he knew that he'd lost completely this time. It wasn't just in terms of state. It was a difference in true abilities. He'd lost in arm wrestling and was creamed in running and swimming. He couldn't bully Chen Zhao anymore. You win. Robio walked to Chen Zhao's side. He didn't know what had happened before him and Claude. He'd returned just as the swim race started. From what he'd seen, he knew that nothing was wrong with Claude. He performed as he usually did. It was just that Chen Zhao was too fast, both while sprinting on the beach and swimming in the sea. The difference between them was like a child and an adult. Chen, you took less than 50 seconds while swimming in the sea. It was probably with the current. The tide was going back. Robio shook his head. It was against the tide. Either way, you were too fast. I've never seen anyone who could swim it in 50 seconds. You must have timed it wrong, Chen Zhao said, unconvinced. How about we compete? Robio said, smiling. That's unnecessary. Chen Zhao had competed with Claude just to destroy Claude's ego and protect his own. He and Robio had a good relationship. It would be bad if he made Robio lose his image before his members. Leader, are you going to race him? Do it. Do it. Do it. Do it. Race what? Chen Zhao asked. I definitely can't beat you in speed. How about we go underwater? See who holds his breath the longest. No. See who can go deepest without gear, Robio said. The world record for this sport was 112 meters with only a pair of protective goggles and nothing else. Chen, Robio is the 12th world record holder, Feilai said, standing beside Chen Zhao. How deep? My best record is 72 meters, Robio said, but I only reached that once in my life. I like to try, Chen Zhao said. He didn't really want to compete with Robio. He just wanted to know his own limit. Chapter 219, Limitless Potential. Chapter 219, Limitless Potential. Robio kept half of the lifeguards on duty. The rest boarded the speedboat and headed for the deep water zone. The speedboat traveled a few kilometers to their destination. Feilai pulled Chen Zhao. Chen, free diving is rather dangerous. If you feel uncomfortable, you have to surface. Don't risk going down further. Many people have died in this sport. The high water pressure will pierce your eardrums and even make your lungs burst. Don't worry, I won't bet my own life. Robio threw Chen Zhao a pair of goggles. Chen, has Feilai told you about the precautions for free diving? Yeah, I know. Be careful. Competition second, safety first. 2 lifeguards with full diving equipment went underwater first. Their job was to ensure the safety of Chen Zhao and Robio. Chen Zhao and Robio jumped into the water at the same time and started diving. When Chen Zhao was about 10 meters underwater, the lifeguard and diving equipment made a hand signal. 10 meters. Up, down. Chen Zhao gave a thumbs up, after which he pointed below him. He was going to continue. 10 meters was usually the limit for a normal person, that is, a person without diving training. Those who had training could reach roughly 15 or 20 meters. Below 20 meters, the water pressure would increase drastically. Diving further would be dangerous. When Chen Zhao reached 20 meters underwater, he did not feel any pressure. In fact, he found it quite easy. Robio had also reached 20 meters deep. They continued diving. The 2 lifeguards and diving equipment had been observing the 2 carefully. Once they showed any abnormal signs, they would save them immediately. Chen Zhao was still pretty relaxed. He could feel the water pressure becoming larger, but it was acceptable. 40 meters. The lifeguards asked again. Up, down. 50 meters. Up, down. Robio chose to surface without hesitation. On the other hand, Chen Zhao continued to dive. When he reached 60 meters underwater, he finally chose to surface. Actually, 60 meters was not his limit. He felt that he could go deeper. Under the help of his friend, Robio returned to the speedboat with much difficulty. Half a minute later, Chen Zhao also surfaced. Chen, have you tried free diving before? No, it's my first time. It's also my first time diving so deep at all. After some training, you can get to at least 80 meters. At that time, Robio had managed to reach 72 meters only after a long period of special training. Because he had not dived in a long time, he could not go further than 50 meters this time. It was a huge challenge to the body. Robio had comprehensive self-knowledge and a very strong safety consciousness. Once he discovered a bit of danger, he would give up immediately. Among free diving enthusiasts, there was once a person who died 3 hours after breaking the world record. The record was not acknowledged because of his death. World records could only be made when a person faced a challenge without getting injured or dying. If the person died, the whole sport would become pointless, no matter how deep he had managed to reach. Chen, do you want me to train you? You might just break the world record. No way. Feilai was the first to object. Why would you want to make such a meaningless and dangerous record? Chen, I don't allow you to play such a risky sport. All right, I also agree with Feilai. It's really too dangerous. Even boxing was not that dangerous. Boxing was a battle against another human, but deep diving was a battle against nature. Claude, who was also on the speedboat, felt rather stifled. He was counting on Robio to defeat Chen Zhao and destroy his arrogance. In the end, Chen Zhao beat Robio too. Defeating Robio was equivalent to defeating all the people in the coastal rescue team. At this point, nobody would feel that Chen Zhao was just a vase. After the group returned to the shore, Chen, Zhao, and Fei Lai sat somewhere in the HQ where nobody would disturb them. Just then, Black Ma and White Ma approached them. Each of them had a jar around their necks to contain money. They would earn money by taking photos with others and, at the same time, picking up coins. When they managed to find a coin, they would pick it up with their mouths and drop it into the other wolf's jar. In just over an hour, their jars were already full. They wanted Chen, Zhao, and Fei Lai to clear their jars so that they could continue to earn money. Come, let me count how much you've earned. Fei Lai waved her hand. Black Ma walked up to Fei Lai. Fei Lai poured the coins out from the jar. However, she noticed that one of them did not seem to be an American coin. Fei Lai picked the coin up. Chen, take a look. Is it a gold coin? Chen Zhao was also stunned. He took the coin, which felt quite heavy. It had the texture of gold, too. Moreover, traces on its surface indicated that it had once been attached to soft-bodied organisms. It was probably brought to the beach by the waves. It is a gold coin indeed. Chen Zhao cleaned the surface of the coin. The coin had a Jesus cross on the front and a head portrait on the back. From the craftwork of the coin, it probably had a long history. Could there be a shipwreck nearby? Fei Lai asked. Let me ask someone professional, Chen Zhao said. Then, he took his phone and called Mr. Doman. Mr. Doman, are you free? Yes. I usually don't work in the morning. What is it? Can you appraise something for me? I want to know its origin. Do you want to send me a photo or bring the thing over? I'll take a photo. Sure. Chen Zhao sent a photo of the coin to Mr. Doman, who immediately said, it's a 14th century Clement commemorative coin made in Vatican in the 17th century. Where did you get it? Mr. Doman, how much does this coin cost? Each piece costs about $30,000 to $50,000. Not many 14th century Clement coins have been discovered, so they're quite expensive. An item's worth was based on its rarity. If it could be found on every street, it would certainly be valueless. However, if it was unique, its value would multiply by hundreds or thousands of times. The same was true for antiques and artworks. If the coin they had found was the only piece in the world, it might even cost $1 million or $10 million. Thank you, Mr. Doman. If you have 20 pieces of that coin or fewer, I could buy them at $50,000 per piece. If you have more than 20, it'll be $40,000 per piece. However, if you have more than 40 pieces, I can only give you $30,000 per piece. How many do you have? Chapter 220 Gold Coin. Chapter 220 Gold Coin. White Ma, where did you find a gold coin? Woof. Under the cliff, White Ma said. Fei Lai, let's go look there. Chen Zhao pulled Fei Lai along. There was a rocky beach at the edge of Angel Beach. A cliff loomed over it. It was more than 20 meters high. The waves here were much bigger, and there were abnormally shaped rocks in the water, so few tourists dared to come here. Chen Zhao and Fei Lai came to the rocky beach while holding hands. They were cautious too, but it was like flat land to White Ma and Black Ma. They jumped up and down on the rocks. Just then, White Ma seemed to find something. He sniffed the ground and then stuck his head into the water. A moment later, he floated up and ran to Chen Zhao. He opened his mouth and tossed another coin into Chen Zhao's hands. Chen Zhao and Fei Lai exchanged glances. They couldn't hide their joy. These two weren't the type that treated money like dirt. Survival meant that they needed money. Plus, they truly needed money right now. Chen Zhao patted White Ma. Are there more? Master, there are a bunch down there. White Ma said that there are a lot in the water, Chen Zhao said. That's weird, Fei Lai said. How come nobody discovered this before? Not a lot of people come, but there are some still adventurous ones who like the thrill. No one ever said that they found gold coins. Maybe that recent storm brought it over? Or the ghost ship? Hearing ghost ship, Fei Lai tossed the gold coins onto the ground. Chen, will the things from the ghost ship be cursed? Like the cursed coin in the Pirates of the Caribbean? Don't worry. I already checked. It'll be fine. Are you sure? Yes. If it was dangerous, Chen Zhao wouldn't have taken Fei Lai along. It's too dangerous to stand here. Fei Lai, leave the beach. I'll go down to sea with White Ma. Be careful. The waves are big. If you hit the rocks, you'll get hurt. Fei Lai couldn't help, so she just cautioned him and went to the beach to wait. Chen Zhao and White Ma went into the water. He found a few gold coins underwater too. The coins were scattered and there weren't many. Judging from the distribution, they'd been brought here by the current. It seemed that the coins had been blown over by the last storm. Chen Zhao and White Ma found a dozen coins. He believed that there would be more under the seabed. He wouldn't be able to find them, though, unless he put on diving gear and had White Ma search. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to dig the coins out of the soil. He and White Ma returned to land. Chen Zhao opened his hands. Fei Lai, look. Your friend said each coin can sell for $50,000. Yeah, around that much. That means that if we sell all this, we'll have enough money to build the house and get you a new car. To be honest, Fei Lai's car was really old. Apparently, she bought it secondhand for $3,000 after she graduated. She'd used it for more than 10 years now. It was ancient. Fei Lai also complained usually that it kept having problems. There are 16 gold coins. Fei Lai, do you want to keep one for the memory? No, just sell it all, Fei Lai said. Chen Zhao promised that nothing was wrong with them, but she was still worried that they would be cursed. In the afternoon, Chen Zhao packed up all the coins and went straight to Mr. Doman's house. Mr. Doman, these are the coins I showed you. Please take a look. Just a second. Mr. Doman took out his appraisal tools, white gloves, pocket magnifying glass, and tweezers. Many of the coins were rusted. Chen Zhao was worried that this would affect the value. Also, the craftsmanship was different from modern craftsmanship. It was obvious that these coins were crudely made. Mr. Chen, did you find these in the ocean? Yes, Chen Zhao replied honestly. 10 of these are preserved more completely. My suggestion is to sell them all to me according to the price we agreed to. The others are completely rusted. You can't see the original design at all. You can melt it yourself and make some jewelry for your girlfriend. Okay. Chen Zhao knew that gold coins were mainly about historical value, and that was mainly expressed by its design and pattern. If that was gone, the coin would lose its historical and collectible value. Mr. Doman signed a check to Chen Zhao. He glanced at it. How come it's $900,000? The $400,000 is your payment, Mr. Doman said. But I haven't finished my task yet. It's okay. I'm already satisfied with how Norman's looks now. There's still 20 days before the deadline, and she's already lost around 50 pounds. Plus, after she started losing weight, her mental state has gotten better. I'm very grateful for everything you've done for Norman's. Okay, I'll accept the check. I'll go look for Norman's now. Okay, go on. Bastard, you're all smiley after seeing my dad. Did you get paid? Is it obvious? Chen Zhao touched his face. Super obvious. Just then, Chen Zhao's phone rang. It was Rufford. Chen, I have a race in L.A. this afternoon. Do you want to come? It's so sudden. The organizers suddenly invited me. Apparently, 3 of the athletes were found to be using steroids. There aren't enough athletes, so they want me to fill in. Sure, Chen Zhao agreed. What about the tickets? I'll have Mr. Board wait for you at the door. How many do you want? 2 is fine. After he hung up, Norman's asked, Who was it? Are you going somewhere? My friend who runs track has a race this afternoon in L.A. Want to go watch? What about this afternoon's exercise? We'll run to the stadium. Which stadium? L.A. Memorial Coliseum. That's around 30 miles from Beverly Hills. It's on the other side of L.A. You want us to run there? The race will be over by the time we get there. No, it's at 5 p.m., and it's only 1 now. There are 4 hours. You like track and field? No, I'm only going to cheer my friend on. Fine. Your friend better to not lose. Otherwise, it'll be embarrassing for you. Chapter 221, Running 2 Marathons. Chapter 221, Running 2 Marathons. 40 kilometers was almost a marathon. It would not be strange if an athlete could finish a marathon, of course, but Norman's was still 90 kilograms now. Running a marathon with her weight was not only a test of her stamina, but also one of her willpower. When they arrived at the stadium, even Norman's jacket was wet. Drink some water. Chen Zhao passed her a bottle of water. She downed all the water, one mouthful. As she walked to relieve the soreness in her muscles, she looked at Chen Zhao. Asshole, are you not tired at all? Of course I am. But you look like you can run much more. I wouldn't say that. Can't you see I'm covered in sweat? Chen Zhao said. Norman's placed her hand, on Chen Zhao's chest. Your heart rate is normal. Are you a monster? Chen. They could already see Board waving his hand in the distance. Chen Zhao walked up and gave Board a hug. Board felt Chen Zhao's sweat. Chen, why are you covered in sweat? My friend and I just ran a marathon's distance, Chen Zhao answered. This is Norman's. I'm her slimming coach now. This is Board, a professional fitness coach. Hi. Board and Norman's shook each other's hand. Chen, are you a full-time coach now? Nope. She's only one of my clients, Chen Zhao replied. Norman's twitched her lips. Which of you is more professional, I wonder? She was deliberately trying to provoke the two of them. Chen Zhao and Board looked at each other and smiled together. They would not be incited by Norman's taunt. After all, Board had even received his current job from Chen Zhao. As Rufford's coach, he had a decent income at the moment. He could not thank Chen Zhao enough. Clearly, he would not be angry at Chen Zhao. All right, it's about time that we should enter. Board, what competition is this? National Elite. If Rufford can perform well here, he will probably be eligible for Diamond League next year. Rufford? I know him. I watched his competitions before, Norman said immediately. Is your friend Rufford? Yup. Chen is also Rufford's private doctor. Just over a month ago, Rufford was at the trough of his life. Luckily, he met Chen. After bringing Chen Zhao and Norman's to their seats, Board went to the backstage. When Rufford came out onto the field, he looked at Chen Zhao's direction. Then, he waved his hand. Chen Zhao nodded gently in return. Norman's glanced at him. Are you very close? Kind of. I've helped him before, but I'm also investing in him. Is his result now because of you? A bit. Don't tell me you've made some kind of stimulant for him. Please. With the current technology, do you think an illegal doctor like me can create a stimulant that can bypass urine tests and blood tests? You're really overestimating me. I didn't even give him any legal drugs, not to mention stimulants. Rufford was the most popular athlete in the competition. Since he reappeared not long ago, he had been continuously producing excellent results. He was like a newborn star in sprinting. In the few competitions that he had remarkable performances. At the moment, he was already in the top 10 among the track and field athletes in America. In addition, his 100-meter sprint record was the best in the year. His international ranking was just over 50. In fact, with his results in the last 5 competitions, Rufford could have entered 10 top, or perhaps even top 3, internationally. However, an athlete's performance would fluctuate. Outstanding performances in a few recent competitions did not necessarily mean that he was better than the other athletes. This was the reason for the points system, which was calculated annually. Rufford had made his comeback last December. Before that, he had been either injured or producing mediocre results. Hence, his ranking was not high. The new year had just begun. The points gained last year still determined his current position. In IAAF, points would usually be renewed once every 3 months. Rufford's points were therefore not very high. Rufford had been spending all his time in competitions recently. In just 20 days, he had taken part in 7 or 8 competitions already. He was precisely trying to gain more points and a higher ranking in order to be eligible for Diamond League. The athletes took their positions. Rufford was also ready. A deafening silence broke out. Following a loud bang, all the sprinters charged toward the finish line like a rainbow. Far ahead of the rest, Rufford passed the finish line first. The audience was stirred up at once. Everyone stood up and cheered wildly. A number appeared on the electronic screen. 960. Downwind 1 meter per second. Result effective. Rufford had broken a national record in America. He became the fastest 100m sprinter here. Rufford, Rufford, Rufford. All the audience were shouting his name. While it was not the world record, his result was enough to make the audience go insane. The host introduced Rufford again with a resounding voice. After enjoying the cheers and applause from the audience, Rufford returned to the changing room. The first thing he did was hug Chen Zhao and Board. Chen, did you see it? Did you see it? It was 6 seconds. Rufford was still unable to calm down. Rufford, I hope that I will be there too when you break the world record. Can I? Yes, you can. Believe me. I will. I definitely will. Rufford clenched his fist tightly. By the way, have you signed a contract with CAA? We're already discussing the final details. You've introduced it, so I'm certainly okay with it. As an athlete, Rufford surely did not have the time to go for any business activity or endorsement. Hence, he had to have his own agent and agency. They would be in charge of these things. Zhao introduced Normans to Rufford. The two had a brief chat. Despite being fat, Normans was really interested in sports. When they left the stadium, Zhao looked at Normans. Do you want to run back? Sure. This time, Normans agreed readily. By the time Zhao returned home, it was over 9 at night. Feilai knew that Zhao had been helping a woman to lose weight. When she saw Zhao covered in sweat, she was really concerned. Chen, why are you so late today? Just had 2 marathons. You must be tired. No. Let go of me. Go take a shower first. Together, unable to resist Zhao, Feilai was pulled into the bathroom. Chapter 222. Who's lying? Chapter 222. Who's lying? Construction at Mirror Lake started. First was road construction. When work started, Zhao went to look. Felwood was surveying the work at the site. Zhao still had to go to the gym in the morning and then train Normans in the afternoon. In the evening, he decided to take a taxi home when he received a call from the orphanage. Hello, Mr. Chen. Do you remember me? I'm Eustace Cree, head of Greenleaf Orphanage. Zhao remembered the old granny at the orphanage. He'd once given her his card. Yes, Mrs. Eustace. How can I help you? Yes, I need your help. Can you tell me what it is? I can't explain it on the phone. Can you come over? Zhao hesitated, but he still agreed. Sure. When possible, Zhao was willing to help those orphans, but he really didn't like the atmosphere of the orphanage. The eerie and dark aura depressed him. He couldn't refuse the orphanage administrator's request, though. In that case, he decided to make a visit. He still remembered the orphanage's address, 399 Bin Road. When he got there, Administrator Eustace was already waiting for him at the door. Hello, Mr. Chen. Hello, Mrs. Eustace. Eustace Cree's expression was very grave. She looked even thinner than before. Leading Zhao into the orphanage, her footsteps were heavy. Mrs. Eustace, can you tell me what's wrong? Zhao asked. After Christmas, Cheryl became strange. Cheryl? That girl from last time? Yes, her. Eustace nodded. She really liked Carrie before. Carrie's that volunteer you treated last time. But after Christmas, Cheryl's personality changed, and she kept doing strange things. Carrie warned her before, but she ignored her. These past few days, food kept going missing from the kitchen. We installed a camera. Last night, we discovered that it was Cheryl. Maybe she didn't eat enough during the day and was hungry, Zhao said. That's what I hope. It's not. Eustace's expression turned solemn. She's eating raw meat. Zhao almost choked on air. Raw meat? Yes, she's eating raw meat. Raw meat? What kind of illness was that? Zhao had no clue. He had to see Cheryl first to get an idea. Is it my misperception? I can't see any of the kids. Last time he came, there had been children looking out from the windows. Today, there didn't seem to be anyone here. The teachers took them out to play. After entering the main building, Zhao didn't hear any sound. It was as if no one was there. There's not a single person here. The orphanage is poor, and we don't have many people. Since the kids aren't back yet, there's no one else here. Eustace brought Zhao to outside the quarantine room. Zhao looked through the glass and saw Cheryl sitting on the bed, dressed all in white. Mr. Chen, do you know what's wrong with Cheryl? I don't know. Can I go in and interact with her? Fine. Eustace opened the door. After Zhao went in, Eustace closed the door again. Hi, Cheryl. Do you remember me? Cheryl looked up and nodded. I'm here to help you. Eustace told you everything. She said that you're eating raw meat. What's going on? No, Cheryl said. Then one of you is lying. Zhao didn't see anything wrong with Cheryl, but Eustace had no reason to lie to him, right? She's not the administrator granny anymore. What? Zhao was so confused. The orphanage moved, and we were all sent to Klein Orphanage. I missed Eustace, though, so I ran back. But she locked me up and made me eat raw meat. I didn't eat any. Chen Zhao frowned. He wanted to take out his phone to check, but there was no Wi-Fi or signal here. He walked to the door and knocked. Mrs. Eustace, can you open the door? Eustace's face appeared in the glass. Mr. Chen, I'll let you out if you can help me convince Cheryl to eat dinner. Mrs. Eustace, don't you know this is illegal detention? You're a doctor and Cheryl's sick. Shouldn't you help me cure her? She's not sick. Something felt amiss to Chen Zhao. No, she's sick and needs help. With that, Eustace turned and left. Through the door, he could faintly hear Eustace's footsteps echoing in the empty hall. Chen Zhao returned to Cheryl's side. What does she want you to eat? Cheryl pointed at the box beside the bed. Chen Zhao opened it. It was a brain. He immediately closed the box. Nausea rose up within him. Now you get it, right? Granny Eustace went crazy. She's not the nice administrator from before anymore. How long have you been locked up? Chen Zhao asked. 2 days. No one came to look for you. I heard noises yesterday. I think someone came from outside, but then it quieted down again. Cheryl sat on the bed and hugged her legs. She was still in a nervous and fearful state. Chen Zhao had a headache. How come it felt like a paranormal event? The kind old granny transformed into a cruel and violent creature. More importantly, Chen Zhao's phone had no signal. He couldn't even call the cops or ask for help. It's getting dark. Cheryl turned and looked at the sky outside the metal bars. There was no light in the room, and night fell gradually. Mr. Chen, no matter what happens later, please keep calm, Cheryl said in a mature tone. What will happen? This entire time, Cheryl sat on the bed, hugging her legs. She seemed to be waiting for something. As long as you don't scream, nothing will happen. Can you tell me beforehand, so I can be mentally prepared? Cheryl finally put down her legs. Moonlight filtered past the bars and shone on her face, making it seem abnormally bright. Then she shot forward and slammed against the metal door. Bang! Chen Zhao was freaked out. Was Cheryl trying to kill herself? He quickly went to help her up. Cheryl, are you okay? She shook her head. I'm very well. Are you sure? You didn't get hurt? Chapter 223. How about let me try? Chapter 223. How about let me try? Cheryl stood up again, unhurt. The sound of the collision just now was definitely real. Why was she completely uninjured? Chen Zhao looked at the iron door. There was a small dent on the door, even though it was not obvious. Chen Zhao touched the door. He realized that there were more signs of impact. In the past 2 days, were you so bored that you have been running into the door for fun? I didn't do it for fun. I wanted to open the door, Cheryl said. This iron door is at least 10 centimeters thick. It's impossible to open it by running into it. Chen Zhao felt the door with his hand. He knew that it was indeed very thick. I can't break the door open, but I can destroy the hinges, Cheryl explained. In the last 2 days, I have already made the wall crack. You really haven't eaten for 2 days? Chen Zhao stared at Cheryl in doubt. Even adults were not as powerful as her. Cheryl glanced at Chen Zhao. Hope that we can get out of here before midnight. Why before midnight? You want to know it, Cheryl said. Will Ms. Eustace turn into a monster? Chen Zhao asked. Cheryl kept silent and continued to hit the door with her body. Stand back. Let me do it, Chen Zhao said. You're not even as strong as Mr. Carrie. Get out of the way. Cheryl struggled away from Chen Zhao's hand. Despised by a girl who was only 3 meters tall, Chen Zhao felt really annoyed. Chen Zhao kicked on a floor and bolted toward the iron door at full speed. However, he was stunned by the impact from the collision. He almost could not feel his shoulder anymore. Nonetheless, the door produced a loud creak. Chen Zhao collapsed onto the floor, holding his shoulder with the other hand. It was too painful. Cheryl walked to the door. She discovered that Chen Zhao's strike had caused the door to deform obviously. That's a lot of force. Cheryl looked at Chen Zhao in surprise. Chen Zhao was stronger than she had imagined. He rubbed his shoulder as he got up to his feet. I think my shoulder will break before the door does. You've done enough, Cheryl said. Meanwhile, she took a few steps back and then charged into the door again. Bang! One corner of the door curved outward. Although the door was still bolted, the hinges were already deformed. Chen Zhao had to admit that while Cheryl was not as strong as him, Her physical resistance was higher. Are girls nowadays all so tough? Zhao wondered. Cheryl lifted her leg and kicked hard onto the door, but it did not seem to be effective. Let me do it. Zhao felt that he had to display his strength. However, after kicking the door over 10 times with all his might, the door still did not move. Who the fuck made such a high-quality door? Let me rest for a while. Zhao sat onto the bed and looked at Cheryl's back. Did you just grow a bit taller? Or is it just me? Cheryl turned her head around. Standing in the shadows, her eyes seemed to be emitting a green light. Zhao was slightly scared because he felt that he had been locked with a monster. Cheryl looked at Zhao. It's better if you don't know about it. Do you have some other kind of bloodline? I said, you better not know about it. Bang! Cheryl hit the door again with more force than she had been using. The door opened, its hinges destroyed completely. Cheryl turned around and glanced at Zhao. Let's get out of here. Zhao immediately ran to the door. However, the next instant, a black figure appeared before them and collided into Cheryl. Cheryl flew backward, hitting Zhao along the way. Zhao became the cushion and could not stand up for a while. Cheryl turned over and stood up, producing a monstrous roar. Zhao realized that the person standing outside the door was none other than Eustace. However, there was a large tumor on her back, growing out through her torn clothes. Cheryl, you're just as rebellious as you have been. You should learn to obey the rules, Eustace said softly. Gritting her teeth, Cheryl stared at Eustace. Sharp claws grew out from her fingers. I'll never obey your rules, you monster. How about you two chat first? I suddenly remember I have something else later. Bye. Mr. Cheryl's treatment has yet to be finished, so you can't leave now. Ms. Eustace, I don't think I can help in Cheryl's condition. No, you can. I can't. Zhao was rather bored. What does this perverted old woman want? Do you know how she wants you to treat me? Cheryl said. No, Zhao admitted. She wants you to be killed by me. What? She wants you to be killed by me, Cheryl repeated. Why? Why would she want that? I said, you won't want to know. Look, she's turned into a monster, and so will you. What do I not know now? Like what you've seen, I'm a monster. After midnight, I'll lose my rationality. She hopes that I can kill you myself later, so that I can completely turn into the monster that she wants to see. So I came here as a sacrifice. You finally got it, Cheryl said. How will she benefit if you turn into a monster? Eustace twisted her neck in an unnatural way, and a wicked smile appeared on her face. I only want to change my body. She's the body that I want. Young and special. Combine with me, and we'll be invincible. Don't even think about it. Cheryl roared in anger. At the same time, she charged toward Eustace. The tumor on Eustace's back suddenly enlarged. It moved over her shoulder and struck toward Cheryl as if it had its own mind. Cheryl was blown backward again. There was a mouth at the top of the tumor. When it hit Cheryl, it tore a piece of flesh from her arm, after which it chewed and swallowed the flesh. Cheryl stood up again. With her arm covered in blood, she looked obviously in pain. The tumor on Eustace's back was really terrifying. It was dark red, had no eyes, but a huge mouth filled with sharp teeth. There were a few thin tentacles around its mouth and a row of tiny holes on each side. Presumably, it breathed through these holes. The tumor looked like the head of a worm. It could vary its own length. However, its reaction speed was clearly faster than a worm. Cheryl, how about let me try? Zhao pulled Cheryl's arm. Get back. You can't do anything here. Stop standing in my way. Cheryl was almost out of control, just like a furious little cat. Chapter 224. Want a Weregirl? Chapter 224. Want a Weregirl? Zhao saw thick fur grow out of Cheryl's arm and neck. Cheryl, you're quite hairy. Did you rub hair growth shampoo on you? Cheryl turned toward Zhao. Her eyes weren't that friendly anymore. They held some wildness, along with restraint. Fuck off. Cheryl tried hard to keep calm, but Zhao was too annoying. I'm a different species. It's not an overgrowth of hair, all right? Zhao immediately took a step back in case Cheryl really lost control. Cheryl, stop holding back, Eustace urged. You can't defeat your wildness. Face your true self. Shut up. Cheryl charged at Eustace again. This time, she was faster and more aggressive. The tumor shook powerfully and sent Cheryl flying. But this time, Cheryl's sharp claws pressed against the walls. She adjusted her direction and pounced on Eustace again. Whoosh! Eustace's face was scratched open, but Cheryl got bitten on the shoulder by the tumor worm. It shook and sent Cheryl flying toward Zhao. He grabbed her. Cheryl, are you okay? I'll stop her. You run. No, you can't do it. Let me do it. Zhao looked at Eustace. Mrs. Eustace, I advise you to turn and run right now. Otherwise, you won't be able to handle the consequences. Mr. Chen, I'd really like to see what kind of consequences I can't handle. Eustace wasn't easily scared by Zhao. Cheryl rolled her eyes. You think that can scare her? Fine. Zhao looked Eustace a bit helplessly. He couldn't deal with this old witch. However, he took out the Bloody Hunter's ritual implement. Do you know what this is? What? A light fog started seeping in. A huge figure appeared within the fog. Cheryl and Eustace both looked fearfully at the figure. Slowly, the fog gathered in one place, and the Bloody Hunter stood before them. Cheryl took a step back. We're a werewolf. A whole werewolf. Huh. Another BA, mixed blood. The Bloody Hunter corrected himself when he saw Cheryl in Zhao's arms. Bloody Hunter, do you know what that is? Zhao asked, pointing at Eustace. She should be a poisoned soul suffering from the backlash of curse. What does that mean? Explain in layman terms, and don't use professional terms. Zhao thought that Eustace had been infected by some hell creature and that she could still be saved. Judging by the Bloody Hunter's tone, it didn't seem to be the case. She used a spell she shouldn't have used. She lost control and was cursed by it. Her soul and body have both been tainted by the negativity or became a poisoned soul, in other words. Can she still be saved? She's still her, the Bloody Hunter said. There's no saving to be done. Then kill her. The tumor worm on Eustace's back pointed at the Bloody Hunter. A purer werewolf. It seems like you're more suitable to become my body. When the Bloody Hunter heard Eustace, he laughed in anger. He was different from a mixed blood like Cheryl. Plus, Cheryl was the kind that hadn't activated her bloodline yet. The Bloody Hunter attacked directly. The tumor on Eustace's back also gnashed right at the Bloody Hunter. The Bloody Hunter's huge claws swept across. A chunk of the tumor flew immediately. The Bloody Hunter's claw sank into Eustace's neck, but Cheryl's heart squeezed. No, she still had feelings for Eustace, even though Eustace had become a different person. Zhao glanced at Cheryl. She can't stay. She's already a monster. Cheryl's tears flowed out without stop. The Bloody Hunter's claws dug in. That moment, Eustace looked as if she'd been relieved. Green liquid spewed out of the tumor. Falling onto the ground, Eustace's eyes remained trained on Cheryl. Her lips quivered, as if saying sorry. The Bloody Hunter was very strong. He was a natural warrior, which an amateur like Eustace couldn't compare to. Of course, Cheryl couldn't compare to him either. Zhao and Cheryl found 2 incomplete corpses in the empty orphanage. To make sure Eustace wouldn't be a criminal in death, Cheryl burned the entire orphanage to ashes with a torch. She cried very, very hard. This had been her home, and now she destroyed it with her own hands. Her only family had died before her eyes, too. Cheryl, Zhao patted her shoulder. Go away. Cheryl was upset with him and shook his hand away. No, listen to me. I don't want to listen. Then you can stay here. The police will be here soon anyway. You can tell them that you set the orphanage on fire. Just don't rat me out. Zhao turned to leave, but Cheryl called him immediately. Wait. What? I want to help you work. You saw that I have werewolf blood. I can help you do a lot of things you can't. You're not going back to the orphanage. I don't want to. The administrator isn't nice. But there's nothing you can do for me. Fine. Cheryl turned to leave. Looking at her backside, Zhao had a headache. Wait. Cheryl's back was to Zhao, but her lips curled up in a devilish smile. I have a spiritualist friend. I'll ask if she wants to hire you. A spiritualist? Like you? I'm a doctor, not a spiritualist, Zhao corrected. Then he called Sienna. Sienna. What? Fei Lai just called me, saying her call to you won't go through, and asked if I knew where you are. You still haven't gone home? I ran into some trouble. Right now, I have a Weregirl by my side. She's strong. Are you interested? A werewolf? An actual werewolf? You're saying that you met a werewolf? She doesn't have a home and needs someone to hire her. If you're uninterested, don't come over. Yes, I'm interested. Where are you? I'll go find you too. My team needs a strong werewolf. Are you sure? Of course, but you have to promise that your Weregirl is strong enough. Definitely. She's definitely strong and violent. Chapter 225, Slimming Result. Chapter 225, Slimming Result. 20 minutes later, Sienna and Chris came. Excitement was written all over their faces. When Cheryl saw the two of them, she subconsciously hid behind Chen Zhao. Sienna, Chris, you're scaring her. Why is it a kid? Are you still not satisfied? Chen Zhao twitched his lips. Is she really a werewolf? As real as it could be. Could she transform? Chen Zhao looked at Cheryl. Cheryl lowered her head and said hesitantly, I'm not experienced enough. Also, I may go out of control easily. It's fine. I can handle it. Even if I can't, Chen can. Don't count on me. I'm just a doctor, Chen Zhao rejected. By the way, don't tell Fei Lai about what happened tonight. Sure. Sienna and Chris left with Cheryl. Chen Zhao suddenly realized something and quickly chased Chris' car. Wait, bring me too. I can't get a car here. Late into the night, Chen Zhao finally reached home. He looked dirty and clumsy. Fei Lai, why are you still awake? Waiting for you. I can't sleep without you at home. Sorry to keep you waiting. Chen Zhao felt somewhat guilty. Nevertheless, he did not want Fei Lai to worry. He took out his phone, which he had been deliberately using, so that its battery was flat. My battery's flat. I promise it won't happen again. Fei Lai discovered that Chen Zhao was really exhausted. Even when he had run 2 marathons, he still slept with her at night. However, today, Chen Zhao slept immediately after he finished showering. Fei Lai could tell that his day had not been as easy as he described. Indeed, there were still visible bruises on his body. Stop, I still want to sleep. When Fei Lai opened her eyes, Chen Zhao was already awake. It seemed that he had a good rest the night before. He was touching her early in the morning. Bad boy, you can continue to sleep. Fei Lai almost laughed. How could she still sleep? After having sex, Chen Zhao finally felt comfortable again. Lying on the bed with Fei Lai in his arms, Chen Zhao asked, Fei Lai, what's your favorite color? Why? Nothing. We've been together for a long time, but I suddenly realized that I don't know a lot of things about you. Red, are you going to give me rose? I would rather you spend that money on food. I feel that I need to control your diet now. You've grown heavier. I'm heavier? No way. Really, I can really feel it. With Fei Lai in his arms, Chen Zhao turned over and pressed her onto the bed again. Gaia's boxing class was already coming to an end. However, Chen Zhao planned to continue learning, although he would not pay for an entire month's lessons again. Instead, he would only go when he was free. To be honest, Chen Zhao was really grateful for Gaia. She had taught Chen Zhao many things. Apart from occasionally beating Chen Zhao up on purpose, Gaia's boxing ability and coaching ability were both first class. At noon, Chen Zhao went to Mr. Doman's house. The first exercise was swimming. Normans could not wait to lose weight because the crumpled skin on her belly could already reach her legs like a piece of clothing. Therefore, she had to quickly lose all her extra meat and then go for skin tightening. Normans, do you know about cars? Normans glanced at Chen Zhao, who was swimming in the adjacent lane. Do you plan to buy a car? I plan to buy one for my girlfriend. How much do you plan to spend? No more than 200,000. That's quite high. Chen Zhao felt that since Normans was a lady and was from a wealthy family, her suggestion should be pretty reliable. Normans indeed knew about cars, but the type she liked seemed to be completely different from a normal lady. Normans was more interested in SUVs. Her recommendations were all rough-looking SUVs. Chen Zhao was totally speechless. He wanted a small car that had more feminine characteristics. Hence, he rejected all of Norman's suggestions. After the day's training, Normans weighed herself again. It was 79, 5 kilograms. Let's train more today, Norman's urged. I want to remove this ugly skin as soon as possible. Actually, you can already go for skin tightening now. No, I'll only go after I reach the standard weight. The extra skin on your body weighs at least 5 kilograms. But even after removing it, I'll still be 75 kilograms. What if it wrinkles again after I slim down further? Come on, human skin is elastic. As long as the difference isn't too big, it won't have obvious wrinkles. When you reduced from 140 kilograms to 125 kilograms that time, your skin showed no difference, remember? Maybe a few days later. Norman's was pretty tall. Indeed, she was 171 centimeters. As long as she did not want to become bony, 60 kilograms should be the ideal weight. Up to you. Zhao would only give advice on this. He was not in the position to interfere. Now, he did not even have to supervise Norman's diet. She would strictly control her own meals. In just over 10 days, Norman's had changed from the inside out. Without the fats on her face and body, she already had the beauty that she was supposed to have. Of course, she still looked rather bloated in her clothes. Zhao swam with Norman's with a bit longer. When Norman's returned to the ground, Wouter immediately approached her. The now intelligent Wouter was exceptionally close to Norman's. Usually, when Zhao and Norman's went to run outside for a few hours, Wouter would stay at home alone, listless. He did not have the stamina to run more than 10 kilometers. Asshole, how exactly did you train Wouter? Not just me, even my dad loves him now. He's really too smart. The 100,000 is simply well spent, don't you think? Even a professional animal trainer wouldn't cost so much. Norman's twitched her lips. You can go and hire any professional animal trainer you want, but it wouldn't have been this effective, Zhao said. Wouter, give me a can of beer. Hearing Zhao's instruction, Wouter immediately ran into the house. Soon, he came out with a can of beer in his mouth. Wouter, you're my pet. Don't listen to this asshole. Give me the beer. Don't be so stingy. Wouter, give it to me. Why can you drink, but not me? Because I don't need to lose weight, but you do. Chapter 226, Eyes. Chapter 226, Eyes. In 3 days, the 2 kilometers of asphalt road was completed. Asphalt had many advantages over cement. It was easier to lay down, more efficient, and easier to maintain. A cement road needed to be dried for at least a week before it could be used. Cement also swelled. If the difference in temperature was too much, it could crack or break. On the other hand, asphalt could solidify within a few hours under regular temperature. Cars could go on it in 24 hours. There weren't many pure asphalt roads anymore because it could produce carcinogens under high temperatures. Now, most asphalt roads used mixed materials. Asphalt was the main ingredient with fiber and other materials mixed in. This reduced the toxins released. The cost also rose considerably, but Zhao was willing to spend more money. Large amounts of construction materials were sent to the site. First, they had to build the foundation. The earth by the river was looser and damp. Plus, a portion of the building would be underground, so the foundation had to be pretty deep. Another portion would be built in the river, so construction would be more troublesome. Of course, Zhao didn't have to worry about this. Felwood would take care of everything. Just as Zhao returned from the construction site, he received Dell's call. Chun, can you come over? I think there's something wrong with Faith. Oh, Mary didn't take care of her? It's not Mary's problem. It's best if you can come over because I'm not really sure. Judging from Dell's tone, he didn't seem to be joking. Usually, when Dell asked for Zhao, he would say some playful things even if something was wrong. But today, Dell was serious the entire time. Zhao felt like something really was wrong. When he arrived at Dell's home, Dell hurriedly led Zhao in. It was obvious that he really cared about Faith. Dell was unreliable usually, but for this, he acted as serious as a parent should. Dell, what's wrong with Faith? He didn't answer. Entering the living room, Zhao saw Mary holding Faith. Mary, Chen, you're here. Let me see Faith. Zhao took Faith, but he couldn't see anything wrong with her. What exactly is wrong? I think that she can't see, Dell said. Chen Zhao sat on the sofa. He took out a small flashlight and shone into Faith's eyes. She didn't have any reaction. Then Chen Zhao snapped his fingers by Faith's ears. She immediately reacted, reaching toward Chen Zhao while making noises. His preliminary judgment now was that Faith really couldn't see. Did you take her to the hospital to check? Not yet. Do it immediately. I'll go with you. Chen, what if Faith can't see? Dell asked worriedly. You're her guardian even if she can't see. That's not what I meant. I mean, if she can't see, what will her future be like? I want her to grow healthily and play like the other kids. I don't want her life to be in darkness. Dell's expression was serious. Go to the hospital to check first. We can discuss this when the results come out. Chen Zhao and Dell brought Faith to the hospital. She was quickly taken to a dust-free room for testing by the ophthalmologist. Chen Zhao and Dell could only sit in the hallway, waiting for the results. Just then, Fer came over. Seeing Chen Zhao there, she was surprised. Chen, why are you here? Don't tell me your patient is in there again. It's my friend child, Chen Zhao said. Come here. I have a question, Fer said, pulling Chen Zhao to the side. What's wrong? How are you and Fei Lai? We're dating, Chen Zhao answered. Is there a problem? I don't have a problem, but my dad is really conservative. He might not agree with you two dating. Chen Zhao rolled his eyes. What year was it? How could there still be such an old-fashioned parent? My dad is really authoritative and not easy to talk to. If he thinks that you and Fei Lai can't be together, he might use force. Me and Fei Lai don't need other people to point around, Chen Zhao said, just as forcefully, even if that person is Fei Lai's father. Fine. I hope you can convince him. After Four left, Dell moved over. Chen, who's that pretty doctor? You guys seem to have a special relationship. Did you two have sex yet? She's my girlfriend's sister. That's it, Chen Zhao said. So you've been acting the entire night, and now you're being stupid again. I'm worried inside, but it's useless, Dell said helplessly. An hour later, the doctor responsible for the test came out with the report. A nurse carried Faith. Mr. Dell, the situation isn't good. What's bad? Dell instantly grew nervous. Your daughter has congenital choroidal hypoplasia. She can't react to light. Can you do surgery? Dell asked. The child is too young and can't undergo surgery. Also, this condition is congenital, so it can't be fixed. In addition, she has the Diego blood type. Chen, what's that? Diego was discovered in 1955. It's named after the first patient who produced a new blood antigen. This patient gave birth to an infant with neonatal hemolytic disease. An antigen was found that could attack the infant's red blood cells through the placenta. In 1967, the second Diego antigen was found, and more kept being discovered in 1995. Say it more simply, it's a rare blood type. And then, Faith's choroid is underdeveloped, so if she does surgery, someone will have to donate their eyes. This means that if Faith wants to see, she'll need to switch out her entire eye. But with how rare the Diego blood type is, there might not be one match in decades. Do you understand? Can you buy it on the black market? I'm willing to spend as much money as needed if I can buy it. Is $1 million enough? Chen Zhao slapped Dell's head. Idiot. The doctor walked away, shaking his head. Chen Zhao glared at Dell. Watch your language. This isn't your house. Thank God the doctor didn't take it seriously. Otherwise, you could have gotten reported. Why? I didn't do anything. I can't even talk about it. You know how the organs on the black market get there? How? There are organ harvesting places everywhere in the world. Some organ harvesters get their eyes on tourists. Then they're dragged to the place, and their organs are taken out. Sometimes, their bodies are found in the rivers or beaches. Chapter 227 Agreement. Chapter 227 Agreement. Never buy an organ from the black market or book an organ from someone, because an innocent person might die due to your decision. As a doctor, Chen Zhao knew how horrifying organ traffickers were. Organ trading was also known as the cruelest trade in human history. Tens of thousands of dollars was enough for an organ trafficker to dismember an innocent man. Dell was kind of abnormal most of the time, but it did not mean he was a bad guy. Chen, is there really not a single solution? Chen Zhao bit his own lips and thought about it. Leave her in the hospital for now, and let the medical experts see if she can be treated. Chen Zhao wanted to use a pristine eyeball, but he could not do it before Dell. He planned to wait for Faith to be discharged. Then, he would bring her to his house and give her a pristine eyeball. Dell left Faith in the hospital because it was only a preliminary examination, not a conclusion. Her current diagnosis might just be wrong. No matter how unlikely some things were, most people would still hope that they could become reality. Chen Zhao left the hospital alone. Suddenly, a car charged toward Chen Zhao. He quickly ran backward. The car also stopped. "Are you trying to fucking kill me?" Chen Zhao roared. A man whose face was covered in sweat alighted from the car. Without apologizing to Chen Zhao, he flung the rear door open and carried a child out. Then, he bolted into the hospital as fast as he could. If Chen Zhao knew that there was a kid requiring urgent treatment, he would not have cursed the driver. He touched his nose, feeling somewhat embarrassed. "Mr. John, what's wrong with young John?" For hastily approached John and saw him carrying John Jr. "I want to call him for lunch just now, but he kept lying on the sofa. I couldn't wake him up." As they ran along the corridor, For shone a torchlight into John Jr.'s eyes. Pupils dilated and bloodshot in his eyes, probably caused by nerve compression. "Mr. John, what does his report last month say?" "The tumor in his brain has increased in size, obviously, and the rate is much faster than a few months ago," John replied urgently. "Miss Four, please save John. He's only 5. Has he been taking his medicine timely?" "Yes, all the time, but since last month, it has been ineffective. We'll send him into the ICU first." Soon, the examination report came out. The tumor in John Jr.'s brain had restored its size from 5 months ago. "Ms. Four, how did you manage to reduce the tumor size last time? Can you please do it again? The cost doesn't matter. You know that I only have one kid. If he's gone, all my money will become meaningless. Please save him, at any cost." Forbid her own finger and remained silent for a while. "I know someone who can help. I can try, but I can't promise that he's definitely willing to help." "Who's he? I'll convince him." "No. If he finds out that I've told someone else about it, he will definitely not help." For came to the rooftop and called Chen Zhao. "Chen, I need your help," For said directly. "Do what?" "I hope you can treat a kid's brain tumor. The kid in the ward that you accidentally entered last time. You relieved his condition that time, but it's back again." "I can't do it, and I'm also not the person who helped him last time," Chen Zhao denied as usual. "If you can help me, I'll say something good about you before my dad. I may even provide you with his information." Hearing Four's words, Chen Zhao began to hesitate. To be honest, Chen Zhao was really frustrated when he had heard that Fei Lai's father would very likely try to stop their relationship. Parental disapproval has always been an unsolvable problem since ancient times. Chen Zhao clearly could not drag Fei Lai's father out and beat him up. Nevertheless, Four's cooperation might just resolve her father's hostility and denial toward him. "Do that kid's parents know about me? His father doesn't know who you are." "Then never let him know," Chen Zhao said. "Also, I have another request." "What?" "Remember the kid that my friend and I sent to the hospital today?" "Yes. I asked about her too. Choroidal hypoplasia. I want you to prepare an operating room for me. During the surgery, nobody can come in. I also don't want any cameras to record the process down." "What do you want to do to that kid?" "Another rule between us. Don't ask me about what I want to do again." "Can you heal her eyes?" For gasped. "Do you agree or not? How long do you need the room for?" "About half an hour." "Okay, I'll think of a way. When do you want me to do the operation?" "The sooner, the better. That kid's in a really critical state." For pause before she continued. "The best timing is tonight. I'm afraid he can't live for much longer. The longer we wait, the more severe his condition will be. Also, it's much easier for me to arrange an operating room for you at night." "Tonight? When?" "After midnight." "Fine," Chen Zhao agreed. "Send me his examination report. I need to prepare a suitable drug for him." For immediately sent the report to Chen Zhao. It was out of her trust toward him, and also because she had no other choice. After studying demonic crystals over the past many weeks, Chen Zhao now had a much better understanding of how they could be used. To the human body, a demonic crystal was, perhaps ironically, both an excellent medicine and a fatal toxin. While a piece of demonic crystal could cure a person of his illness, it would also destroy his body to some extent. Hence, using demonic crystals to extend one's life indefinitely was but an impossible fantasy. Humans could not do what demons could not. Nonetheless, other substances could be used to neutralize the damage demonic crystals had to the human body. In this way, demonic crystals would do little to no damage and instead restore and repair the body, maximizing their effects. Of course, the better way was to use perfect demonic crystals. Perfect crystals were indeed much more effective than ordinary demonic crystals, but they were too scarce. As a result, Zhao would not use them whenever possible. He did not have too many perfect crystals, not to mention that he had no idea when he would next obtain them. When he had killed the murderer that time, he obtained his first piece of perfect crystal. He received another one after saving 9 people from the fire. The third one appeared after he had encountered the Mexican gang and sent their leader, Odutra, into prison. At the moment, he still had more than half of the second piece of perfect crystal. The third one was still complete, and Zhao had yet no intention of breaking it apart. Chapter 228. What floor is this? Chapter 228. What floor is this? Fei Lai came back in the evening and realized that Zhao had come home earlier than her. Chen, you didn't go out today? I did and then came back. Zhao grabbed Fei Lai's hand and pulled her into his lap. I'm all sticky. Let me shower. Together, Fei Lai knew that Zhao would say that, as he always did. She couldn't resist him either, so Zhao could always do what he wanted. During the heated moment, Zhao murmured, I'm going out tonight. Where? Hospital. You're sick? Wait, you're a doctor. For has a patient that needs my help. Should I drive you? Sure. Zhao personally made dinner. Usually, Fei Lai prepared it, but Zhao came back earlier this time. Naturally, he couldn't let Fei Lai work. They left around 9 p.m. During this time, Fei called to ask when Zhao would come. When they reached the hospital, Fei was waiting at the door. She was surprised to see Fei Lai here too. Fei Lai, you told me last time that you have nothing with Chen. Then a few days later, you guys got together. What do you mean got together? It sounds so ugly. We're dating. Fei Lai rolled her eyes. How's your preparation? I checked the surgery room schedule for tonight. There are 3 empty rooms after 11. I'll arrange an alarm for little John, and I'll take him into the surgery room. Then I'll bring Faith in too. Fei Lai had only come to drive Zhao. She went home after taking him to the hospital. Around 10 p.m., Fei put Zhao into a surgery room and also made him change into the white coat, along with a cap and mask. A while later, Fei and a nurse pushed little John into the surgery room. The nurse was surprised to see another doctor there. Go out first, Fei told her. Hand this to me. Okay. After the nurse left, Zhao looked at Fei. Bring Faith over. Do you need help in treating little John? No need. Zhao shook his head. Fei was disappointed. She'd wanted to secretly learn from him, but Zhao didn't even give her the chance. Petty ass, Fei complained before leaving the room. Zhao first checked little John's heartbeat and other indicators. He was in bad shape. The tumor was already on his nerve, and he'd been unconscious for 12 hours without waking up. Zhao didn't immediately give him the demonic crystal. Instead, he gave him the potion made from brewing the never-wilting flower in the soul return spring of hell. This potion could strengthen one's vitality. Zhao made it mainly for the heavily injured or critically ill. Most times, they were already in a dangerous situation. Impulsive treatments could speed up their deaths. On the other hand, taking this potion could largely ensure that the patient would be safe during treatment. After little John's vitals steadied, Zhao finally gave him the demonic crystal. At that time, Fei carried Faith in. I brought the baby. What next? Go out. You don't need my help to treat her eyes either. Fei stared at him, gritting her teeth. Nope. Fine, I'll go. Fei tossed the child down angrily. After Zhao took the child and made sure that Fei was gone, he took out 2 pristine eyeballs. He realized that there were still roots on the eyeballs. They looked pretty scary, like parasites, but they actually weren't dangerous. They were probably the safest things in hell. Zhao didn't have to dig out Faith's eyes and then stuff the pristine eyeballs in. The pristine eyeballs could automatically replace the original eyes. He placed them on Faith's face. Then the roots started crawling toward her eyes automatically. The scene looked strange, but the process wouldn't hurt the child. After that, the pristine eyeballs' roots started seeping into Faith's eye sockets. One could vaguely see the roots wriggling slowly under Faith's soft skin. "What are you doing?" Little John's voice suddenly sounded behind him. Zhao turned around to look at Little John, who'd woken up on the surgery table. "You're dreaming." With that, he snapped and cast the Banshee's charm. When he turned back at Faith, the two pristine eyeballs had completely melded with her body. Zhao carried her out of the room, for was waiting outside the door. Seeing Zhao come out so quickly, she was shocked. "You're done. Done. You can push Little John out now." For pushed Little John back to the ICU and took some samples. Zhao stayed in Faith's room. More than an hour passed when 4 entered with shock written all over her face. "Chen, you really did it. John's tumor is reducing in size quickly. You really did it." "Okay, we promised," Zhao said. "Already did it. So what's next is all you. My friend is coming tomorrow. Take Faith for a checkup again. After the results come out, tell my friend. Just say that there was an error in the test yesterday, and there are no problems with the eyes. You fixed the child's eyes too. No shit. Otherwise, why did I spend all that effort? Why don't you tell your friend that you cured his child's eyes?" "That friend of mine isn't reliable," Zhao said. "He can't keep his mouth shut. You trust me this much. I don't trust you, but I have no choice. Plus, you're my sister-in-law too." Just then, a third person's voice sounded in the room. Del." Zhao and 4 yelped at the same time. They saw someone standing at the window. It was Del. The curtain had been pulled, so they didn't notice his presence until he made a sound. "Del, why are you here?" "Sleeping." "Why are you sleeping here?" "To look after Faith. In the movies, the parents always have to stay with their kid in the hospital." Zhao turned to 4. "You didn't notice him when you came for the kid?" "The lights were off, so I didn't notice." For felt awkward too. She definitely didn't expect that Del would be here the whole time. "Why didn't you make a sound when I came for the child?" "I was asleep." "When did you wake up?" "When you two were talking." "What did you hear?" "Everything." Fear appeared on Del's face. "You're not going to kill me, right?" Zhao looked outside the window. "For what floor is this?" 12th. For also had a creepy smile. Adele yelled. "Wah!" Faith was scared awake by Del. Chapter 229 Fall. Chapter 229 Fall. Del drove Zhao home, his face still filled with displeasure. "Chen, I'm very unhappy now. I can't believe you didn't trust me at all. I thought we were friends. If I didn't take you as a friend, I wouldn't have treated Faith's eyes. But you could have told me directly that you can heal her eyes, not act like a thief. And then you can announce to the whole world that someone can cure a blind person of her blindness? Is that not good?" "No, not at all. The treatment is very complicated and can't be repeated indefinitely." "Fine. I promise to you. No, I swear in the name of God that I won't tell anyone, including Tsura." "I want you to swear in the name of your dick, not God. You've done enough blasphemous things." "Fine. I swear." When they reached Zhao's house, Del also alighted from his car and gave Zhao a tight hug. "Chen, thank you. Getting to know you is the luckiest thing in my life." Zhao pushed Del away. "Don't come so close to me." Then Zhao waved his hand. "Take care of Faith." "Chen, when did you take me as your friend?" "When you stopped asking me to treat your dick." When Zhao entered the house, he realized that Fei Lai was still waiting for him in the living room. "Chen, how did it go?" "Quite smoothly, I would say." Smiling, Zhao seized Fei Lai's slim waist and started to touch her gently. Fei Lai's breathing became heavier and heavier. Before they left, they already had sex for 2 hours. Now, Zhao wanted it again. Fei Lai was speechless at Zhao's endless vigor. At night, Zhao was suddenly awakened by a phone call. So was Fei Lai. "You sleep. I'll go out and answer the call." Zhao calmed Fei Lai down and left the bedroom with his phone. "Hi, Gaia. Chen, I'm outside your house now. Why? You're going to rob us? Anderson's in trouble. I need your help. What happened to him? He went for underground boxing. Now he's severely injured. Wait for me to put on some clothes. Chen Zhao could not care about his bearing. Chen Zhao had quite a good impression of Anderson in the fitness center. He was a very family-centered man. Chen Zhao had heard that he was raising his kid by himself. Whenever Chen Zhao invited him for a drink after their training, Anderson would reject him politely. The reason was always that he had to go back and take care of his child. Also, Anderson was a strong and sincere person. Failai, a patient is in urgent need of my help. I'm going out. Do you need me to drive you? No, just sleep. My friend is driving me there. Be careful then. Chen Zhao grabbed his toolbox. When he left the house, he immediately saw Gaia's car outside. He felt that he really had to get a driving license. Having to be fetched by others all the time was really inconvenient. In particular, Chen Zhao was very uncomfortable that Failai had to sometimes drive him at night. After he boarded Gaia's car, he immediately asked, "Where's Anderson now?" "In my fitness center." "Why not the hospital?" Gaia glanced at Chen Zhao. "He's an illegal immigrant." "Huh?" Chen Zhao did not expect that. Anderson was a white man. In America, most illegal immigrants were Asian, Latino, or African, especially Latino, since the two places were nearby. He's both a Latino and German, but his ancestral home is in Mexico. He's already been here for 4 years. Are you very close to him? I brought him here from Mexico. What's your relationship? He's the older brother of one of my students. Since he got here, he has been a coach in my center. But why would he go for underground boxing? He wants to get his son a legal identity. It's expensive. Chen Zhao finally understood why Gaia would sometimes train with Anderson. Anderson was definitely not rich enough to hire Gaia as his coach. After all, Chen Zhao had to pay Gaia a few $1,000s for a month's training. It was not cheap. The car stopped below the fitness center. The entire building was covered in ominous darkness. Suddenly, a person fell from the sky. Bang! Both Gaia and Chen Zhao were astonished. Anderson! Gaia reacted first. She immediately charged forward, but Anderson was already lifeless. Chen Zhao stood beside Gaia and shook his head. He's dead. Anderson was totally dead. Chen Zhao did not even have the time to save him. Seeing a familiar person fall and die before him was certainly not a pleasant experience. Chen Zhao could not tell whether Gaia was sad or angry. With an emotionless face, she called the police. Soon the police came. They were from Leonardo's police station. Although they were not led by Melson this time, Chen Zhao still knew most of them. Chen Zhao and Gaia were brought back to the police station and questioned. Because Gaia had a driving recorder in her car, they had no suspicion. Gaia told the police most of the facts. On the other hand, Chen Zhao just said that he did not know what was going on. Early in the morning, they left the station. Anderson's death report was also out. He had committed suicide. Chen Zhao did not know what kind of pressure could force Anderson to make such a decision. In fact, not too long ago, he was also himself a homeless foreigner. If he did not meet Ethan that time, he might have ended up in the same place as Anderson. Surviving in a foreign country was no easier than surviving in the wild. Getting a good life was yet an even bigger challenge. If one did not have any skills, the most likely possibility was for one to end up living on the street. He still has a child, right? Chen Zhao asked. I'm planning to adopt his kid. Gaia stared blankly before her. Doesn't that child have an uncle? He died on the battlefield. If you need anything, call me. Gaia glanced at Chen Zhao and then nodded. Just then, Chen Zhao received a call from Ethan. Chen, client for you. This is the address. After bidding Gaia goodbye, Chen Zhao headed for the address. It was not a new client. When Chen Zhao saw the address, he knew that it was Daly Simpson and her adopted daughter Vil. Chen Zhao knocked on the door. As the door opened, he saw roughly the same scene as he had the last time. The living room was in a mess. Daly had a bruise on her forehead, and Vil was sitting on the sofa. Did World War III just happen here? Chapter 230, Unhappy Coincidental Meeting. Chapter 230, Unhappy Coincidental Meeting. Mr. Chen, I must work in the morning, Daly Simpson said. Treat me first. I can't go to work with an injured face. The mother and daughter were both injured. Clearly, Daly didn't plan on giving in to her stepdaughter. She cared more about her career than her stepdaughter. However, judging by Ville's swollen face and messy hair, Zhao felt like she had heavier injuries than Daly. I'll treat your daughter first. Treat me first. I need to work. I can't go to the TV station with bruises. Zhao glanced at Daly and ignored her. I'm paying you, Daly yelled angrily. In real life, she wasn't the mature and charismatic woman that she was on TV. You better think carefully, or I'll report you for child abuse. Zhao barked. Daly stopped talking. She'd always been protecting her image. If she had a child abuse scandal, her career would be over, so she admitted defeat and didn't argue with Zhao again. Zhao sat beside Ville while the girl looked at him. I remember you. You saved me last time. Does it hurt here? Zhao gently pressed the bruise on her face. She flinched. Yeah. Ville's injuries weren't too serious. Zhao applied the ointment he created. Other than the bruises on her face, Ville also had burns on her arms, but they weren't bad. Basically, a woman and a girl fought, and neither were let off easily. Zhao went to treat Daly next. She was really pissed, but she wasn't willing to anger Zhao now. He could really call the cops. Child abuse wasn't just a civil dispute. It was a crime that she could be sued for. $3,000, thanks. Daly practically shot flames out her eyes. All right, Ms. Simpson, I took pictures of your daughter's injuries. I hope there won't be a next time. Otherwise, I'll send the pictures to the police. For the sake of your future, please control your emotions. Mister, can I have your number? Ville looked at Zhao with innocent eyes. However, she definitely wasn't innocent or naive. Even Cheryl was more innocent than her. This girl wasn't going through puberty. She was practically evolving into a demon. There probably weren't many girls her age who could fight with their stepmothers. She was probably the only one who could do it so successfully too. Zhao didn't take her side out of pity. It was because she really did need treatment first. Plus, Zhao hated Daly's self-centered attitude. When he left Daly's house, he saw a woman in front of the apartment across from him. The woman glanced at him. Zhao glanced at the woman. When the elevator came, Zhao went in immediately. He recognized the woman, and he was sure that she recognized him too. Her name was something like Irwin, and she had a sister named Shalian. Back when he treated Shalian, Zhao had stupidly thought that it was just a sister fight. They ended up being rivals of a gang. The two sisters had killed dozens of people, shedding a river of blood. The moment before the elevator closed, Irwin entered. She put one hand on the elevator wall, cornering Zhao. Mr. Chen, we meet again. Zhao realized that he was stuck. Irwin was tall, probably only an inch or two shorter than him. She was also wearing stilettos. Her female suit had a low collar, without any tight clothing under, and a short skirt. Her chestnut hair rolled down like a waterfall, covering her left cheek and shoulder. She was an aggressive woman, a true poisonous beauty. Irwin traced Zhao's chest with her finger. Won't you come in for tea? No thanks. I'm busy. Zhao's breaths were short. Are you worried about something? I don't know what you're talking about. Zhao's smile was a bit stiff. Irwin chuckled. Her smile was mesmerizing. Don't worry. I'm not interested in people outside of my targets. I hope you won't get onto my blacklist. Zhao subtly let out a breath. But that moment, Irwin's expression turned cold again. But if you dare spread nonsense, I can't promise what I'll do to you. Irwin suddenly jabbed Zhao's chest. He pushed her aside in pain. Irwin grabbed his wrist, trying to twist it, but Zhao's wrist didn't budge. Pressing a hand on Irwin's plump chest, Zhao pushed her to the wall. Irwin tried to attack, but realized that she couldn't move. Zhao's arm was stronger than she'd imagined. She lifted her leg for a kick to the dick. Zhao's hand was already before Irwin's knee. The moment she lifted it, it got caught. Ms. Irwin, can you repeat what you said earlier? She didn't expect that Zhao would be so skilled either. She thought that she could teach him a lesson and then threaten him easily. Instead, she was taught a lesson. It was mostly because Zhao was too strong. She couldn't breathe with his hand on her chest. Mr. Chen, you're so powerful. I'm starting to like you. She licked her lips. Blazing hot air brushed against Chen Zhao's face. He didn't want anything to do with this poisonous beauty. He turned and left as soon as the elevator opened. Nothing good would come out of this relationship. But then Irwin came from behind and grabbed Chen Zhao's arm. Let's have a meal. I'm sorry I'm busy. Goodbye. Chen Zhao shook her off. We'll pretend we've never met before. I've never met, and you've never met me. Okay? Chen Zhao really didn't want to be on the mind of the killer, who also had a sister. Being able to stop her in the elevator didn't mean that he could really defeat her. A killer would never go face-to-face with you. They usually gave you a sudden bullet in some corner. Chen Zhao didn't want to live in fear every day, so he didn't want to have anything to do with them. Looking at Chen Zhao's back, Irwin licked her lips. She was the perfect example of someone with an angel's face and demon's figure. However, her aura was too intimidating, so none of the men attracted by her looks dared to approach her. Chapter 231, Treasure Hunt in the Forest. Chapter 231, Treasure Hunt in the Forest. Irwin, why are you so late? Realizing that Irwin was back, Shalian lazily sat up straight on the sofa. Did you not bring any food back? Get up and get changed. We're leaving. Now, we've just moved here for a week, and we paid a month's rent. I met someone who knows us. We must leave now. Regardless of whether Chen Zhao would call the police, they were not going to stay here any longer. It would be risky, after all. Given their profession, they could not allow even the slightest risk. Shalian quickly put on her clothes and packed her stuff. The two erased all traces of their presence, as if they had never been here before. Mr. Chen, it's going to be a full moon tonight. Be prepared. I'll go and fetch you later. Pierce South called Chen Zhao. Actually, Chen Zhao already knew where Treed Pimpton had hidden his treasure. The seal to the treasure had precisely been set by Winry Gargamel. Now that she had become Raymond's servant, Chen Zhao knew everything about the seal. Therefore, as long as Pierce South did not attempt to do anything funny or betray Chen Zhao, they would definitely be able to get the treasure. In the evening, Pierce South came. Chen Zhao brought all his demon servants, except Amon, who was in the sea. When Pierce saw the entire family of pets squeeze into his car, his face was clearly written with question marks. Mr. Chen, why are you bringing so many pets? To ensure that you won't betray me and kill me after finding the treasure. But now I'm scared that you're the one who'll betray me. The silly twins, Walter and Abidos, all looked really fearsome. Bitten by any of them once, and Pierce would probably be half dead. Pierce was himself a truly powerless wizard. He really regretted not bringing a gun. Mr. Pierce, actually you don't have to be so worried. I'm only planning to protect myself, not betray you. But I'm still scared. How? Our cooperation is based on mutual trust. You should trust me. Can I go back now and get a gun? Chen Zhao sneered. Pierce immediately kept quiet and focused on driving. Actually, Pierce chose to cooperate with Chen Zhao precisely because he trusted Chen Zhao. After all, Chen Zhao had distributed 10 million worth of gold to the residents of the town. This was the crucial factor which had led to Pierce's decision. Of course, the treasure they were looking for now was worth a few $1,000,000. Pierce could not guarantee that Chen Zhao would not be blinded by greed after seeing the treasure. Just like how Pierce had been driving in worry, Chen Zhao was also on his guard. This was their first cooperation, after all. They were more or less strangers to each other. Treed had hidden his treasure very deep in the mountain. Indeed, it was in an extremely isolated place. The car stopped before the mountain. The two had to climb the mountain on foot. Mr. Chen, I heard that you're planning to build a villa beside Mirror Lake, right? Yes. Is that why you need money so urgently now? Kind of. While Chen Zhao already had enough money for the villa, a house alone was clearly not enough. He needed more money in order to maintain a high quality of life. How about you? Are you taking this risk also because you need money urgently? Chen Zhao asked. It's for my company. My company needs more money, so I have to come here. Puff, you're really fit. Are Eastern sorcerers also fit? You just have to exercise more often. Chen Zhao rolled his eyes. Unlike in a novel, sorcerers did not have to be physically weak. It was just like how an excellent student could be physically strong too. After walking for a while, Pierce felt that it was about time he had to start conversation. I have a wife. Yes, most people only have one. I also have a kid. So, when you're about to betray me, can you think about my family and not kill me? It was very difficult to climb the mountain. Sometimes, there was not even a proper path. Before they started the journey, they had already prepared some equipment, such as hiking boots, a rope, and a mattock. Despite so, Pierce still found the journey tiring. Chen Zhao, on the other hand, found it much easier. He was very fit. In fact, Chen Zhao would be fine unless the environment was really, really bad. How far away are we from our destination? Chen Zhao asked. Although Winry had told him the rough location, it was his first time going there. He did not know exactly where it was. Furthermore, given that the place was so far in the mountain forest, even Winry could not pinpoint its exact location. Maybe over 10 kilometers. 2 more hills, I think, Pierce said. Can you still walk? I don't have a choice. We have to get there before midnight, Pierce said, panting. Otherwise, we need to wait for the next full moon. Do you need me to carry you? Pierce was overjoyed. Can you? I can carry you for 1 kilometer, and you must give me one of the items you choose later. Chen Zhao smiled. Pierce rolled his eyes. Forget it. I can still walk. Chen Zhao was still quite energized, but it was really difficult to walk on the mountain. The path was sometimes slippery. Even Chen Zhao could not maintain his stability. On the other hand, the silly twins, Walter, Beelzebub, and the rest had a much easier time. They jumped up and down the uneven surface as if it was flat. Even Abidos was a speedy boy in the forest. He would occasionally have a 100-meter sprint, swinging his large tail along the way. The two humans encountered many obstacles, as though they were on a journey to another country. They had left it around 5, thinking that 7 hours was ample time. After they entered the mountain, they realized that the schedule was much tighter than they had thought. In particular, Pierce did not have enough stamina. In the end, Chen Zhao had to carry him and finish the last part of their journey. Finally, they reached their destination at 11:30 p.m. It was a cave hidden deep in the mountain. High, humid, and isolated, the place was enveloped in an uncomfortable and stressful atmosphere. The trees above them blocked the moonlight completely, amplifying the darkness of the cave. Panting heavily, Pierce sat on the ground and could not get up. It's indeed here. It was apparently not Pierce's first time here. At least he knew the way quite well. While Chen Zhao knew the rough location, he might not have found the place so easily among the thick forests and monotonous mountains. You can only find this cave during a full moon, Pierce explained. Actually, Winry had told Chen Zhao about it too. He even knew exactly what was going to happen next. Chapter 232, Dangerous Cave. Chapter 232, Dangerous Cave. To make it sound more fantastical, there was a magic array outside the cave. It had to absorb moon essence during a full moon to open the cave. The two put on hard hats with a light hanging from it. Otherwise, with their very human vision, they'd probably knock their brains out in the pitch-black cave. Did you bring magical phosphor? Chen Zhao asked. Yes, Pierce said. As a wizard, I have to have some on me. Sprinkle some in the front, Chen Zhao said. Why? Just do it. Stop asking so many questions. There were mayflies all over the place. They'd come from hell and were trapped here by magic. They weren't lethal, but if they latched onto someone, they could cast some spells. For example, they could cause insufferable itchiness or pain somewhere. However, these hell mayflies could only survive in damp environments and went to the light. On a full moon night, they would gather at the entrance but not leave the cave. It was difficult to see them with the naked eye. Pierce took out a bag of magical phosphor. Grabbing some, he asked, "Where should I sprinkle it?" The entrance. Ignite it directly. Pierce sprinkled the phosphor with a bit of magical power to ignite it. Next, he and Chen Zhao saw countless specks of light swarming toward the magical phosphor's flame. These lights were extremely fast, like moths going toward the light. What are these? Hell mayflies, Zhao said. It was actually his first time seeing them too. However, he'd heard Winry mention them before, so he wasn't too surprised. He'd been in hell before, after all, and had seen more impressive things. These mayflies weren't strange to him. Chen, you seem to know this place better than me. Something charged out of the depths of the cave. Careful. Zhao pushed Pierce aside. It was a greyhound. However, this one had patches of fur missing. There were red scabs all over the skin too. It seemed to have some infection. Walter immediately went up to the greyhound. He was twice the size of this dog. The greyhound clearly wasn't in a normal state. Who knew how long it had been in here? It still understood basic differences of strength, though. When it saw Walter, it immediately surrendered and ran. Walter chased right after it. The silly twins and Abitos also charged deep into the cave. This cave isn't a straight path, Pierce said. Aren't you afraid they'll get lost? Don't worry, they can find the way, Zhao said easily. Let's go in too. A few steps later, they saw two greyhounds on the ground. Walter and the others must have killed them. You're smart to bring your pets. If it was just the two of us, it wouldn't have been so easy. Just then, a black shadow attacked Pierce's back. Zhao had sharp eyes and reaction speed. He pulled Pierce aside while kicking the black shadow away. It was another greyhound. Zhao's kick was so powerful that he killed the hound just like that. What do these greyhounds eat to survive in here? Zombie spores, Zhao answered. What zombie spores? The thing growing where your hand is. Pierce's hand flew back. He clapped his hands hard. Looking at the wall, he saw some fungus-looking things. They were slippery to the touch. If they enter your body, you'll basically turn into those zombies in movies. Pierce kept wiping his hands on his clothes. Why didn't you tell me sooner? Will I get infected by touching it just then? It's not that scary. You'll only get infected if you eat it or it touches your wounds. If those dogs run out, will they cause a biological crisis? Horror filled Pierce's face. He was probably imagining some movie scenes. No, they're not contagious. The dogs can't survive outside either. They'll die under the sun like vampires. You're not scared about this at all? Pierce asked. Please, you're a wizard. Can you not be so embarrassing? I feel like a normal person compared to you. Zhao had witnessed and experienced many things before. This was nothing. Two spots of red light appeared right before them. And what's that? Pierce is behind Zhao. It's okay. It's my pet, Abitos. Pierce shone his light over and saw Abitos sprawled on a greyhound's corpse. He was chomping on it. The zombie spore-infected greyhound was already scary enough. Now that it was a bloody mess, it was even gorier. Won't your pet get infected by eating the infected greyhound's corpse? No, this is just a snack to Abitos, Zhao said. After all, Abitos was a superior demon with the bloodlines of the dragon and glutton. Nothing could live in its burning blood. The zombie spores weren't advanced beings either. They were basically just parasitic spores that the human world had too. The way was lined with greyhound corpses. No one knew how many dogs Shreed had put in here. However, to Pierce, Zhao's pets were the more terrifying ones. They weren't scared of these zombie dogs at all. Even as small as Carrie and Beelzebub were killing their brethren. Many of the ravaged bodies they saw along the way were clearly the works of the silly twins. Only their size and strength could snap a zombie dog in half with one bite. Pierce felt like Zhao had an army of monsters instead of pets. Woof woof. Zhao and Pierce heard White Ma's bark just then. Of course, Pierce couldn't tell which dog it was, but Zhao could. Come here. White Ma found it. Found what? What do you think? Our goal this time, Treed's treasures. Chapter 233, The Safe. Chapter 233, The Safe. When the two entered the depth of the cave, they saw a safe which they estimated to weigh a ton. Without a doubt, it was the goal of their journey. A safe? Do you know the password? Zhao asked. No. Why would I know the password? Then let's pry it open, Zhao suggested. Will the mattock work? Zhao took the mattock and tried to open the safe. However, the mattock broke straight away. It was clearly impossible to open the safe with a mattock. It was even more impossible to carry the safe back, since it weighed at least 1 ton. Even if Zhao could carry it out of the cave, he would not be able to walk so many kilometers across the mountains with it. The only other option was to carry it back with a helicopter, which was also impractical at the moment. All in all, they had to attempt to open the safe on the spot and then share the treasure. Zhao tried and confirmed the safe's outstanding quality. Even with his incredible strength, the safe did not shift an inch. It was not made from normal iron, but rather alloy steel. Even a bomb might not be able to blast it open. Do you have any idea? Zhao asked. I can try, but I'm not sure if it'll work. Pierce walked up and placed his hand on the safe. Then, many white fluorescent tentacles extended from the back of his hand. Having no physical form, the fluorescent tentacles entered the safe without difficulty. After a while, the tentacles disappeared and Pierce withdrew his hand. Zhao asked, "How is it?" Pierce shook his head. The safe's mechanism is too complicated. My spell's sensory tentacles disappeared before I can understand it. Suddenly, Zhao's right arm began to act funnily again. He felt the mouth of Glutton open. Normally, this would only happen when there was something threatening Zhao or something delicious. Zhao could not sense any danger, so there was only one possibility. There was something in the safe that the mouth of Glutton wanted to eat. Without warning, Zhao's right arm lifted up. It was not Zhao's intention, of course, but rather that of the mouth. "Chen, what are you doing?" Pierce was puzzled. All of a sudden, Zhao's hand enlarged. Then, a gap appeared on his hand and bit onto a corner of the safe. Crack! The corner was torn off by the mouth, after which it started to chew the alloy steel. What spell is this? With Pierce's understanding of sorcery, he obviously had no idea what it was. He thought it was some kind of spell. Nonetheless, it looked really powerful. The mouth of Glutton had torn off at least 10 kilograms of alloy steel. Zhao was speechless. He was now determined to learn how to control the mouth once he got back. He could no longer tolerate it to be so disobedient and appear when it wanted. This time, it was fine, since Pierce was also a wizard. Although his combat power was probably non-existent, he had at least seen supernatural occurrences. However, if the mouth of Glutton was exposed in public, it would be terribly troublesome. Clearly, Zhao could not explain it by saying that it was magic. Pierce was amused by Zhao's spell, while Zhao could not explain his problem. Just then, the mouth of Glutton, which had finished grinding the steel, opened and bit another piece from the safe. Zhao felt his right arm grow heavier, but only slightly. Perhaps the mouth of Glutton just wants to eat the safe itself, instead of its contents. Zhao touched his right arm. It felt somewhat metallic. Is the mouth absorbing the properties of the steel alloy? After taking 2 more bites, the mouth seemed to be full. Then, Zhao's right arm restored to its original state. The mouth had eaten at least 100 kilograms of the safe. The safe was also open since 1/3 of its door was now missing. Pierce took out all the things from the safe. To be honest, there was quite a lot of stuff. Among them, a very special painting managed to attract Zhao's attention. It was stored like how ancient Chinese paintings were usually preserved. Its 2 ends were framed in rare rosewood and then rolled up. It was also covered in plastic to prevent it from getting wet. Zhao removed the cover and unrolled the painting. It was a splash ink landscape painting with the inscription Wanlan Shanjing, which could mean Wanlan Mountain View. Wanlan Shanjing? Is this the name of the place or the painter? Zhao had never heard such a painter before and also did not know whether the painting had any value. Nevertheless, judging from the texture of the painting, it should be quite an antique. Are you going to pick this painting? Pierce asked. Zhao thought about it. All right, the painting it is. Then I'll pick one too. This. Pierce took an antique pocket watch. I want this. Zhao picked up a book, which was supposed to be a diary according to its cover. Its pages were already yellowish-black. Zhao only had one standard. Pick whatever that looks old. The 2 took turns to take their trophies from the pile in silence. There were over 30 items in the collection. Both of them took more than 15, but there was one left. The two played rock, paper, scissors, and Zhao managed to get the last item. As for who earned more, Zhao could not tell. He did not even know how valuable the things he had chosen were. The two put their prizes in their own bags, after which they headed back. After another few hours in the mountains, Zhao and Pierce finally made it out. Chen, you're a great partner to cooperate with. Pierce could finally relax. Zhao really did not intend to betray him. If Zhao did, Pierce would probably have become his pet's feces by now. Actually, Zhao had also been on guard, since it was their first cooperation. When he returned home, Fei Lai saw him covered in dirt and mud. Chen, how's the treasure hunt? Fei Lai knew that Zhao had gone to look for treasure. Great, they're all here. Zhao put his bag down. What are these? Fei Lai could not understand the value of the collection as well. I'll go and ask a professional later. Don't you need to sleep? You didn't sleep for the whole of last night, right? I still feel fine. Are you going to work? Yup. Clean Walter and the rest too. They're all dirty. There's even blood. Don't tell me they ate Pierce South. Fei Lai also knew that Zhao was not that kind of person. She was merely joking with him. Of course not. I didn't want them to have diarrhea. Chapter 234, The Valuable and Valueless. Chapter 234, The Valuable and Valueless. Mr. Doman, I have a collection with me right now. I can't determine its value. Can you help me appraise them? Of course. Thinking a bit, Zhao decided to keep the splash ink landscape painting. After his house was built, he could use it to decorate his bedroom. He would bring the other items to Mr. Doman for him to appraise. In the afternoon, Zhao went to Mr. Doman's house early with the items. Seeing him pull so many things out of his bag, Mr. Doman was surprised. Mr. Chen, do you plan on selling these things? That's the plan. Mr. Doman started appraising each item. He first held up a piece of porcelain. It was a dish. Judging from the craftsmanship, it should be the bone china that British royalty used in mid-17th century. It's well preserved and has a high market value. It should be around $100,000. This is a good start. Zhao nodded. The most valuable porcelain should be from the Chinese Ming and Qing dynasty. The ones from Jingda were renowned throughout the world. A complete, authentic piece could be worth more than millions in the antique market. Most foreign china was also imported from China, but at the end of the 16th century, the British invented bone china. After firing, the bone china's texture was completely different from Chinese porcelain. The latter was harder and with finer details. The patterns were more flowery. On the other hand, bone china felt softer. It had a gentle feeling like touching skin. When looking with a backlight, it would be more transparent the more bone powder it contained. More than 40% would have a semi-transparent texture. Next, Mr. Doman picked up the second item. It was a copper incense burner. Judging from the craftsmanship, this should be an incense burner used by Spanish nobles in the 13th century. There's a Spanish word here, Medina. The House of Medina Sidonia is one of the oldest Spanish noble families. I'll have to do radiocarbon detection to determine its exact age, so my conservative estimate is from $300,000 to $350,000. Hearing this price, Zhao was overjoyed. The china that he'd had the most hope for was only $100,000, but this incense burner could actually be sold for more than $300,000. Mr. Doman picked up the ratty old notebook. Flipping through the pages, he said, "It's also in Spanish. It's a nautical diary from the 17th century. The writer is a sailor named Cambris. It doesn't have much value." He placed the diary on the side and started appraising the next item. During this process, he put the valuable and valueless on either side. The most valuable was that incense burner, while the least valuable was a mirror. An item from the early 12th century with finer details, it was only $10,000. After finishing the last one, there were 12 items that had a certain or very high value, or didn't have any value or were very cheap. The 12 items ranged from $10,000 to $300,000. The total value was around $800,000 to $1 million. As for the other 4 items, Chen Zhao kept them himself. However, Mr. Doman's own appraisal wasn't enough if he wanted to sell the items. He had to go through a professional appraisal agency or have Mr. Doman's company provide a report. Mr. Doman was very professional, but his appraisal was only to provide a basis. He had an accuracy rate of above 80%. As for the final price, more appraisals had to be done. Chen Zhao agreed for Mr. Doman to take the items to his company for more detailed and scientific appraisals. They signed a preliminary contract. Chen Zhao mainly signed a collaboration agreement to ensure that this wasn't a dirty exchange. Mr. Doman also had priority acquisition power and paid $300,000 as a deposit. If other institutions or people had a higher bid, Chen Zhao could definitely sell to them, but he'd have to return the deposit with interest. Chen Zhao and Mr. Doman were friends, but they were both serious about the contract and collaboration. After finishing business, they began chatting. Mr. Chen, when do you think Normans can finish the weight loss plan? Around 10 more days. You had her go from 308 pounds to 154 in 20 days, but it'll take 10 more days to go from 154 to 130. Mr. Doman, weight loss doesn't work like that. The weight loss before was fat and water content. Now, Norman's has very low BMI, so the effect isn't as obvious as before. Actually, I suggest that she go to do skin surgery now. Future weight loss will be easier. Running with all that flaccid skin now makes things harder. Norman's told me about this. She wants to do surgery when her weight is at a satisfactory level instead of now. It's not that big of a deal. If Norman's is willing to continue in her present state, I won't object. When Norman's performed surgery wasn't part of Chen Zhao's responsibilities. He didn't have to care even if she never did it. He was only responsible for her weight, not her looks. Afterward, Chen Zhao went to train Norman's. Norman's, your arms are still thick. We'll add more training for your arm. Ow! Boxing while jogging. Keep moving your legs while punching. Like this, keep doing it. The day's training started again. Norman's followed Chen Zhao's plans seriously. The boxing jogging lasted for half an hour. Then it was butterfly swimming. Chen, I plan on getting skin surgery. Do you have suggestions? No, but you'll get scars. If you want to get rid of the scars and recover as soon as possible, you can ask me. I can provide those services too. Asshole. Norman's gritted her teeth. I definitely won't let you do it. After the weight loss ends, I'll never give you another job. As you wish. Chen Zhao shrugged. Don't eat spicy food after surgery and don't touch water for 3 days. We'll take a break 1 day before the surgery. Why? This relaxes the muscles. If you exercise as intensely as today, your muscles will grow taut. After the surgery, your muscles might be in the wrong place. That'll be annoying. It's best if you get a massage to relax your muscles too. Chapter 235, Breeding. Chapter 235, Breeding. Hey, Chen. Feilai realized that Chen Zhao had brought a few items back. Did you not manage to sell them? Sold most of them. These are valueless, so I brought them back. Chen Zhao threw the 4 items onto the table and then leaped toward Feilai. Chen, do you realize that Walter has grown bigger again? How heavy is he now? Have you measured it? Chen Zhao asked. I remember it's 65 kilograms the last time. Haven't weighed him recently. Walter, go take the electric scale and weigh yourself, Chen Zhao instructed. Waving his tail, Walter left and returned with the scale in his mouth. He placed it before Chen Zhao and Feilai and then stood on it. 78 kilograms. He's indeed much bigger. Chen Zhao was also surprised by Walter's growth. I didn't realize it earlier either. Today, I brought Walter to the HQ. The Coastal Rescue Team has bought 2 more adult German Shepherds, and I realized their difference. Chen Zhao gave a bitter smile. They obviously had a difference. A normal German Shepherd weighed 30 to 35 kilograms, and at most 40 kilograms. Walter was more than twice as heavy as a normal German Shepherd. Nevertheless, Walter was still smaller and lighter than the silly twins. Feilai did not compare him to the silly twins anyway. She had, after all, witnessed their extraordinary appearance. On the other hand, she still took Walter as a normal dog. Phalai also realized that Walter was becoming increasingly intelligent. Usually, even the smartest animal can only perform linear thinking instead of complex thinking. For example, after some training, a dog would stop, walk, sit, stand, or eat when being told. If he is told, however, that there's a car in front and he should stop later, he would not understand it, even if he could understand human language itself. Complex thinking exists mostly in primates, such as monkeys. A small number of birds, dolphins, and whales also have high thinking complexity. Only with complex thinking can an animal learn how to use tools. For example, monkeys would use stones to crack the hard shells of nuts. Walter could similarly perform complex thinking. He was indeed very clever. What a smart boy. Zhao rubbed Walter's head. Walter lowered his head in enjoyment, his face filled with a lazy expression. Seeing Walter's affectionate behavior, White Ma immediately jumped onto the sofa and also stuck his head into Phalai's arms. With a bitter smile, Phalai also stroked White Ma's hair. Zhao widened his eyes at White Ma. If you dare to touch the sofa with your dirty paws again, I'll rip your skin off. White Ma withdrew his head in sadness and avoided Zhao's stare. Phalai was like a mother trying to protect her child. He didn't do it on purpose. Why are you so fierce? Zhao was really free for a few days. Gaia's boxing lesson had ended. Norman's was in the hospital, preparing for the operation. Zhao had been going to Ethan's motel. Ethan had introduced him to 2 clients, one of which gave him 20,000. The other one was only 1,000. Zhao was not a picky person. He would accept both big and small clients. Anyway, as long as he was free, he would accept any clients, provided he could earn at least his travel expenses. Zhao also signed up for a driving course. He found it really troublesome to not have a driving license and a car. Hence, he planned to get his license as soon as possible and then buy a car. Chen, we're running out of dog food. Go to the supermarket and buy some when you're free, Phalai called Zhao. When Zhao went to the supermarket, he met a resident of the town. He recalled the person's name to be Dosa. That time, Zhao had saved him from the fire ground. Dosa and his family had even visited Zhao's house to thank him. However, Zhao was not really close to them. In the whole town, the only family that Zhao was close to was Bance. When Dosa saw Zhao, he walked up and greeted, "Chen, how are you doing?" "I'm fine. Thank you." "Chen, can I discuss something with you?" Dosa looked at the silly twins who were beside Zhao. "What? Black Ma and White Ma are male, right?" Dosa clearly knew about them. After all, the silly twins had been treating the entire mountain town like a fun fair. Everyone in the town knew them. Moreover, Azina would sometimes bring them and bully the kids in the town. The silly twins had quite a bad reputation. Since they were much bigger than the dogs in town, it was hard for others to not recognize them. "Yes, what? My Sarah is female. I want to breed her. Do you think White Ma and Black Ma are okay with it?" Sorry, I can't agree to do that. I will make decisions for them," Zhao replied. The silly twins were demons, after all, not animals. Zhao would clearly not treat them like ordinary dogs. "A few neighbors have already asked me about this. If I agree to anyone at all, I need to agree to everyone. By then, everyone will come, and it's too harmful to my pets. I can't agree." Zhao's answer was logical and reasonable. Even humans would feel uncomfortable after having too much sex, not to mention animals. Dosa nodded. Actually, he did not have too much hope in the first place. He could not force it anyway, since the dogs belonged to Zhao. He was not in the position to demand anything. As for whether the silly twins would mate outside, Zhao could not care. In any case, he would not ask them to breed. If the neighbor really wanted, he could bring his dog to the silly twins. Zhao would not force them to do anything. When Zhao left the supermarket, he realized that Leonardo's police car was parked right outside. Leonardo himself was sitting on a bench nearby, enjoying a beverage. Even though the place was extremely crowded, Leonardo still managed to spot Zhao immediately. Actually, he saw the silly twins first. Apart from being huge, they were also carrying 2 packs of dog food each. They were difficult to ignore. Chen. Leonardo waved his hand. Chen and Zhao petted the silly twins. Bring the dog food back and no stealing. If I discover that the dog food's opened when I get back, you can prepare to starve for the rest of the day. Chen Zhao sat beside Leonardo. You look pretty free. My shift's ending very soon. I'm waiting for it. Do you want to go to my house later? Feilai's almost back too, right? I won't be the third wheel. Leonardo was not insensitive. All right, we'll ask everyone out some other day for a drink together. Chapter 236, Cosplay. Chapter 236, Cosplay. At home. Chun, the coastal rescue team is short on people, Feilai said. Can you lend me Black Ma and White Ma for a few days? Why? Are there a lot of accidents recently? It's because of what happened that day, Feilai complained. There are more tourists to Angel Beach, and a lot go into the deep zone. We give out a lot of warnings, but we still can't stop those brainless tourists. They'll take any risk just to see them on. Some of them even pretend to be in danger because they think it can lure them on over. But instead of getting them on, me and the rest of the team are getting exhausted. Their features in the video from that night had been unclear because of the darkness, but it was still popular. Hundreds of thousands of people watched it every day. If you take them, they probably won't stay obediently at the beach. With how playful they are, they'll probably go collect coins everywhere. Woof. Master, we'll be good. Let's go. Master, I promise we'll save people. White Ma and Black Ma love the beach and enthusiastic tourists too much. They can make money there and buy dog food with it. Then go. But remember what you said. Feilai, if they don't listen and run around everywhere, remember to tell me. Woof, woof, woof. White Ma and Black Ma ran around the house in excitement. They could finally go to the beach again. Chris, what do you think? Sienna touched her chin as she looked at Cheryl. Chris shook her head. Doesn't stand out enough. Still, Cheryl was like these two women's puppet. Sienna and Chris kept making her wear weird clothes. She suspected that they did cosplay. Otherwise, why would they have so many weird things? This Western cowboy-style outfit just looks weird on Cheryl. How about we change the style? Cheryl is a werewolf, not a magician. The weirdest thing is having a werewolf dress like a magician. Just imagine seeing a werewolf in magician clothing fighting. Isn't that weird? Then what suits her? Can you two decide first and then make me try it on? I hate being moved around like this. Cheryl finally lost her temper. How do I know what suits you if you don't try it? There's this Catwoman bodysuit. Try it on. Do I have to wear the ears too? No, but try it with these shades. Huh, this outfit surprisingly suits her, Chris said, holding her chin with one hand crossed over her chest. I think it looks good too. Cheryl, try transforming now. I'm not a full werewolf. I can't transform at will. I can only do it at night, and I need calming medicine, or else I'll lose control like last time. Cheryl wasn't a pure werewolf, so there were conditions for her to transform. First, it had to be after the moon came out. If it was a cloudy day and the moon was covered, she wouldn't be able to change. If her bloodline was activated, she could then transform freely. But the way to activate her bloodline was by killing someone. Then you'll start acting with us tonight, Sienna said. To UCLA again? Chris asked. We didn't find any evil spirits last time. I feel like they aren't there anymore. After all, Chen expelled them all last time. Louder Brewster called me today, saying that there are commotions in the old campus again. No matter what, with a special safety consultant of UCLA now, we have to work for our salary. Sienna placed importance on this official and steady job. Back then, she could only find 1 or 2 jobs around $1,000 each month and didn't try very hard. Most paranormal activities were because the client was being dramatic. This job was different, though. The biggest difference was the salary. She made $10,000 per month. Chris, as her assistant, had $6,000 too. This kind of money counted as being high income. Sienna would never let herself lose this job. Sienna, Chris, do I have to wear this outside? Cheryl felt embarrassed. The bodysuit was too tight. She was only 12 years old, but she was going through puberty again. Plus, she had a special bloodline, so her body looked more mature than her age. It's okay. It's night. No one will see. I think it's hard to use my skills like this. Your style is more important. Sienna and Chris didn't actually plan on letting 12-year-old Cheryl do anything dangerous. She had a special bloodline, but she was still a child to them. As for making her wear these weird costumes, it was just to satisfy their weird hobbies. White Ma, Black Ma called. You already took so many pictures. It's my turn now. You should stand on duty now. No, I only took pictures with 10 people. I barely have any money in my bucket. No, it's my turn. More people like me. I'll make more money. Black Ma bared his teeth, putting on a scary expression. No, more people like me. No, me. Then let's duel. We'll see who makes more money. I won't lose. Black Ma and White Ma both grew competitive. Who'll stand guard? Black Ma looked around. Walter, come here. Woof. Walter flew toward the silly twins. He was the most simple-minded one, waiting for his brother's orders with his tongue out. Woof, woof. Stay here and help us stand guard. Just then, there was a loud cry in the distance. A kayak had overturned. Someone's drowning, the lifeguard on the observatory deck cried, while sounding the alert to the headquarters. Dozens of lifeguards rushed out immediately. They ran and jumped into the ocean. However, there were 3 faster creatures. White Ma, Black Ma, and Walter shot out like lightning. Chapter 237, Stars of the Beach. Chapter 237, Stars of the Beach. They were extremely fast, indeed much faster than the other lifeguards. Even the fastest sprinter probably could not reach their speed. The 3 of them leaped into the sea directly. Perry and his wife Ackley had come to Angel Beach in search of the legendary killer whale Amon. Their kids, 5-year-old Jack and 8-year-old Ash, really wanted to meet Amon. Therefore, they rented a kayak and set sail. After they left the shallow zone, however, a huge wave turned their kayak over. Perry was the only one in the family who could swim. In his panic, he saw Ackley struggling on the surface of the sea. Perry immediately swam over to save his wife. However, Ackley grabbed onto Perry in fear, dragging him into the water too. Ackley, calm down, barf. Perry was not a very good swimmer himself. The raging currents and his wife made the situation worse. To his further dismay, he could not see his kids. Cough, cough. Perry swallowed another mouthful of seawater. Ackley, calm down. Suddenly, he saw a black shadow approach him from the distance. Perry was first shocked out of his wits, thinking that it was some kind of sea monster. When the shadow came closer, he realized that it was a giant dog. No, in fact, there were 3 dogs. Walter was the fastest swimmer among the 3. He was the first to reach Perry and Ackley. Woof! Walter barked at Perry and Ackley, who held on to him at once. Apart from his unusually large body, Walter was also wearing a dog life jacket, so he could withstand the weight of 2 more humans. Wait! Don't leave. My son and daughter are still here, Perry shouted. Woof! Walter barked at Black Ma and White Ma. They immediately disappeared into the sea, as if they were fish. After a while, they resurfaced again, each carrying a kid on their back. The 2 children had been struggling in the sea for less than a minute, so they were more or less uninjured. Very soon, they woke up, realizing that they were sitting on Black Ma and White Ma. They were energized right away. By then, the other lifeguards also arrived. One of them approached Black Ma, wanting to carry Jack off his back. After all, Black Ma and White Ma were not wearing life jackets. The lifeguards were worried that the kids were too heavy for them. However, Jack placed his arms firmly around Black Ma's neck and shouted, "No, I'm not coming down. Doggy will protect me." The lifeguard was speechless. He stayed close to Black Ma as they swam back. Finally, Black Ma and White Ma reached the shore. The kids on their backs were still unwilling to leave. The tourists around them took out their phones and recorded the scene. "Mom, I want to ride the big dog too," an innocent child said, pointing at White Ma and Black Ma. To be honest, Black Ma and White Ma were really quite attractive. Despite being fools on the inside, they were still 2 cool and proud wolves. Perry and Ackley finally carried their children from the silly twins. The 2 kids were still pretty hesitant. However, More children had already pounced on the silly twins, fighting to go onto their backs. Given that the silly twins had just saved 2 drowning kids, the tourists all believed that these 2 huge dogs would not harm their own children. While Walter was not as popular as the silly twins, he was liked by many as well. However, Walter was clearly more loyal to his duty. He continued to lie below the lifeguard stand and stare attentively at the sea, protecting the safety of the tourists. Black Ma and White Ma, on the other hand, were drowning in the happiness of their pay-to-photo mode. Phalai had even written on their money buckets the line, "Please pay to take a photo." Both adults and children alike were more than willing to take a photo with the 2 giant dogs. Many children liked to climb onto their backs for a night experience. More unbelievably, the silly twins actually caught a thief on the beach. There were always bad guys on the beach. They would target those tourists who were sunbathing with their wallets and phones not too close to them. When Black Ma and White Ma saw the thief, they leaped onto him and pressed him onto the ground. By the time Phalai brought Black Ma, White Ma, and Walter home, Chen Zhao was already back. Chen Zhao was preparing dinner. He saw the silly twins and the buckets around their necks. "Huh? Looks like you've had a rewarding day. That's a lot of notes," Chen Zhao said as he stir-fried a dish. Normally, the silly twins would receive mostly coins. Even if their buckets were filled to the brim, it might only be $10 or $20. However, Chen Zhao realized that this time, there were many notes in their buckets. There were $1 notes and even $10 notes. "They found a way to earn money," Phalai said, smiling. "What?" "Taking photos with kids on their backs. At least $1 per photo." "Did you come up with this?" "They did. They saved 2 kids today who rode on their backs." After that, almost all the kids on the beach followed them for the whole afternoon. "Go and shower. It's about dinner time." Chen Zhao was not saying this to Phalai, but rather to Walter and the silly twins. He had been showering with Phalai. When Chen Zhao brought the dishes to the dining room, his phone rang. It was Mr. Doman. Chen Zhao picked it up. "Hi, Mr. Doman." "Mr. Chen, we've finished appraising your items. I'm sending you the report. According to our estimation, their value should be about 20% higher than what I told you." "Sure, thank you. Please deduct the appraisal fees from the sale of the items." "Of course. By the way, can you come over tomorrow?" "Didn't we sign the contract already? Do I need to sign it again?" "No, it's for Norman's." "What happened?" "She's already done her skin-tightening surgery, but her body's now covered in scars. She's been complaining that if she knew about it earlier, she would not have lost weight." "Mr. Doman, what do you need me to do?" "Help me to comfort Norman's. If possible, I hope that you can remove the scars on her body." "I suggested it to Norman's that day, but she rejected. I believe she'll accept it now, Mr. Doman said." "Okay, I'll be there tomorrow." Chapter 238, Scar Removal. Chapter 238, Scar Removal. At 10 in the morning, Chen Zhao went to Mr. Doman's house. "Good morning, Mr. Doman." "Morning." He handed Chen Zhao a check. "Chen, this is the money for your collection. This is a supplementary contract. The collection will be auctioned in the spring. If the final bid is 50% higher than what you sold it to me for, I will give you 10% of the additional profit." These supplementary contracts were common in the art market. The original owner would sell the items to an auction company. If the company auctioned it off for a very high price, the original owner obviously wouldn't be happy. He could sue the company, thinking that they'd scammed him. These conflicts were annoying and really tainted the auction industry's reputation. Now, the companies would all sign a supplementary contract after buying the items. This way, everyone was happy and no one would cause trouble. Chen Zhao accepted the check. It was $1 million. With the $300,000 in deposit, he'd made $1,300,000 in total. He was quite satisfied with this profit. He'd also checked the prices of similar items online. Mr. Doman's prices were pretty fair. "Mr. Chen, do you have a way to heal the scars on Norman's body?" "Yes." Chen Zhao nodded. Usually, surgery wounds were difficult to heal. Many people would cover it up with makeup or clothing. Using laser was another option, but it wouldn't recover completely. Laser recovery turned the scar into a thin line, but but it was still obvious. These scars would never heal completely. It would follow the person for life. I'll pay you $100,000 for you to remove Norman's scars. I can do it, but I don't need the money, Zhao said. Mr. Doman hadn't charged him for the appraisal, so Zhao had to repay him. Usually, art pieces and vintage collections had an appraisal fee of around 5%. Mr. Doman was also a businessman. Since he could appraise the items for free, Zhao couldn't be so nitpicky either. When Zhao opened Norman's bedroom door, she was sitting in front of the window in her bra. She'd returned to the peak of her looks now. Her figure was still plump, but it didn't look bad at all. After the skin surgery, her skin was thinner and finer than before. Zhao could even see the blood vessels under her skin. He didn't know if Norman's had decided to get a boob job too. He didn't find her breasts to be so obvious before her surgery. Now they look quite proud. When Zhao came in, Norman's expression darkened immediately. Don't you know how to knock? I'm your coach, Zhao said, chuckling. I have the right to see you whenever I want. I don't need you anymore. That's not up to you. Zhao shook his head. You're only done when I say you are. I'm not in the mood to fight, but I'm in a mood to talk to you about this. Stop annoying me. Your dad invited me over to help you remove the scars, Zhao said. I asked the doctor. He said that these scars can never be removed completely. Oh, I see. I accepted $1 million from your dad. We also agreed that whether you accept the treatment or not, I won't return the money. Zhao shook his check in front of her face. Norman's expression grew furious. You scammer. That's robbery. When did I scam you? You're the one who doesn't want my service. How can you blame me? What will you do if you fail to get rid of the scars? If the treatment fails, Zhao said, that'll be my own problem. Okay, when do we start? We can start now, Zhao answered. What do I do? Strip and lie down. Strip? You asshole. You want to do perverted things, don't you? Please, it's not like I've never seen you naked. There's no point in freaking out. You've changed into your swimsuit so many times these days, too. It's different now, Norman said, face red. You think you've changed because you got rid of some chunks of fat? Zhao rolled his eyes. Norman's glared at him. In the end, she took off her bra and walked to Zhao, arms over her chest. What now? Lie down. Zhao rolled his eyes again. Norman's cheeks were as red as apples. Naked, she lay down before the man. This made her entire body heat up. She started feeling a man's hand caressing her stomach. Hey, stop lusting. Change to your back. You haven't had sex in a long time, huh? Norman's clenched her jaw. You asshole. Stop wasting time. We're all busy. Norman's had surgery in many places. Arms, stomach, thighs, but armpits, neck, and back. Some places were more sensitive and private places, so she had to strip naked. Zhao wasn't interested, though. He could distinguish between patients and women. However, it felt different to Norman's. Zhao's hands sent ripples throughout her. Okay, put your clothes on, Zhao said, standing up. Huh? You're done? Zhao shot her a look. You want me to apply ointment again? Norman's glared at him and put on her clothes while gritting her teeth. So that's it. If you feel like you need treatment again, you can call me. What do you mean? Nothing. I'm leaving. Zhao waved. Norman's was dazed the entire day. Ghosts of the touches from earlier stayed on her skin. At night, she was too heated and frustrated to sleep. Her finger grazed past her arm. Suddenly, she realized that the 20-centimeter scar on her arm had softened a lot more. She turned on the light to check her arm. The scar really had faded a lot. It wasn't just her arm either. All the scars had faded impressively. That asshole really can do things, she muttered to herself through a clenched jaw. It seems like he's not grabbing. He must be waiting for me to call him now. Chapter 239, Sister Next Door. Chapter 239, Sister Next Door. The next day, Norman's already called Zhao. When are you free? When do you need it? As soon as possible. But you told me yesterday that you don't need me. Are you coming or not? Fine. When Zhao entered Norman's room, she immediately removed all her clothes. The first thing that they would normally do upon seeing each other was to curse or mock the other person. However, They did not do that today. Instead, they started the main topic directly. Normans kept silent until Chen Zhao finished the treatment. Then, she wore her white shirt and short skirt back on without any undergarments. Do you have anything else later? I'm going to the driving school to learn driving, Chen Zhao said, standing up. Normans asked again, how long will it take for my scars to disappear entirely? About a week. Will you be coming every day? No, maybe once every 2 or 3 days. Chen Zhao packed his stuff, ready to leave. Chun, Normans called. What? Forget it. You can scram now. What an idiot. Mr. John, your son can be discharged now. After 3 days of observation, we can confirm that the tumor in his brain has shrunk to 20% of its original size, and it is still shrinking. It will no longer threaten his life now. With this rate, he'll recover fully in 3 to 5 months. Forgave John the report. John looked at the medical report. It is a common saying that prolonged illness turns a patient into a good doctor. Since John Jr. was diagnosed, John Sr. had been reading his reports. Now, he knew exactly what each of the numbers on the report meant. Dr. 4, thank you. Can I thank that person myself? John could hardly contain his excitement. He had placed all his hopes on John Jr. He had watched his son grow day by day, and then weaken day by day. His son even almost died before his very eyes. John had been having a stressful and trying time. Today, he received the best news in his entire life. Mr. John, have you forgotten our agreement? I didn't heal little John, neither did anyone. It was God who healed your son. For stared at John with a serious look. I only want to thank him. I don't have any other. Mr. John. All right. Although John did not manage to thank that doctor personally, he was still overjoyed. When John brought his son home, his housekeeper walked up and said, Mr. John, Mr. Risvar has been waiting for you in the living room for quite a while. Okay, tell him that I'll be right there. Even the housekeeper could tell John's delight. Koi, ask Danny to play with you. I need to go and see Uncle Risvar. Okay, Dad. In the living room, Risvar was surprised to see John with a rejuvenated smile. Risvar, long time no see. When did you come to the States? The two of them hugged each other briefly. Just yesterday. John, you look really happy. I heard that Koi's condition has worsened, but your face says otherwise. Koi's recovered. He's been discharged. Recovered? He had tumor resection? Risvar asked in surprise. Anyway, he's fine now. Laura came with me too. Can you tell me who Koi's doctor is? As you know, Laura's condition is probably the same as Koi's. John looked very hesitant. Before he left the hospital with Koi, he had promised to keep it a secret. However, Risvar's question put him in a difficult position. Laura was his younger sister. Risvar was also his good friend in college. Laura knew Risvar precisely because of John. Laura and John Jr. were diagnosed with brain tumors at almost the same time. Laura's condition was slightly less severe, but she had encountered several dangerous episodes too. There was no way John could reject Risvar's request. John, why are you so reluctant? Don't you want Laura to recover too? She's your own sister. Risvar was clearly enraged. He did not know what John was hesitating for. Risvar, actually, Koi wasn't healed by surgery. What do you mean? In fact, John told Risvar the entire story. I'm also unsure who the real doctor is. I promised doctor, for that I won't talk about it again, but now I've broken my promise on the same day. Risvar was unconcerned about John's promise. He only wanted to know how John Jr. had managed to recover. Which means, doctor, for knows who treated your son, right? Risvar, don't act harshly. Doctor, for save Koi's life. Of course I won't. Risvar seemed to be making a plan. When Risvar returned to his house in America, he had already received all the information about Chantilly Hospital and its doctors. Just then, 2 girls ran toward him. They were his twin daughters, Ronnie and Vera. Dad, where's Mom? Dad, where did Mommy go? They were only 3.5 years old. Laura was diagnosed with a brain tumor when she was pregnant with them. That time, Risvar suggested aborting the babies. With Laura's condition, it was too dangerous for her to give birth. However, both Laura and their children were eventually safe. Risfar was also glad that they did not choose to abort their kids. Laura had brought him two more important ladies in his life. Nevertheless, Risfar still felt that his life was not perfect enough. After giving birth to Ronnie and Vera, Laura's health quickly deteriorated. She even suffered several severe comas. While she managed to wake up every time, her future was bleak. Risfar carried Ronnie and Vera with his arms. Mom has something to settle outside. She's coming back later. When will Mommy be back? Risfar could not answer their questions. He did not want them to see Laura being tortured by her illness. He was also unsure how long Laura had left. Didn't you want to play with Brother Koi? He went home today. I also miss Brother Koi. Then we'll go find Brother Koi tomorrow, okay? Tomorrow. Ronnie and Vera suddenly hesitated. Do you have something else tomorrow? Dad, can you bring Brother Koi here instead? Why? Because we promised Faith that we'll go to her house tomorrow. Who's Faith? Faith lives door next. She's our little sister. Chapter 240. Your dog is so small. Chapter 240. Your dog is so small. Faith is right next door. You could go over whenever you want. No, we agreed with Faith to see whose dog is bigger. Risfar was speechless. A child world was honestly impossible to understand. Just then, a black Doberman ran out. It was the same age as Ronnie and Vera, but it was already really big. Its name was Laugher. Its parents all had pure lineages, especially its father. It had won a gold medal at a world dog contest. Its mother was the largest Doberman in the world. Laugher was born with excellent genes. After maturing, its shoulder height was 80 centimeters tall and it weighed 50 kilograms. It was already bigger than other adult Dobermans. It didn't have its mother's super height, but it was still a giant amongst giants. How big is that little Faith? You're bullying her. She's not one yet, but she said Laugher is tiny. I don't think so. Yeah. Laugher is the biggest and coolest. Risfar felt that this was just bullying. He planned on visiting his neighbors to apologize. After all, his kids should be the older sisters. They couldn't treat little kids like this. Ronnie and Vera took Laugher into the yard to play. Risfar saw through the floor-to-ceiling window that they jumped into the pool while Laugher stood on land, panicking. Laugher was scared of water. It hadn't experienced it before, so it was afraid. Whenever it saw the two kids playing in the water, Laugher would bark, but never dared to jump in. The scene was laughable. This was another characteristic of Dobermans. They were friendly to humans. Actually, dogs all knew how to swim. It was a natural ability. Manus, find out for me who's living beside us. Mr. Risfar, there's no need. I've already checked before you moved in. Your neighbor is a playboy. He's CAA stockholder named Devindel. He's 28 years old. Risfar changed his outfit and went to visit his neighbor. After all, he didn't come just for Laura's condition. He also planned on entering the American market. He would live here for a long time, so socializing was necessary. At least, he hoped he wouldn't have a bad relationship with his neighbors. Risfar brought Ronnie and Vera along to the next-door neighbor. He rang the doorbell, and a voice sounded from the machine. Who is it? Hello, is this Mr. Devindel? I'm Risfar. I just moved in next door, and I hope to become acquainted. Sure, the door's open. Please come in. Faith, don't put the corn snake in your mouth. You can't eat it. Mary, please help me watch her. Mr. Dell, please put the snake into the glass tank after you're done playing, Mary retorted. Don't toss it onto the sofa. Risfar grew nervous hearing that. He brought Ronnie and Vera into the manor. It was much smaller than his own, but the environment was nice. Just then, a tiny girl ran out of the mansion before him. She couldn't be more than 1 year old, but she ran like the wind and had a huge snake in her hands. A man chased after her. It was probably Devindel, along with Mary. Faith, don't run so fast. Slow down, slow down. Be careful, you'll fall. Risfar was even more nervous. This girl wasn't the typical kind of strong. Ronnie, Vera. Faith saw them and immediately sped up. She clutched the snake as if offering up a gift. For you. The snake tried to escape from her hands, but Faith grabbed it tightly. Ronnie and Vera didn't dare to accept it. Thankfully, Dell and Mary ran over now. Faith, don't hurt the corn snake anymore. Don't you see how pitiful it looks? Risfar composed himself and looked at Del. Hello, Mr. Del. Hello, Mr. Risfar. Puppy, puppy, puppy. Faith suddenly called at Laugher. Come here. Faith waddled over, trying to grab Laugher, but the dog wriggled away and ran to Risfar's side. Mr. Del, do you have a dog too? No. Del shook his head. Your daughter seems to really like dogs. My friend has dogs. He brings his pets over when he visits, and Faith always rides his dogs around. Are his dogs big? There are big and small ones. No wonder. Ronnie and Vera came home, saying that Faith wants to compete whose dog is bigger tomorrow. Really? Del turned around. Faith, you want to compete with Ronnie and Vera? But you don't have a dog. I don't, but Uncle does. White Ma, Black Ma, and Walter are mine. All mine. Your uncle might not be free tomorrow. It's okay. Can we steal Black Ma, White Ma, and Walter? But they might not be at home. Risfar waited patiently as the father and daughter spoke. Back then, he'd been immersed in these kinds of conversations too. Conversations with kids were filled with youthfulness and imagination. He could understand how Del felt while talking to Faith. There was joy and warmth. Mr. Risfar, don't take kids seriously. There's nothing to compete over. It's true. Laugher is the third biggest Doberman in the world. It's truly unsuitable for kids to compete over. I'm afraid your daughters will feel hurt. You mean Laugher will lose? Of course. Your dog's named Laugher? He looks really small. I didn't think Mr. Risfar would like to raise small dogs. Laugher, small? I haven't seen a dog bigger than him yet. Then I guess you just haven't seen enough. My friend's 3 dogs are all bigger than Laugher. He'll just be a puppy before him. Then let's compare tomorrow. I hope you can find a dog bigger than Laugher. It had only been a joke between kids, but it ended up as a competition between 2 competitive adults. As for the 3 kids, they'd already started playing, ignoring the 2 glaring adults. It was like this had nothing to do with them. Chapter 241, Aston Martin. Chapter 241, Aston Martin. Chen Zhao finally received his driver's license. It was fairly easy to get one in the States. He had been practicing in the driving school for more than 50 hours to meet the course requirement. Apart from that, he was really a novice driver. The driving course was charged on an hourly basis, with the rate being a few dollars per hour. Hiring a coach in the driving school would cost $20 per hour. Of course, one could also choose to learn from any adult who had a driver's license. However, driving schools are mostly very materialistic. The more money you give them, the easier it will be for you to get your license. Moreover, since Chen Zhao only had a green card, it might even take longer. This could be anywhere between a month and half a year. He also had a written examination, which he passed on the first attempt. Actually, Chen Zhao had spent more time getting a road test. It was only his turn on the 5th day. He similarly passed it on the first try. After waiting for a week, he received his license. The first thing that came to his mind was to buy a car. David, are you free? Why? I want to buy a car. Okay, where are you now? Soon, David came to fetch Chen Zhao. Chen, what kind of car do you want to get? I want to buy one for Fei Lai first. Her car is too old. What kind of car should I give her? How much do you plan to spend? As long as it's not a few $1,000,000, I would say, Chen Zhao replied. Cars in America were considerably cheap. David was clearly more professional than Normans in this field. At least, he would recommend a rough-looking SUV to Chen Zhao. David suggested getting a sports car, which had a more feminine shape and appearance. He told Chen Zhao about various sport cars ranging from tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands in cost. David was probably a car fan. While he might not be that professional, he was able to briefly analyze the advantages and disadvantages of various models based on their emission systems, motors, and performances. The very expensive models, even if you can afford them, do not suit Fei Lai. Fei Lai is a coastal lifeguard, so it may be somewhat awkward for her to drive a car that costs more than $1 million. I suggest getting one that's between $200,000 to $300,000. Cars which cost that much were already very high class. In fact, cars that cost more than $30,000 could already be considered as somewhat luxurious. Despite so, Chen Zhao felt that those cars were too ordinary for Fei Lai. Chen Zhao was kind of an upstart. He thought that since he was going to give Fei Lai a car, he should of course choose an excellent one. He also found the price of 200,000 to 300,000 quite reasonable. I recommend Aston Martin DB 11 AMR, newest edition 2018. Chen Zhao used the internet to obtain photos of the model, as well as its official description. It could cost as low as 180,000 and no more than 250,000 even with the highest specs. Chen Zhao really liked the model and its price. As for the car's performance, he could not understand anything. Nevertheless, since it was recommended by David, it was probably great. I'll get this one. Chen Zhao made his decision. Shall we go to the store and take a look? Okay. Chen Zhao walked into the Aston Martin store. It was huge, with more than 10 different models on exhibit in the hall. Behind the store, there was also a giant test track. When Chen Zhao and David walked into the shop, a tall lady in business attire quickly approached them. Hi, I'm Polly's. How can I help you? We want to try the DB11 AMR. Do you have one here? Of course. Polly's eyes glowed. May I know which of you wishes to buy the car? It's me. We need to take a look first, David interrupted Chen Zhao. Polly's looked at Chen Zhao, her eyes glittering with passion. Since Chen Zhao was considering buying the DB11 AMR, he had to be very rich. What drink would you like to have? Just iced water. Me too. After Polly's gave them a cup of iced water each, she brought the two before the exhibited DB11 AMR. Then, she started to describe its various performances and functions endlessly. As the purchaser, Chen Zhao was soon completely lost, while David listened to her attentively, occasionally asking a question. We would like to go in and try it ourselves. Sure. Chen Zhao sat on the front passenger seat, while David sat in the driver's seat. To be honest, Chen Zhao did not have a solid concept about cars. A 10,000 car and a 100,000 car were both tools for him to travel. David was different. Buying a good car was almost a dream for him. After they left the car, Chen Zhao asked, Do you have a red one here? Do you want a red one? Excuse me for my bluntness, but I think that silver gray or blue suits you more. I'm giving to my girlfriend. She likes red. Polly's could feel her body burning with envy. Why couldn't she get such an outstanding boyfriend too? Her own boyfriend only knew how to eat and sleep at home. He dreamed about becoming a huge star every day, but could only get small, almost insignificant roles. Polly's really wanted to drag Chen Zhao into the restroom immediately. We indeed have a red one, but it has the highest specs. Okay, how much is it? 250,000. We can help you in loaning and insurance. The total cost will be around 259,000. You can skip the loaning part. Excuse me, I'll pay the full amount, Chen Zhao said. Polly's nodded gently. Then please follow me for the formalities. Mr. Chen, this is my name card. If you need anything, you can call me anytime. I'm at your service 24/7. Chen Zhao could understand the hidden meaning in the sentence. Smiling, he took the name card. Thank you. He had stopped messing with other women. If it was in the past, he would definitely not let this high-quality lady off. After paying the full price, Polly's only had to handle the insurance for Chen Zhao. The whole procedure took less than 20 minutes. Before long, Chen Zhao and David left in the car. Polly stared at Chen Zhao's back with much resentment. David could not afford such a car, so he enjoyed himself in Chen Zhao's car. Oh yeah, I need to buy another car for myself, Chen Zhao said. What? Another one? I told you that this car is for Fei Lai. How much do you plan to spend for your own car? I'm getting an SUV. I only need it to be big enough. Do you not have any other requirements? No. Chen Zhao's requirement was easily satisfied by most SUVs. Chen Zhao bought a Ford SUV, which cost 20,000, after which he asked David to drive the car back to his house. Now, Chen Zhao had to send the Aston Martin DB11 AMR to Fei Lai. Chapter 242, Gifting a Car. Chapter 242, Gifting a Car. Fei Lai, I'm on the highway beside the beach. Come out for a second. Huh? Why are you at the beach? I miss you. A while later, Fei Lai walked over from a beach. She wore a swimsuit with a life vest. As part of the coastal rescue team, She had to be ready to go into the ocean for rescue at any moment. So she always wore the life vest when working. When she walked over, she was confused. Where was Zhao? Didn't he say he was here? Why wasn't he here? Fei Lai called him. Chen, where are you? I'm here. Where? On the road. How come I don't see you? Do you see a red car parked there? Yeah. Fei Lai obviously saw a new sports car parked on the side. Look inside. Confused, Fei Lai turned to look. There seemed to be someone in there, and the person was waving at her. It was Chen. Fei Lai walked over quickly. Zhao had already opened the door. Chen, how come you're in here? Why can't I be in the car? Whose is it? Yours. Stop joking. My gift for you. Fei Lai gaped at Zhao with disbelief. Zhao had never gifted her anything after they started dating. She never expected that his first gift would be a car. She obviously recognized the Aston Martin logo. The car had to be a few $100,000, right? Like it. Fei Lai already had her arms around Zhao's neck. She pressed a kiss on his lips. Zhao hugged Fei Lai's thin waist. Want to try? You drove it over? Yeah, but you don't have a license. I just got it. You've been practicing these past few days? Yeah. People always said that guys love cars, but women actually love cars more. Fei Lai impatiently got in. She tested the driver's seat that still had the scent of leather. She had to admit that her ratty old car couldn't compare to this new car's feeling. The smooth steering experience, the gentle arcs like the curves of a woman's body. Fei Lai had no reason not to fall in love with the car. When they went home, Fei Lai drove the new Aston Martin while Zhao drove her old car. Zhao kind of regretted buying her this sports car. Fei Lai had already transformed into a race car driver. The first time she tried it, Zhao was sitting next to her. She slammed down on the gas pedal, and Zhao's legs were weak when he got off. Thankfully, Fei Lai didn't drive too quickly on the way home. Zhao followed behind her. Chen, we have a guest. Fei Lai saw another car parked on the side of the road. That's mine. What? You bought 2 cars today? Yes. Why didn't you buy yourself a better one? I usually have to bring white Ma, black Ma, and the others, so I need a bigger car. This one suits me better. But you buying such an expensive one for me makes me uncomfortable. We're a family. Don't say that. Zhao only saw cars as a transportation tool. He didn't put too much love or dreams into it. To him, even the most expensive car was still only a car. There was a difference in value, but they were the same in essence. Some people loved houses, some people loved cars, and some loved both. That night, Fei Lai was more enthusiastic than before. It was like she wanted to repay Zhao. But just as they were having sex, Zhao's phone rang. He didn't want to answer, but it kept ringing. Take it, Fei Lai panted. It's so annoying. Zhao unwillingly reached over and finally got the phone. Hello. Chen, help me out. It was Dell's voice. I'm busy, and don't you know that it's immoral to disturb people's rest? You sound out of breath, Dell said. Next time I go to your place, I'm going to stuff your head into the toilet, Zhao said menacingly. Dell immediately shoved the phone at Faith, who said in her baby voice, Uncle Chen. Oh, Faithy, what's wrong? Uncle, can you help me win Ronnie and Vera? Sure. How can I help? Give me black Ma and white Ma. Sure, no problem. When? Tomorrow. Sure. Good night, Faithy. Who is it? How come your voice changed? A girl. I knew it. I've seen her body before. You asshole. Thinking of another woman's body when you're lying on me. She's not even 1 year old. I hate you. The next day, Zhao brought the entire family. The back seat was very spacious. The back of the third row could be laid down to form a small platform. White Ma and Black Ma couldn't run around, but at least it was better than being stuffed inside Fei Lai's car. They could also open the skylight and stick their heads out. None of these bastards kept calm inside Zhao's car. With a crash, the glass windows on both sides shattered. Black Ma, I saw you. This is a new car. New car. Zhao stared at the rearview mirror, a bit angry. This car only cost $20,000, but it was still a new car. Even a rebellious kid wouldn't do this. If Zhao was able, he would definitely beat them up now. Knowing that he'd made a mistake, Black Ma finally grew more obedient. The car reached Dell's home. Seeing the unfamiliar car, Dell thought it was some stranger. When Black Ma stuck his head out of the broken window, Dell recognized him immediately. He went to open the gates so the car could come through. Chen, when did you buy a car? If you need one, I can gift you one. This model is too low standard. Please, it's not like I haven't seen your cars before. You only have sports cars. None of them can fit Black Ma and White Ma. Zhao pointed at the windows. Plus, it'll definitely be more expensive and annoying to replace a sport car's windows. Ah, Uncle Chen, you're here. Faith ran out like a puppy, but she couldn't keep her balance at all. When she reached Zhao, he caught her. Ever since you healed her eyes, Dell said. She seemed to have gotten smarter. She even learned how to speak quickly. Yeah, Zhao wasn't sure if the pristine eyeballs had caused this. Technically, they wouldn't cause any changes to humans. However, Faith had really become smarter. She went from baby talk to being able to communicate in 2 weeks. Earlier, Dell had worried that something had happened to Faith, so he called Zhao over for a checkup. He didn't find any problems. Faith was very healthy. As for becoming smarter, it wasn't a bad thing. All right, where did Sura go these days? I haven't seen her. Chapter 243, How Are They Dogs? Chapter 243, How Are They Dogs? We broke up. No, we divorced, to be accurate. Why? This isn't the life that she wants, Dell said, looking at Faith. To be honest, Dell had really changed a lot after adopting Faith. He was more responsible, to say the least. On the other hand, Zhao found Sura extremely playful and daring. When she was with Dell, she had tried almost everything with him. Zhao had to say that Sura was truly the definition of easy virtue. Of course, as her boyfriend, Dell was not much better than herself in the past either. Suddenly, they heard Mary scream from the house. What happened? Zhao and Dell immediately ran into the living room. Mary, what happened? Chen, your snake. Zhao and Dell turned their heads and saw Raymond try to eat the corn snake. A section of its tail was already in Raymond's mouth. Raymond had been growing rapidly. The once finger-thick snake was now like a small python. Although the corn snake was from the real python family, it was very tiny. It had indeed already reached its maximum size. The corn snake, whose tail was in Raymond's mouth, struggled wildly, attempting to escape. Raymond, what are you doing? With his face darkened, Zhao stepped onto Raymond's tail. Raymond spat the corn snake out at once. Then, he slithered under the sofa and disappeared. Asshole! Raymond had told Zhao that he was merely trying to scare the corn snake. Dell was long used to Zhao's extraordinary pets. They were all unusually intelligent. Actually, Dell had raised the corn snake hoping that it would be as smart as Raymond. In the end, its biggest use was to be Faith's pacifier. Whenever there were no adults around, Faith would grab the corn snake and stuff it into her mouth. Corn snakes are naturally docile and timid. They would rarely bite a person. When they are attacked, they will often run away. To humans, they are more or less harmless. I feel so sorry for White. Faith lifted the corn snake with some crocodile tears in her eyes. She had been constantly biting the corn snake as well. Luckily, she did not have teeth. Otherwise, the corn snake would have at least lost its skin by now. Raymond, Faith climbed under the sofa and dragged Raymond out by force. Raymond was clearly unwilling to move. Stop scaring White, or I'll eat you. Then, Faith bit Raymond. Raymond could now very clearly experience the corn snake's feeling just now. He wanted to escape, but Faith grabbed him firmly, not giving him any chance to leave. Faith, bring Black Ma and White Ma to next door. Dell patted Faith's head. Faith slid down the sofa and threw the two snakes away. Then she called Black Ma and White Ma and climbed onto White Ma's back. White Ma was very experienced in carrying children. As he ran around slowly, Faith could not feel any bumps. Under the guidance of Faith, the silly twins went to the adjacent manor. Sister Ronnie, Sister Vera, come here. Woof. Just then, Laugher ran out. When he saw the two giants before him, He stepped back in fear and barked wildly at them. Laugher was already very huge, but he was clearly much smaller than Black Ma and White Ma, who weighed 120 kilograms each. Woof woof! The silly twins also roared at Laugher. The three dogs continued to bark at one another. They finally managed to attract Risfar from the house. When he saw the silly twins, he almost sat on the floor. How are they dogs? They're surely wolves. They were extremely large, even for wolves. Most people who knew about dogs also knew about wolves. They could at least distinguish between the two. Black Ma and White Ma were over 3 meters long and also had a shoulder height of 1 meters. When they stood up, they could reach 3 meters in height. In addition, their soft fur made them look even bigger. With their sizes, they were already at the top of the terrestrial food chain. Very quickly, Risfar saw Faith, who was sitting on White Ma's back. He suddenly realized that these two wolves might just be what Faith had brought here to compare with Laugher. In this case, Laugher already lost. Laugher probably weighed only half as much as each of them, not to mention their other differences. Wow, these two doggies are huge. Ronnie and Vera also ran out from the house. They did not know what fear was. Clearly, they also did not know that these were wolves, not dogs. Risfar was about to stop his daughters from going any closer when White Ma already approached the two with Faith on his back. Then, White Ma lay on the ground so that Faith could slide down from his back. Sister Ronnie, Sister Vera, look, these are my White Ma and Black Ma. They're huge, right? Ronnie and Vera turned their heads and looked at Laugher, who indeed appeared to be very small. There is no harm without comparison. With the silly twins around, Ronnie and Vera immediately disliked Laugher. Ronnie, Vera, they're wolves, Risfar said. Dad, what are wolves? Risfar really wanted to tell them that wolves would eat people. However, he could not say so before his two daughters and two wolves. Dad, we lost. Ronnie looked at Risfar. Dad, I want this kind of dog too. His fur is so soft. Risfar did not know what to do or how he could get two wolves for them. It was not really because the silly twins were too big. In fact, even in the natural world, there were also wolves that could reach the size of Black Ma and White Ma. It was really because of their nature. Risfar did not even dare to let her daughters go close to a tamed wolf. Faith pointed her finger. Black Ma, help me bring my milk bottle here. Black Ma ran out of the manor. After a while, he returned with the bottle in his mouth. Surprise flashed across Risfar's eyes. He's very smart. If he could get wolves that were this intelligent, he would not mind keeping them as pets for his daughters. Faith, are these two dogs yours? Blinking her large eyes, Faith sucked her milk bottle and said in an innocent voice, They're both mine and Uncle Chen's. Are their names White Ma and Black Ma? Yes. How does your uncle train them? What's train? Risfar realized that Faith clearly could not understand what he was trying to say. Why are they so clever? They're this clever since the start, Faith replied confidently. Well, she still can't understand me. However, Faith added, Uncle, I know what you mean. Are you asking me how Uncle Chen usually teaches Black Ma and White Ma? Yes, do you know? Chapter 188. I can't control my right hand anymore. Chapter 188. I can't control my right hand anymore. I won't be able to defeat you? This is hell. I don't need to be stuck in that rotting body anymore, and my power won't be restricted by time. I've also eaten my souls here. I am completely different from before now. Confidence is good, but have you thought about what will happen if you lose? I won't lose. How about you turn around and ask for my friend's opinion? Your friend, Weregirl, suddenly felt a huge shadow loom over her. She turned around and saw the most horrifying and hopeless scene in both her previous and current life. She'd heard from the spirits that wandered the area that this huge snake before her now was the Lord, a terrible demon lord. Winry had once seen this demon from afar when she'd first fallen into hell. Whenever Raymond ate, he would swallow some spirits in the desert and leave when he was full. Whoever was eaten by him, well, that sucked for them. Whenever Raymond appeared, all the other spirits would hide from him. Let me introduce to you my friend, Raymond Stees. Zhao smiled at Winry. Human, how should I punish her? I don't want to kill her yet. I have some questions to ask. Raymond spat out a mouthful of acid onto Winry. She immediately started screaming as smoke rose up from her body. She fell to the ground in pain. Are you sure this won't kill her? Zhao asked with some regret while looking at Winry. This is how I store my food. My numbing poison will seal off her consciousness and she won't rot. It's like how you humans use refrigerators. Okay. Zhao saw a 10-foot-tall figure beside Raymond. Of course, this figure was quite small compared to Raymond. This demon had brown skin, a bald head, long and sharp ears, and a pair of canines poking out of his mouth. He had the skin of an unknown beast on his back while there were various slits on his bare skin. These slits were all eyelids, opening and closing, they were eyes. Zhao counted. This demon had at least 100 eyes. Hello, are you the true visioner? Hello, living lord. I am the true visioner Laos, the demon said. His voice was weak. I'll check your body. While checking, Zhao asked a few questions. Have you done anything special or ran into anything recently? Last time, I accidentally ate a mutant flower and was bedridden for a whole month, but that was half a year ago. Zhao thought for a moment. Hell flowers were poisonous and harmful even to demons. What could a mutant flower cause? He wasn't sure. He had to do more research. He discovered that one eyeball on Laos' back was completely bloodshot. Laos, can you still see with this eye? That eye doesn't work anymore. Afterward, Zhao discovered several eyes on Laos that had similar symptoms. He reached out and pressed the area around the eyes and finally found what was wrong. The capillaries on the eyes weren't capillaries at all. They were the roots of a plant. Zhao took a stethoscope out and listened carefully to the inside of Laos' body. There's something living inside you, Zhao said. Really? Can you do anything about it? It was common to have parasites in hell. The host and parasite would often live together because neither could do anything to the other. However, some parasites were more invasive and more harmful to the host. The parasite in Laos right now was obviously the more invasive and aggressive ones. If it couldn't be removed in time, Laos may be sucked dry by it. I need to operate on you and physically remove the parasite. You can do whatever necessary to remove that thing from me. One of the disabled eyes suddenly opened and shot a laser at Zhao. His right hand went out of control. The mouth of Glutton on his palm opened and the ray shot into the mouth. Zhao retreated hurriedly in fright. Laos, Raymond said, upset. Why did you attack the human? I didn't do that. I lost control of that long ago. That parasite has a mind, Zhao analyzed. I think it sensed my intentions, so it attacked me. Laos, seal the eyes you can't control. Otherwise, the human can't do surgery. Okay, when I get that thing out, I'm going to rip it to shreds. It took a lot of effort to seal the uncontrollable eyes. Around 2 p.m., Zhao and Del entered Risfar's manor. Mr. Risfar. Hello, Mr. Del. And this is my friend, Chen. He's Black Ma and White Ma's owner. Oh, the dogs and Faith didn't cause any trouble, right? Del had some pride on his face, as if saying, you lost, right? No. They're sleeping right now, and even ate a piece of steak. Risfar chuckled. The fight between them had been immature and childish. Whether he won or not, it wouldn't really affect their adult relationship. Mr. Chen, I must admit that Black Ma and White Ma are the most intelligent dogs I've ever seen. You haven't seen his other pets. Del pursed his lips, expressing that Risfar hadn't seen enough. Mr. Chen, are you willing to leave them? I can pay $1 million to buy their ownership. I'm sorry, Mr. Risfar. I'm afraid this is impossible. $2 million. Mr. Risfar, let's change the topic, Zhao said. Okay, I'm sorry for the offense. Risfar hadn't expected much. He knew Black Ma and White Ma's value, but he wouldn't spend more money than that to buy 2 dogs. Mr. Chen, you seem to be skilled in beast training. Can you share your experiences with me? I wish to make laughers smarter too. I don't really do much, Zhao said offhandedly. I just kick them and hit them when they make a mistake. This was the same as what Faith had said. Risfar really believed it for a moment. Is that really effective? Chapter 245 Brand. Chapter 245 brand. First, you have to let them know what scolding is, Chen Zhao added. It was clearly impossible. Risfar stopped asking about it, since Chen Zhao was obviously unwilling to tell him. Chen Zhao and Del brought Faith and the silly twins back. Risfar looked at the door, deep in thought. When Faith woke up in Del's arms, she saw Chen Zhao looking at her. She immediately reached out for Chen Zhao. Uncle Chen, hug me. Chen Zhao carried Faith in his arms. You're awake. Uncle Chen, are you leaving? Yes. Are Black Ma and White Ma leaving too? Yup. When will you come again? Actually, you can come to my house too. Faith turned her head and looked at Del. Dad, can I go to Uncle Chen's place? Of course. Del clearly could not say no. Chen, why don't you stay for a meal together? Nah, I still have something later. Hi, Mr. Fellwood. When Chen Zhao arrived at the construction site outside Mirror Lake, Fellwood Cisco walked out with his helmet. As the owner of the company, Fellwood was very responsible. Indeed, he had been placing heavy emphasis on Chen Zhao's project. Whenever Chen Zhao came here, Fellwood was almost always present and supervising his team. Of course, maybe he was here only because his company did not have enough manpower. Hi, Mr. Chen. How's the construction going? We've already added concrete and reinforcement to the foundation. Currently, we're intercepting the lake water outside the main building. Fellwood tried his best to explain to Chen Zhao. Chen Zhao knew why they had to intercept the lake. Because part of the building was designed to be in the lake itself, they had to block the water before they could build that part. Mr. Chen, to be honest, the pH of the soil here is really bad. Many plants which we plan to grow probably can't survive. Do you have any suggestion then? When we build a building, we'll be digging up a lot of silt from the lake. I can ask my workers to spread the silt in the surrounding region. The silt will make an excellent soil for plants, but it will only cover the area adjacent to the villa. Places further away will still look barren and monotonous. Then help me to dig more silt and cover a larger area, even if you need more money for it. Mr. Chen, I'm happy to help you, but we have no right or capability to change the lake that much. Is there not a solution at all? There is. I've studied the geographical environment here. The river connected to Mirror Lake eventually flows into the Los Angeles Inland River, but it's too narrow for bigger ships. You can consider widening the river, which will allow for easier water transportation. If you have a yacht, this will allow it to come in too. You can also build a dock near the lake and ask for the silt in the river to be piled up here. My team can help you to spread the silt around the place. According to your plan, I need to hire a water engineering team, right? Yes. How much will that be? According to my estimate, dredging the river should cost around $300 for every 10 meters. It's about 25 kilometers from here to the inland river. 1 kilometer costs $30,000, so I need to spend about $750,000. Am I right? I know a water engineering company. I can help you to contact them, Fellwood said. Also, I can get you the project at $500,000. Chen Zhao looked at Fellwood. It was only 2/3 of the original cost. Do you have any requirements? Chen Zhao asked. I hope that my team can build a small dock too, Fellwood said. How much does it cost to build a dock that can accommodate a yacht? 100,000. I need to ask about it. Chen Zhao had already made up his mind, but he did not know the market price. Therefore, he was going to ask a professional person if the price was reasonable. Of course, Fellwood could tell that Chen Zhao would probably agree. He really understood Chen Zhao's mindset. Given that Chen Zhao was willing to spend more than $1 million to build a luxurious villa, he certainly had a harsh requirement on the environment. When he heard any flaws, he would surely be willing to spend more money to remedy them. Brewster found Smith's apartment. He realized that the door was open. He first knocked on the door. There was no response. Brewster pushed the door open. He was immediately greeted by a wave of pungent smell and piles of rubbish. Brewster frowned. He knew that Smith was not a tidy person, but he did not expect it to be so bad. Brewster shouted, Smith, are you there? It's me, Brewster. Smith looked very dispirited. His hair was messy, and he could not remember when was the last time he shaved his beard. His bloodshot eyes were further surrounded by deep, black patches. Smith, I heard that you've lost at soccer gambling, but you better not lose your job too. Brewster came here to warn Smith, whom he was very dissatisfied with. Smith looked dazed. He clenched his left fist firmly and began to tremble. Although Brewster was quite old, he was still 5 centimeters taller and also fatter than Smith. Hence, he was not scared at all. What? You want to punch me? Smith lifted his head and looked at Brewster. Suddenly, he smiled and extended his hand. No, I didn't mean it. I will go to work. That's much better. Brewster grabbed Smith's hand. However, he suddenly felt a sharp, burning sensation on his palm. Let go. Let go of me. Brewster struggled away from Smith's hand. He looked at his hand and realized there was a brand. The brand was circular, with a demon portrait in it. What did you do? What did you do to me? Smith stood still with a strange smile on his face. Brewster felt more and more uneasy. He turned around and ran away. Smith did not give chase. Brewster repeatedly pressed the elevator button in panic. Ding! The elevator door opened. Brewster quickly bolted in. The door closed and he heaved a sigh. Then, he immediately called Sienna. Hey, Before Brewster could speak properly, the elevator fell down. Hi, Mr. Brewster. Hello. What's wrong? Chapter 246, Cursed Coin. Chapter 246, Cursed Coin. Smith felt a change in his body. The scalding golden coin was embedded in his left palm. Thin blood vessels on the coin joined it to his hand. He didn't dare leave this room these past few days because he finally realized what this coin was. It was a cursed coin, or the coin of fortune and misfortune. It could suck away someone's luck. The one who lost their luck would be entangled in misfortune and have an accident. The one who had the coin would receive the victim's luck while the coin received the victim's soul. However, the first one to lose luck was the owner of the coin. Ever since Smith received the coin, he became its slave. Bad luck kept happening around him. When the first victim appeared, Smith finally received luck again. The more victims there were, the luckier he became. However, this wasn't endless. The cursed coin couldn't save too many souls at any given time. After a certain period, it had to release the souls. The souls who'd lost their luck and were killed by bad luck would never receive salvation. Even if they died because their luck was taken away, it still belonged to them. When they were expelled or purified, the luck that belonged to them would disappear as well. Last time Zhao came, he expelled the evil spirits in the abandoned classroom. This caused Smith's luck to reach its lowest state. All sorts of trouble and danger started accompanying him. This also led to the worst result. He was possessed by the cursed coin. It started joining with his body. Of course, this meant he finally learned the coin's background. There were still some ancient souls in the coin. These ancient evil spirits badgered him, making him unable to sleep at night. When Bruce appeared before him again, he was filled with terror. Right now, Bruce appeared in the form of a soul. He couldn't resist Smith's cursed coin and was swallowed completely by it. Let me go, I don't want to die, I don't want to die. Bruce's voice echoed throughout Smith's mind. It was a wail that would never be quieted. When Sienna hurried to the site, she only saw Bruce's body get lifted out of the elevator. His death had been tragic. Sienna also saw David. David. Sienna, how come you're here? David walked over. What happened? How did Principal Bruce die? Elevator accident. The cable snapped, and he fell from the 12th floor. You know him? He hired me as UCLA's special safety consultant, but we didn't have an official contract. It was just a verbal agreement. Sienna was close to a breakdown. If Bruce died, it meant that her and Chris' job would be gone too. I think that his death is unnatural, she continued. The moment before he died, he called me, but the accident happened before he could speak. You mean he was killed by an evil spirit? It shouldn't be an evil spirit. They won't kill people in the daytime. Can you find the truth behind his death? I'm not sure, Sienna said gravely. Can you give me a copy of the forensic report? Sure. David nodded. I'll definitely find the criminal. Sienna gritted out. He stole my job. Chen, I got invited to the IAAF Diamond League. Rufford called Zhao excitedly. I can race in the Diamond League. The IAAF Diamond League was previously called the Golden League. It was the most prestigious race in track. It was even more competitive than the Olympics. Every track athlete dreamed of standing on that stage, becoming the one under the spotlight. Rufford had only been a B-list sprinter before. Now he was a well-known athlete. Congrats, Rufford. When is the race? It starts on May 14th. There are 14 stops. Is any stop in America? Yes. It's held in New York on June 21st. I'll be really happy if you can come to that one. Zhao considered it. There was still half a year. If I go, can you break a record? I'll try. No, I promise. Then I'll come. As Rufford's fame grew, his commercial activities grew in number 2. However, he knew that his current achievements weren't enough to make him rich. He still paid more attention to training and all sorts of races. Zhao didn't object. Rufford doing more commercial activities could make him more money, but these short-term benefits weren't what he was looking for. Sacrificing long-term benefits was the stupidest thing. Zhao would rather not make a cent from Rufford in a year and make more after that. Rufford was now signed under CAA management and had his own manager. CAA's plan for him was to mainly prepare for races. Of course, this didn't mean that CAA wasn't an ethical business. It was merely because they wanted to dig out more value in him. As an athlete, his commercial value was completely expressed in his achievements. It was just like how an actor's value came from his box office or ratings. Kate, welcome to the club. Kate was introduced to all the members there. This club was called Vertical. It was for people who liked climbing up tall buildings. She obviously wasn't interested in this at all. She'd only concealed her identity and came for a secret interview. The leader, Liam Horton, knew who she was, but Kate had bribed him to let her in. The other members were clueless. They thought she was a newbie with this hobby. There were 2 types of building climbing. One was with equipment and another was without. The latter was more dangerous. In most cases, it was illegal too. Most members of Vertical had been arrested. Of course, some also went to heaven. Kate, have you done any challenges before joining? I'm a pure newbie. I'm not brave enough to try tall buildings. I've only tried my apartment building, 10 floors. As a newbie, your performance is already impressive. I heard that you're the most professional building climbing team in LA. Is that true? Of course, Liam said confidently. Then, as the leader, you should be the best one too. We're the most professional group, but I'm not the best of LA. Why not? Chapter 247, Investigation. Chapter 247, Investigation. Not every building climber has a society. Some people prefer to climb alone, Rem Horton said. The best building climber should be the so-called Spider-Man. Spider-Man? Let me show you a video. Rem took out his phone and played a video. Is that CL building? Yes, it's filmed by one of our members. 20 days ago, we planned to challenge CL building, so we went to survey the place. To avoid unnecessary attention, we always went there at night, and then we discovered this. In the video, a black dot appeared. It seemed to be a person on the outer wall of the building. Do you have a clearer picture? No, it's filmed with a phone. Kate took the phone and watched the video carefully. He has climbing equipment, right? Yes, it's the very popular Spider-Man equipment in the profession. You can't climb CL building without equipment because the wall has no protrusions. I can't see why the person is special. As an outsider, Kate clearly could not understand the significance of the video. We're the most professional team in this field. Explain how good this Spider-Man is, Rem said to one of his teammates. CL building has 130 floors in total, with a height of 421 meters. We planned to climb it in about 8 hours, but the person did it in less than 2 hours. Kate fast-forwarded the video to the end. She saw the Spider-Man do something on the second to last floor and then enter the building. Kate frowned, deep in thought. When was this filmed? About 7 p.m. on the 3rd of January. Can you send it to me? I want to study it further, Kate asked. Of course. Everyone in our team has a copy. Mr. Risfarm is. Laura's condition has stabilized. We suggest getting her discharged and finding her a place to rest. It was not the first time Risfar had heard the same line. In the last 2 years, Risfar had already received notice of terminal illness, as well as notice of stability, for times. Although Laura had managed to get better each time, her condition was worsening. Whenever Risfar received the bad news, he was totally unsure if his wife could make it. He was really scared that one day he would not receive the second notice. The carefree kids were playing happily outside, but he was not in the mood to accompany them. Today, John Jr. had been sent here to play with Ronnie and Vera. He did not look like a kid who had been tortured by an illness for several years. Instead, he was healthy, lively, and filled with energy. Manus, have you finished gathering the information I need? Yes, here's all the information about Ford Johnson. After getting the information, Risfar started to read it carefully. Is there anyone she's particularly close to in the hospital? She's quite a popular person in the hospital. A few male doctors are chasing her, but she hasn't accepted any of them. There is no one she is particularly close to. Also, her medical skill is very outstanding, with a lot of praises from patients and their families. How about outside work? Family, boyfriend, or other friends? Her father is a former state representative, and her mother is the major shareholder and chairman of a chain supermarket in California. Her sister is a lifeguard at the Coastal Rescue Team and is in LA as well. That's all. There's also some irrelevant information. I thought you won't be interested in it. I said I want detailed information. The more detailed, the better. All right. For had 3 boyfriends. Her sister currently has a boyfriend, a Chinese illegal doctor. Huh? Chinese? Illegal doctor? Yes. He has quite a reputation in the profession. People say that he is really good and he has built good relationships with a lot of his patients, but it's really expensive to hire him. Risfar touched his chin. Investigate this person. 3 hours later, Risfar received the information. Nevertheless, he was somewhat surprised because he had seen the person in the photo. It's him? Risfar thought. Huh? John Jr. had entered the room quietly. Koi, what's wrong? Risfar lifted his head and looked at John Jr. I think I've seen him before. John Jr. clearly looked confused. You've seen him? Yes, let me think. Where was it? John Jr. tried his best to recall. Oh, it was in a very, very bright room. There was also a little girl. I was on a bed, and the girl was lying on another bed. Risfar frowned. Really? I only remember that much. When was it? A few days ago. I fell asleep at home, and Dad sent me to the hospital. I kept sleeping, and I suddenly opened my eyes and saw that uncle. Then the uncle said that I was dreaming, and I can't remember anything else. Risfar was even more puzzled. It seemed like John Jr. had really been dreaming. It sounded very unreal, but John's expression was very serious. Risfar wanted to trust him. Risfar called Manus again. Manus, help me to get something. I want the surveillance videos in Chantilly Hospital from January 25th to 27th. Risfar stared at the screen. He did not fast forward and watch the videos second by second. Risfar was excited to see Chen Zhao appear in the hospital. Dell was with him. The girl in Dell's arms should be Faith. Was Faith sick? At noon, Chen Zhao left the hospital and was almost run over by a car at the entrance. The person who alighted from the car was precisely John. He carried his son from the car. At night, Chen Zhao appeared in the hospital again. He entered the changing room and changed into a white coat, but then he disappeared from the videos. Nonetheless, the cameras still recorded Ford take Faith and John Jr. from their ward. Half an hour later, they returned to the ward again. At 1 in the morning, Chen Zhao and Dell appeared in the videos again and left the hospital in a car. That's right, it's him. Chapter 248. What the heck is a treasure stone? Chapter 248. What the heck is a treasure stone? John, can you come over? What's wrong? Did little John cause trouble? No, I have something to show you. A while later, John came over. Risfar took him to his room and played the surveillance video that he'd chosen. Risfar, what is this? This is probably the one who cured Koi, Risfar said. Look at the timing. The first time you two met, it was here. He came out of the hospital, and you almost ran into him. John watched the video in silence. No one knew what he was thinking. Then here, Doctor, for called him, seemingly pleading with him. After ending, he called, Doctor, for very clearly relaxed. Risfar extracted surveillance footage from various locations and played them for John. John, I'd like to know what exchange you did with Doctor. But to have her beg this Chinese man to help. I didn't do anything other than promising to keep it secret, John said uncomfortably. He thanked For and this Chinese man. On the other hand, he also hoped that his sister could recover. Did she take your money? No. Other than the regular hospital fees, I didn't pay her anything else. Is Doctor For close to Koi? Pretty much. When Doctor For first came to this hospital as an intern, her first responsibility was to help the main doctor treat Koi. I went to the hospital many times after that and always saw her play with Koi. They have a good relationship. I think that Doctor For treats him like her own brother. Hearing this, Risfar had to admit that little John was lucky to meet a savior. John, can you help me talk to Doctor For? Can she help me with Laura? Risfar, I want Laura to get better too, but the main person is the Chinese man and not Doctor For. I suggest you work on him instead. How? Collect information on him first. We don't know anything about him right now. Just freaking out is useless. Ada, my father wants me to tell you something, Abitos said, suddenly running over to Chen Zhao. What? My father said that he needs large amounts of treasure stones. What treasure stones? Pearls. Pearls? Are you sure he said pearls? Does he want to sell them in hell? Well, that's what he told me. Large amounts of pearl? Where could he find that? Chen Zhao was caught off guard by Abito's message. How much does your father want? 1,000 kilograms, Abitos said. What does he want it for? I don't know, but it sounds urgent. How urgent? Really, really urgent. Does he have requirements about the quality? He didn't say. If he didn't say, then he probably doesn't have requirements. If that was the case, then he did have enough money. He couldn't even get Beelzebub, Zophie, 50 kilograms of high-quality pearls. He didn't have much experience with this, so he wasn't clear about the market price. There was a big difference in price between high and low-quality pearls. Some single pearls could be tens of thousands of dollars apiece. Others were sold according to weight. Considering this, he called Mordery. Mordery? What? Do you know anyone who sells pearls? No. Okay, then. Oh, my hair grew out in some places, but other spots are still bald. It's too ugly. When do you have time to give me another treatment? After a few days. I'm busy now. So, I have to suffer with this ugly hairstyle? You can shave it all off. No, I just grew it out. I won't shave it. I'm hanging up. I'm busy. If it's really urgent, I can have people ask around. You do that while I ask more people. After hanging up, Chen Zhao called Zola. Zola, how are you? Chen, you'll never call me if you don't need help. Did you plan on cutting off all connection after getting a girlfriend? No way. I've just been a bit busy these days. Tell me, what's up? Do you know any jewelry sellers? I want to buy pearls. A lot of it. What do you want pearls for? Okay, I don't want to know. I know a seller and I can ask. What quality and quantity? Don't care about the quality. 1,000 kilograms. I thought you were going to use it for medicine. I heard that you Chinese people have that custom, but it seems not to be the case. Around 10 minutes later, an unfamiliar number called. Hello, is it Mr. Chen? Yes. May I ask who you are? I'm a jewelry seller. My name is Spike. I mainly sell pearls. Zola told me to call. Are you thinking of buying pearls? Yes. I want to know the price. Are you looking for artificially bred pearls or all natural? What are the general price ranges? Artificially bred pearls are around $38 per kilogram. All natural pearls are $280 per kilogram. Natural pearls were 7 or 8 times more expensive. Chen Zhao thought for a moment. They all said that artificial and natural pearls had quite a big difference. If he brought artificially bred pearls to hell, Zophie might not be able to use it. If he was going to do this, he should just do it all. I want natural pearls. How many would you like? 1,000 kilograms. That much. Spike was surprised. After half a beat of silence, he said, I need 2 days to prepare the supplies. Is that okay? Abitos is 2 days ago. All right, Abitos replied. I'll tell my dad. Mr. Spike, since I'm buying so much, can you lower the price a bit? What is your ideal price? Spike asked tentatively. $240 per kilogram. Sure, Spike agreed immediately. Chen Zhao regretted it. It seemed that he'd still given too high of a price. However, he didn't really mind this number. After coming to an agreement with Spike, Zhao started thinking about why Zoffy wanted all these pearls. It seemed to be called treasure stones in Hell too. This meant that Hell had pearls, or pearls had appeared there before. Chapter 249, Market Fluctuation. Chapter 249, Market Fluctuation. 1,200,000. Going once, going twice, sold. Congratulations to Mr. Risfar for getting the Rawls Wine Cellar 1842 red wine. John glanced at Risfar. Only you would spend 2 million on a bottle of wine. Risfar had been running an ocean shipping company, GDB Ocean Shipping. Its market value was 20 billion. GDB Ocean Shipping had 18 supercargo ships, 4 of which were ranked among the top 10 cargo ships in the world. GDB Ocean Shipping was also the largest shipping company in Europe, accounting for 21% of the total ocean imports and exports in Europe. Now, GDB Ocean Shipping was planning to extend its influence to America. While John himself was also quite rich, he knew that his wealth was insignificant before Risfar. Risfar held 25% of the shares in GDB. That is, he had over 5 billion worth of assets. Of course, it was only the market valuation. He obviously did not have that much money in his bank. Nonetheless, if he wanted to sell his shares, there would definitely be countless people and firms waving their checks and begging to buy them. Just then, Risfar's phone rang. "Hi, Manus. Mr. Risfar, I just discovered something." "What?" "That Chinese is buying natural pearls." "Huh? Do you know the reason?" "No. He needs quite a lot. 1 ton, actually." Risfar turned his head and looked at John. "John, do you have 1 ton of pearls?" "Yes, I have more than 10 cultured pearl farms in Thailand and the Philippines. I can even get you 100 tons. "No, I mean natural pearls." "Natural ones? Why do you need that much?" "Gift for someone." "That Chinese?" "Yes." "Sure, I'll help you to get them." Natural pearls had always been insufficient on the market. Their demand was way higher than their supply. Even though John was the biggest jeweler in the region, he did not have an entire ton of natural pearls. Nevertheless, with his influence, getting 1 ton was not a difficult task. "Hi, Jenny. How much natural pearls do you have? I want all of them." "Spike, I have no natural pearls. Do you want cultured ones?" "What? Didn't you just purchase 100 kilograms of natural pearls half a month ago?" "Yes, but someone bought all of them today." "Okay, I'll ask another person." Spike asked another jeweler, "Rolling, I need some natural pearls." "Sorry, I've sold all of them." "What? To who?" "Mr. John. He's purchasing natural pearls. I've sold all my pearls to him." "All right." Spike did not give up. He asked a few more jewelers, but only received the same reply. Why is Mr. John buying natural pearls? Could there be some insider information that the price of natural pearls is going to increase? Spike would not have thought so if it was cultured pearls instead, since their supply had always been greater than demand. On the other hand, natural pearls had been in short supply. Therefore, if a pearl field encountered a storm or a big jewel brand had some plan, the price of natural pearls would increase. This was precisely Spike's guess. Otherwise, why would Mr. John and that Chinese buy natural pearls? There must have been a leak of insider information, although Spike had yet to receive the news. After some consideration, Spike made his decision. He would also purchase more natural pearls. In addition, he would contact all the jewelers in the eastern region too, instead of just Los Angeles. As for that Chinese, Spike did not want to sell him anything already. "Mr. Chen, I'm sorry, but I think our deal cannot continue." "Why?" "There has been a fluctuation in the natural pearl market. All the jewelers are hoarding natural pearls, and I can't get any." "How much do you have?" "I'll buy those first and think of another way for the rest," Zhao said. "How much money will you give?" "The original price you said, $280 per kilogram. That's not the current price anymore." "Then how much is it?" Zhao was somewhat impatient. $350 per kilogram. Zhao was very frustrated, but he still gritted his teeth and accepted the price. "Fine. Wait, I said it wrongly. It's 400 per kg. Spike thought that since Zhao had agreed so easily, his price must be too low. Chen Zhao surely had the secret information too. China was a major pearl market. Perhaps Chen Zhao knew something precisely because China was about to make a big move. It's robbery, Chen Zhao shouted, annoyed. No, it's the market. We had no contract and have not finished our deal, so we can still change the price. I can, and so can you. I don't want it anymore. Chen Zhao did not like being fooled by others. Then goodbye. Spike hung up. Chen Zhao was so angry that he almost smashed his phone on the ground, but he eventually did not, considering that he had just bought it recently. Boss, we bought enough pearls. However, because of this, the price of natural pearls has changed greatly. Now it's already $340 per kilogram. We have also spent more money as a result. So high. Is there insider news? No, we've confirmed that it's because of your purchase. A lot of jewelers think that there's actually some insider information. John laughed. He usually would not trade natural pearls, but as the largest cultured pearl supplier in the region and the owner of the famous jewel brand Alita, he still had a big influence. When other jewelers realized he was buying large amounts of natural pearls, it was normal for them to think that he had some insider information. Nevertheless, when they discovered there was nothing after 2 days, the price would fall back. Then release fake news to remove some of the individual jewelers from a game. As the main player, John could easily control the market. His every action could cause people to become suspicious and the market to fluctuate. John took his phone and called Risfar. Mr. Risfar, I have enough pearls. Call him directly. Me? Shouldn't it be you? John was confused why Risfar would give him the opportunity to help Chen Zhao. Although John was really grateful for what Chen Zhao had done, he could return the favor later. Why did Risfar ask him to call Chen Zhao directly? Chapter 250, Red Wine. Chapter 250, Red Wine. Zola, that pearl seller you introduced to me is an asshole. What's wrong? Zola was confused. She didn't know what had happened. Chen Zhao told her about Spike raising the price for no reason, adding more emotion and details. Hearing this, Zola furrowed her brows. I see. I'll make sure to get an explanation. Zola and Spike were only work partners. However, Zola worked in high fashion. Her brand used some jewelry and accessories. In essence, Zola was Spike's source of income. If she stopped working with him, Spike would definitely have great losses. After tattling, Chen Zhao felt much better. Just then, he got a call from an unfamiliar number. Hello, who is it? Hello, I am John Longshaw. Hello, Mr. John Longshaw. Do I know you? I heard that you need pearls. Huh? How do you know? Chen Zhao was confused. I have a batch of natural pearls on me, John said. 1 ton. Do you need it? What price? $180. $180. That's it? Are you sure? I heard that the price in the pearl market is very high now, much higher than this. Chen Zhao was guarded. After all, with such a low price, the man might be trying to scam him with artificially bred pearls. This is the true market price. The rise in price these past 2 days is because of my purchases. John was actually able to give it to Chen Zhao for free. He bought all the pearls for $200,000. Selling it to Chen Zhao for $180 was already a big loss. But with his background, he could gift him 10 tons easily. Why are you doing this? We don't know each other. I know you, and that's all that matters. If you need the pearls, I can send them to your home. Are you serious? Yes. How can I pay you? You can pay after you receive it, John said, chuckling. You can find a professional to check and send me the money after you're sure there are no problems. Okay. My address is 13 Banana Street, Mountain Town. Please wait at home. My package will be delivered within the hour. Chen Zhao thought for a moment, but he didn't know any pearl appraisers. Just then, Norman's called. Hey, asshole. You haven't come here in 3 days. Did you forget your job? I'm busy. I'll go over when I'm free. Plus, it's only like 10 pounds. You can do it by yourself in 2 days. There's no one to talk to when you're not here. I have no motivation. I'm seriously busy. Busy with what? Oh, right. Do you know any jewelry appraisers? What jewelry do you want appraised? Pearls. I bought some and need a professional to appraise it for me. I'm coming. Coming for what? I'll help you. Are you sure? Don't scam me. Do you want help or not? Yes. Please come. You came over before, so you should know where I live, right? Norman's hung up and hurried over. 30 minutes later, she was here with Wouter. Wouter was excited to be back here and ran around, playing with Black Ma and White Ma. Norman's came in with her kit. Where are your pearls? It's not here yet, Zhao said. Wait a bit. Your house is so small. Look, White Ma and Black Ma can't even run around in here. You should just bring them to my place. It's bigger. You can tell them yourself. If they're willing to go with you, then they can go. Norman's looked at them. Black Ma, White Ma, come to my place. I have good food. They ignored her. What a joke. Other than her house being bigger, there was nothing good about it. There were demonic crystals here. Zhao would give them some every now and then. Normans knew that she would get this result, but she was still annoyed at getting ignored. How come a dog and owner are all so annoying? Just then, there was a knock on the door. Zhao opened it. There was an unfamiliar man in work clothes. A few men in similar attire stood behind him. Hello, who are you looking for? Are you Mr. Chen? We are the delivery men from Heir to Pearl Company. My task is to send a package of pearls to you. Zhao nodded. He took out his license. The delivery man confirmed it and said, Excuse me, where should we put the pearls? Put it into the basement. The workers brought boxes of pearls into the basement. Each box had Erida's logo. They all contained 2 kilograms. Hey, asshole, how many pearls did you buy? I thought you bought some $10,000 high-quality pearl. I only need you to check if these are natural or not. Then why did I bring so many tools? You can tell just from the luster and color. I didn't tell you to bring the tools. You brought it over yourself. Norman's was furious, but she still helped Zhao in the end. These are all natural pearls. The quality's pretty high, too. Aren't you a doctor? Why do you need so many of these? Are you going to change your career? No, I have other uses. Zhao shook his head. Okay, your task is complete. You can go home now. What? You're kicking me out? Of course. This is my home, and my girlfriend's coming back soon. I don't want her to misunderstand. What if I don't leave? Black Ma, White Ma, please see her out. Normans stomped her feet in anger and left in a huff. Zhao put all the pearls into the spatial ring and called John. Hello, Mr. Longshaw. I received the delivery. Please send me your bank account. A car parked outside at that moment. Del, Risfar, and their kids hopped off. Uncle Chen, we're here to visit you. Faith greeted Zhao. She brought the 2 older girls into the house. Mr. Longshaw, I have guests. I'll send you the money later. After hanging up, Zhao went to welcome Del and Risfar. Mr. Risfar, how come you're visiting? My daughters want to see White Ma and Black Ma, so I brought them here. Mr. Chen, you won't mind, right? Of course not. I'm glad they like White Ma and Black Ma. Mr. Chen, this is for you. Risfar offered Zhao a fancy bottle of red wine. Thank you. Zhao took it without hesitation. Please come in. Chapter 251, Going to Hell Again. Chapter 251, Going to Hell Again. Chen, your house is too small. Black Ma and White Ma can't even run around. You should seriously consider giving them to me. Do you know that the person who said the same thing 5 minutes ago was just chased out by me? Uncle, I think Dad's right. Look at poor Black Ma and White Ma. Faith said as she bullied the silly twins. Faith, can you give one to Vera and me? Ronnie suggested with a serious tone. Here you go. You can have White Ma first. Tomorrow we'll exchange. Faith similarly answered in a serious voice. Mr. Risfar. Call me Johnny, Risfar said. Is Johnny your surname? No, Risfar is my surname, but only my family calls me Johnny. To be honest, Risfar was really a sociable person. He pulled Zhao closer to him with just one sentence. Is that really all right? Zhao could not understand why Risfar was suddenly so friendly. It was only the second time they met. They were certainly not close friends. Huh, actually I'm just hoping that the next time Ronnie and Vera show up here, you won't reject them. I promise they'll always be welcomed. Uncle, how about me? Sitting on the floor, Faith raised her head and looked at Zhao in envy. Of course you are too. Faith, let me show you a magic. Ronnie pulled Faith away. Then, she put her hands together and performed the thumb removal magic. Actually, Ronnie's performance was very unskilled and childish. Nevertheless, Faith was still amused and cheered loudly. Uncle Dad, Sister Ronnie's performance is awesome. Faith shouted in excitement. Sister Ronnie, how did you remove your finger? I can do it too. Dell was the most childish person among the three adults. In fact, he was childish in many areas. For example, his performance was even worse than a 3-year-old girl. Ah, I see it. Daddy didn't remove his finger. He used his right thumb, Faith exclaimed. That doesn't count. Daddy is so stupid. Distressed, Dell pulled Chen Zhao's arm. Chen, show the magic too. I don't know any magic. That was exactly what Dell wanted. He would only feel comfortable after seeing Chen Zhao being despised by Faith as well. Don't disappoint Faith. Just perform something. Fine. Chen Zhao opened his hand. There's nothing on my hand, right? Yup, there's nothing. Chen Zhao clenched his fist and then opened it again. There was a pearl. Wow, that's amazing. Faith, Ronnie, and Vera all clapped loudly. Dell immediately walked up and searched Chen Zhao's body. Where did you hide the pearl? Stop touching me. Chen Zhao slapped away Dell's hands. You hid it in advance, right? Chen Zhao clenched his fist again. When he opened it, there was a handful of pearls. Dell's eyes almost dropped out. You really know magic? It's the only one I know. Chen Zhao clenched his fist again, and the pearls disappeared. Risfar finally said, Chen, you're really talented. Despite his careful observation, he could not tell how the magic was performed. Uncle, I want to see it again. Black Ma, give me a bucket. Black Ma soon returned with a bucket in his mouth. Chen Zhao opened his left hand. There's nothing, right? Yes, nothing. The three kids stared attentively at Chen Zhao's hand. Chen Zhao clenched his fist. Then pearls started to fall out through the gaps between his fingers one after another. Before long, there was already a layer of pearls in the bucket. Chen, where exactly did you hide the pearls? Did you plan to show us this magic in the first place? Dell asked curiously. Risfar was very curious too. Close-up magic was the most difficult type to perform. Chen Zhao also had no one to help him. However, Risfar could not see the trick at all. Chen, teach me the magic. Nah, you're too dumb for it. Chen Zhao glanced at Dell with the corner of his eye. Don't say that before the kids. You're degrading me. Chen Zhao only performed this for the kids. He did not want to expose anything. In the evening, Fei Lai came home. Dell and Risfar also left. Puff, it's a tiring day. What happened? It's the weekend. There were a lot of people in trouble. If it's too tiring, you can quit. No, Fei Lai rejected immediately. Chen Zhao would not force Fei Lai to be a housewife. By the way, I'm leaving for a day, Chen Zhao said. Huh, where? That place. Oh, you mean the place you disappeared to? Yup, I really want to see that place too. Chen Zhao gave a bitter smile. He really could not bring Fei Lai. It was hell after all. Apart from him, the only way for a person to go there was to commit suicide. Fei Lai, I can agree to anything but that. I know, Fei Lai said understandingly. When are you leaving? Tonight. I'll go there earlier and come back earlier. Okay. Chen Zhao put his arms around Fei Lai's shoulders and gently kissed her hair. Chen Zhao thought about what he should get for Fei Lai from hell. Just when he was about to act further, he suddenly realized that his body was fading away. Fuck this again, Chen Zhao cursed. Fei Lai had yet to realize Chen Zhao's change. She suddenly lost balance and fell onto the sofa. Of course, she immediately discovered Chen Zhao's disappearance. Human, you're finally here. If you came any later, it'll be over. Beelzebub Zophi was standing right before Chen Zhao. Chen Zhao walked out of the magic array. Lord, this is the treasure stone you wanted, right? Chen Zhao took out a pearl. Beelzebub Zophi immediately nodded. Yes, this is the one. Don't tell me you only brought one. A lot. Chen Zhao took out all of the pearls and placed them before Beelzebub Zophi. Are these called treasure stones in hell? Are they very precious? Anything that isn't available in hell is precious. Many years ago, a human brought some here. What's their use? I'm making some Spring of Youth. One of the ingredients is treasure stone. What's Spring of Youth? In human language, it can make people young again. In our language, it can make us return to our strongest state Beelzebub Zhao said. Chen Zhao's eyes glittered. How much will you be making? Don't worry. I'll give some to you. Beelzebub Zhao was really kind. I spent almost half of all my wealth to make 2 bottles of Spring of Youth. Come, follow me. Chapter 252, Spring of Youth. Chapter 252, Spring of Youth. Beelzebub Zhao brought Chen Zhao to a ring-shaped building with a hollow center. There were red crystals embedded in the wall, making it uneven. When Chen Zhao looked up, he could see a huge red moon, shining with demonic red light. He'd never seen such a full red moon. When he came before, it had always been a new moon, waning or waxing gibbous moon. Beelzebub Zhao stood before a furnace in the center. It shone with green flames. Then he started tossing the pearls in. The flames in the furnace darkened from the original green. Chen Zhao had thought that Zhao would use the pearls as resources, but he ended up using it as fuel. The Red Moon of Hell only appears for 3 days the entire year, while the Spring of Youth can only be created during the Red Moon. There was a duct above the furnace. Liquid started dripping down from it, landing in the stone bowl on the side. The liquid was as bright as blood, but it was a bit viscous. As Zhao added the pearls in, the flames grew stronger and stronger. The dark flames that spewed out of the furnace seemed like they would swallow Zhao, but he stood in the fire unharmed while chanting a spell. More and more liquid flowed out of the pipe. Soon, the stone bowl was filled. "Don't just stand there," Zhao yelled. "Take out your container to collect it." Huh? What? You don't have a container. Chen Zhao remembered the red wine that Risfar had given him earlier. It was in his spatial ring. He hurriedly took it out and poured the red wine out. Then he placed it under the duct to collect the liquid. He didn't dare to move, in fear that he would miss a drop of the precious liquid. When the liquid was almost at the opening, no more liquid fell from the duct. "It's over. It's over." Zhao nodded. "Do you directly drink the Spring of Youth, and then old people can become young again? You humans can't drink it directly. You must dilute it with water. 1 drop can basically make you 1 year younger. If you just drink it, the effect might be too strong and make you a baby again. However, you must remember that each person only has 1 chance to go back. Even if you only drank 1 drop on the first time, you won't get any effect the next time. So this is like increasing your lifespan." "It's like that for humans," Zhao said. "But it's not like becoming a year younger will add a year to your life. The younger you make yourself, the less years you add on. But for us demons, it'll only make us go back to our optimal state. If you add a drop of the Spring of Youth to wine, it'll also become the sweetest wine." Chen Zhao put the cork back into the bottle and put it in his spatial ring. "Lord, what are those stones in the wall?" "Moon crystals. Do you want them?" "Are they precious?" "I put them all over the wall. What do you think?" "Then dig one out for me." "It isn't useful for you, is it?" "I want to make a piece of jewelry for my girlfriend." "Oh, I see. I heard Abitos say that you have a woman in the human world. Here, I'll have Jessica take the moon crystal to the best artisan in Obsidian City. He can make a demonic badge for you." "A demonic badge? It won't have any side effects, right?" Chen Zhao's expression changed slightly. The Doomstar was still fresh on his mind. He didn't want to bring more trouble to Fei Lai. "Don't worry. Since it's made for your woman, it obviously won't have any negative effects." "Lord, I have another question. How should I control my right hand?" "You haven't summoned Jessica? She knows how to solve your problem." "I summoned her last time, but I was dizzy after that. I don't want to summon her again." "Your spiritual power is too weak. How do I strengthen it?" "Use more spells. Don't you humans practice to exercise your body?" "That's a dumb method, but it's very effective. You could try summoning Jessica more often. This will strengthen your spiritual power faster." Zhao paused. Looking at Chen Zhao's right hand, he added, "My blood flows through your right arm. It doesn't have a consciousness and can only act with instinct. If you can learn Soul Collection, you'll be able to control it." "I don't know Soul Collection." Chen Zhao had never heard of this spell before. "I'll give you the rubbing of this spell." Just then, he was attacked by the smell of meat. Chen Zhao took a deep breath. "Smells delicious. Let's go. Or has killed a dragon just for you." Chen Zhao and Zhao walked out of the ring-shaped building. They saw Oris shortly after. Her mouth was open, and she kept blowing out fire to cook the 8 or 9 meter long dragon. Chen Zhao was speechless at this roasting method, but it was really hell-style. "Human, you're here." Seeing Chen Zhao, Oris gave Chen Zhao a warm hug with her 3-meter-tall height. "Human, I made this just for you. If you eat its flesh, you can become stronger. It won't make me turn into some horned and scaled creature, right?" "Haha, I like your humor," Oris laughed. "Oh, if I can't finish, can I take it to go?" "Of course, but you better remember that no one other than you and your demons can eat it." "Why? People without demonic blood can't take dragon meat, especially one cooked with my breath." He had to admit that the dragon's meat tasted delicious. It might also be Oris' unique cooking techniques. Chen Zhao had a great appetite and ate a dozen kilograms. But looking at the dragon that weighed a few tons, he probably couldn't finish until next year. Thankfully, he could take it back and let the other demons get a taste. He stayed a full 24 hours. Chen Zhao received the spell rubbing of soul connection and the pendant made out of the moon crystal by an artisan that Jessica had found. It was a beautiful pendant with a red gem. There were at least 100 carats of heart-shaped moon crystals. It shone with a mesmerizing and strange red light. The chain was created out of some unknown silver-white metal. It felt like it didn't exist. You wouldn't feel it when wearing it. Its name was the Redmoon heart. Of course, it was also a demonic badge. Its function was that it would never be lost. Okay, this was honestly the most useless demonic badge. Chapter 253, Redmoon Heart. Chapter 253, Redmoon Heart. "Ah!" Feilai screamed. Chen Zhao's abrupt appearance almost made Feilai jump into the air. "It's me," Chen Zhao quickly comforted. "Are you trying to scare me to death?" Feilai calmed down. "Sorry." Chen Zhao was also speechless, but he immediately took out Redmoon Heart. "It's for you." "Wow, it's so beautiful." Feilai could not move her eyes away. No women could reject such a piece of artwork. Redmoon Heart was the most gorgeous and thrilling accessory Feilai had ever seen. "Is this ruby?" "No, but it's definitely more valuable than ruby. It's the only piece like it in the world," Chen Zhao said. "Is it very special?" "Yes, it's called Redmoon Heart. Once you wear it, it will belong to you forever. Nobody can steal it away. The power of magic." "Yes. So I won't be able to take it off?" "No, you can take it off, but it'll never be lost. Put on me." Feilai could not wait to wear the gem. As Redmoon Heart hung before Feilai's chest, it seemed to glow even brighter. "It feels so special. I can only feel the presence of the gem, but not its weight." "You look amazing." Feilai opened her mouth slightly and started to pant. She waited for Chen Zhao's next move. Chen Zhao felt that he had become stronger, perhaps because of the dragon meat he had eaten. He did not realize his change in hell, but now that he was back in the human world, he almost could not feel Feilai's weight. Chen Zhao lifted his arms gently and pulled Feilai toward himself. After a long battle, Chen Zhao was still not satisfied, but he stopped because of Feilai's begging. At night, Chen Zhao was sleeping with Feilai in his arms. Suddenly, Blackie's head floated out from the wall. Chen Zhao was shocked out of his wits. Even though it was not the first time, he was still not used to it. "Blackie, what do you want?" Chen Zhao acted quietly, afraid that he would wake Feilai up. "I need your help tomorrow." "What?" "Remember I told you I have been casting Hell Knell on a vegetative man?" "Yes, what?" "Help me to heal him." It was Blackie's first request. In the past, it had always been Chen Zhao who needed Blackie's help. Hence, Chen Zhao had no reason to reject Blackie, although the person was in a vegetative state. Chen Zhao had no prior experience at all. He did not know how to treat the person. All right. After consideration, Chen Zhao decided to agree for now. As for whether he could succeed, he had to see the patient first. While he was curious why Blackie wanted him to treat that person, he would not ask unless Blackie was willing to tell him. The next day, Chen Zhao drove to Chantilly Hospital. He did not repair the broken window, because according to U.S. laws, pet owners must not leave their pets alone in closed vehicles. Chen Zhao had the habit of leaving them in the car. If someone discovered that there were pets in the car, he or she might just smash the window. Therefore, Chen Zhao might as well leave the window broken. He believed that nobody would dare to steal his car. As Chen Zhao strolled in the hospital, he suddenly saw Four. Chen, what are you doing here? Why do I see you every time I come here, despite the size of the hospital? A nurse told me that you've been acting suspiciously here again, so I came. Because Chen Zhao and Four had been seeing each other quite often, some people in the hospital also knew Chen Zhao. You still haven't told me why you're here. I'm looking for someone, Chen Zhao answered. Is it your friend? No. Chen Zhao shook his head. Then who is it? Another client? It's my patient, not client, Chen Zhao corrected. I don't get it. Is there a difference? For looked at Chen Zhao, confused. The patient I'm looking for is male, around 40 years ago. He's vegetative and has been here for 5 years. He also has a daughter who visits him every 2 days or so. I'll help you to find him. For glanced at Chen Zhao. Are you going to treat him? I want to see his condition first. If possible, I might heal him, but I'm not experienced in treating vegetative people either. There were at least 1,000 hospitalized patients in the hospital. Given that Four was not a neurologist, it was normal that she did not know the person Chen Zhao was talking about. Anyway, For still helped Chen Zhao to find the patient. WATE leaders. 5 years ago, he fell into a coma after a severe car accident. He's still vegetative now. Is it him? Yup. For brought Chen Zhao to the ward. It was a standard ward with 4 beds. However, only one of the beds was occupied at the moment. A woman was sitting beside the patient, massaging his muscles. When Four and Chen Zhao walked in, Sumo leaders turned her head around, puzzled. Yes. Hi. He is the new neurology expert in the hospital. He has awakened many vegetative people in the past. It's his first day here, so he would love to take a look at all the vegetative patients in our hospital. Hi, I'm Sumo leaders. This is my father. Can you please wake my father up? I can't promise you anything, but please can I check his condition first? Having lain in bed for more than 5 years, WAT's muscles had badly wasted. He was extremely weak and fragile. Do you have his medical reports in the past few years? Yes, but I don't have them with me now. Can I give them to you tomorrow? Sure, Chen Zhao nodded. After examining WAT's body briefly, Chen Zhao and Four left the ward. Chen, how did you choose your patients? You don't even know them, right? It's a request from a friend, just like the request from you last time, Chen Zhao said. Can you wake him up? I'm not sure, Chen Zhao admitted. Chen Zhao had never had a vegetative patient before. To be honest, he did not even know what he should do to the patient, let alone cure him of his state. Just then his phone rang. Hi, Mr. Chen, I'm Spike. Can I talk to you, please? There's nothing to talk about. Chen Zhao was about to hang up. Mr. Chen, please give me a minute. Please. Fine, a minute. I would like to sell you all my natural pearls at the original price. I don't need them anymore. $180. It's the lowest price in the market. I said, I don't need them anymore. I've already bought what I needed. Chapter 254, Artificial, Natural? Chapter 254, Artificial, Natural? Mr. Chen, you can't do this to me. Do you know what I put in to help you buy natural pearls? How can you do this to me? Spike was freaking out. He'd really lost too much this time. He thought that there would be good news in the natural pearl market, so he'd been buying them up crazily these days. But before good news came, he heard that Mr. John had already stopped buying natural pearls. By the time he processed this, it was already too late. He'd borrowed from the bank with high interest to buy the pearls. The market price for natural pearls recovered to the original price. This wasn't the worst part. The worst part was that even though the price had recovered, the market order hadn't. The market wasn't that big since no one really needed natural pearls. With the recent rises and falls, no other sellers would touch natural pearls in the following period. The items were stuck in his hand now. If he waited a few months, he could definitely sell them. However, the bank's interest couldn't wait. Each day was pressing at his limit. Plus, the thing that he regretted the most was that Zola's fashion company, his original partner, had ended the contract. This affected his business greatly. The bank also started chasing after his debt because of this. Chen Zhao scoffed. You were the one who wouldn't sell to me, so I bought them from someone else. Now you're blaming me? Mr. Chen, it's my fault. Please forgive me. Please give me another chance. 1 minute's up. Goodbye. Chen Zhao hung up. He didn't want to waste time with Spike. The man had asked for this himself. It wasn't like Chen Zhao wanted to mess with him. If Spike hadn't done those things, he might not have gotten rich overnight, but he still would have made a profit. Chen Zhao didn't know how much Spike had lost. He didn't want to know either. It had nothing to do with him. He got into the car after leaving the hospital and drove to Ethan's. Sitting at the counter, Li Qing saw Chen Zhao and immediately went over. Mr. Chen, this is the peace knot that I made for you. It's just a little gift. Please take it. Chen, Li gave me one too, Ethan said from the counter. Does it actually work? It's the thought that counts. Chen Zhao accepted the peace knot. Thank you. Chinese people usually hung a peace knot in their cars. It was a custom and habit. Chen Zhao looked at the knot. It was very detailed, unlike the machine-made ones usually sold in China. Li Qing must have made it herself. Chen Zhao discovered that he couldn't figure out how it was made. Annie Li, your weaving method is so detailed. I think you can make some to sell at the motel. You'll definitely have a market. Li Qing shook her head. I can't just make a few. I've only made these 2 in 2 months. Is it that hard? It's handed down the generations. Kids aren't even willing to learn. Now that it's in my hands, the tradition might get lost. There was an undertone of sadness in her voice. Chen Zhao didn't know if it was for the craftsmanship or the loss of her child. Coastal Rescue Team. Fei Lai, your necklace is so pretty. A female lifeguard looked at Chen Zhao's pendant. She couldn't look away. The other women crowded around too. Is that a real ruby? No way. How much would such a big ruby cost? It's probably man-made, but it's so pretty. The touch and luster don't look man-made. What did women wear pretty jewelry for? In addition to adding to her beauty, it was also for showing off. Fei Lai wasn't an exception. She was satisfied to get praise from the other girls. It's so pretty. Fei Lai, can I look? The girl took the Redmoon heart and started touching and studying it. The cut is so precise. When she placed it under the sunlight, the entire Redmoon heart shone with a dazzling color. The color took one's breath away. All the girls cried out in surprise. This caught the men's attention. Robio walked over. Let me see. He took the Redmoon heart. This is an artificial fiber or stone. It's an all-natural gem. Robio pointed it at the sun and then gazed at it with his hands over the stone. Fei Lai, he said, you shouldn't wear something so expensive to work. Huh? But Chen said it's not a ruby. If it's artificial, it won't have the inner refraction. Artificial stones have a phosphorescence effect, and the light goes straight through. This stone is at least $30 million. You better put it somewhere and not take it out so easily. The women all stared at Fei Lai incredulously. They couldn't help but be jealous. They all knew Chen Zhao, but didn't think that he would be so generous. Not only did he give Fei Lai a sports car, but he also gave her such an expensive necklace. If they'd known that this Chinese man was so rich, they would have snatched him up first. It's this expensive. It's just an estimate. If you want a more accurate appraisal, you can find a professional agency. Robio clapped. Okay, break's over. Back to work. None of the women could look away from the Redmoon heart. It was honestly too tempting. It was especially attractive to girls. Wearing it, Fei Lai was even more beautiful. After hearing what Robio had said, she didn't dare wear the necklace either and quietly put it away. The women didn't look away until they saw Fei Lai take it off. Even though she didn't dare wear it anymore, she was still satisfied with the eyes of the others. Everyone had a shallow side, including Fei Lai. People always compared themselves to each other subconsciously from looks to figure. Fei Lai didn't put it back on until after work. The other girls could only look and sigh. On her way back home, she also bought a bottle of red wine. Chen, when are you coming back? Soon. Is there a problem? I can't call you if there's no problem. Oh, I'll come back as soon as possible. When Chen Zhao came back, he realized that Fei Lai had prepared a candlelit dinner. While they were getting intimate, Dell's call came, ruining the moment. Chen, do you know what the wine that Risfar gave you was? No. Why? It's an 1842 red wine from Rawls' wine cellar. And that bottle had just been sold for $2 million at the spring red wine auction. The one who bought it was Risfar. Chen Zhao choke. Chapter 255, Six-Pack? Chapter 255, Six-Pack. Chen, what's wrong? Fei Lai looked at Chen Zhao, confused. Chen Zhao's expression had just changed wildly, as if something big had happened. I feel like I've just lost $2 million, Chen Zhao said with a long face. Dell continued to hurt Chen Zhao on the other side of the phone. Chen, you can't just enjoy that wine yourself. Do you want me to go over, or do you want to come here? Maybe tomorrow. Fei Lai and I are having candle dinner now. What? Have you already opened the wine? Don't finish it. Leave some for me. Don't worry, we didn't open that bottle. Why didn't you tell me earlier? Chen Zhao complained. I only found it out just now. It was too late anyway. Chen Zhao had already poured the $2 million red wine away himself. Nevertheless, he still took out the original bottle and poured the Spring of Youth into another bottle. Chen Zhao left a bit of the spring in the bottle and poured the leftover red wine from the dinner in. According to Beelzebub Zophie, adding the Spring of Youth to wine could increase its quality. Chen Zhao hoped that Dell would not notice any difference. The next day, at noon, Chen Zhao went to Dell's house with the wine. Chen, have you already drunk so much? Realizing that there was only half a bottle left, Dell's face was filled with pain. You should be glad that there is still some left. Chen Zhao rolled his eyes. My wine contains the Spring of Youth. Don't think it's worse than the wine from Rawls' wine cellar. Mr. Risfar gave it to me. Let's call him here and drink together. Are we really calling another person here when there's only half a bottle? I won't be drinking. Chen Zhao rolled his eyes again. A person could only benefit from the Spring of Youth once. He did not want to use it this early. Chen Zhao planned to use it only when he and Fei Lai were much older. The wine was a gift from Risfar, after all. It was reasonable for Chen Zhao to invite him over to return the favor. Black Ma, go and invite Mr. Risfar here. To be honest, Chen Zhao did not understand why Risfar would give him such an expensive bottle of wine. They had only met each other twice. Soon, Risfar came. Black Ma was also carrying Ronnie and Vera on his back. Chen, did you ask Black Ma to invite me here? Yes, what did he tell you? He said woof woof. Can you translate it? When Risfar saw the red wine on the table, he smiled. Johnny, why did you such a good bottle of wine to Chen instead of me? He doesn't even know about wines. I would rather pour it away than give you. Why? Did I offend you? Who knows which bitch you'll share the wine with? In just a week, I've seen at least 10 women enter your manor. Chen Zhao poured Risfar and Dell a glass of wine each. Risfar looked at Chen Zhao. Chen, are you not drinking? Fei Lai and I already drank half yesterday. To be honest, it's a waste for either of us to drink it. Fine. Wish you and Fei Lai happiness. Risfar lifted the wine glass. He had already smelled the spreading aroma. The wine was even better than he thought. The extremely intense smell really matched the price of the classic collection from Rawls' wine cellar. Risfar took a sip. The sweet taste of the wine filled his mouth immediately. It was an alluring feeling. Risfar could not help heaving a long sigh. Great wine. Chen, are you really not drinking? Risfar had another sip. He suddenly realized something. He had drunk the wine from Rawls' cellar before, but it did not feel as good. Rawls' wine cellar only produced a few bottles of wine each year, which were all sold in auctions. The red wine from Rawls' cellar tasted sweet and gentle. However, because it was made in redwood barrels, it would have the smell of redwood. This is not from Rawls' cellar. Nevertheless, the wine was even sweeter and more intense than the original. The aroma filled and stayed in Risfar's mouth for a long time. Risfar lifted the wine glass and looked at the wine under sunlight. The wine was very bright and had no impurities at all. Under the refraction of sunlight, it looked as shiny as ruby. What a great wine. Risfar looked at Chen Zhao. Chen, it's not the original wine, right? Chen Zhao was surprised that Risfar could tell the difference. Can you tell me which cellar it's from? I've never had such wine before. It's excellent. Nice. Dell suddenly grabbed the bottle and drank from it direct. Chen Zhao quickly snatched the bottle from him. Damn, you can't drink like this. Why? It's just a bottle of wine. You need to taste it slowly. Nobody drinks like this. Also, how are we supposed to drink after you put your mouth around it? Luckily, it was in Dell's house, and they were all friends. If it was in public instead, Dell would probably be dead by now. While the wine was quite intense, it was clearly not as strong as hard liquor. As Dell and Risfar drank the wine, they eventually fell asleep on the sofa. Perhaps they were drunk. On the other hand, Chen Zhao played with the kids in the courtyard. There was still about 1/3 of the wine left. Dell and Risfar slept for about 2 hours. It was more like a nap. Risfar woke up. When he opened his eyes, he felt as if the world had been renewed. He was clear-headed and rejuvenated. Risfar glanced at Dell, who was still sleeping. Risfar was somewhat confused. He remembered very clearly that they had been drinking here. How did they fall asleep? He had quite a high alcohol tolerance. Even half a bottle of vodka would not make him drunk, not to mention red wine. Risfar walked to the courtyard and saw Chen Zhao playing with the kids. Chen, sorry, I don't even know why I fell asleep. Maybe you were too tired, Chen Zhao said, smiling. Risfar would usually not drink in the day. If he did, he would certainly not work, because it would affect his thinking and judgment. However, today, he drank in the day and felt that he had an endless amount of energy. He felt as if he was back to being 20 years old again. All his cells were filled with vigor. It felt rather strange. It was like a person who had been carrying weights for many years. He suddenly removed all the weights and felt as light as a bird. At the dinner table, Ronnie stared at Risfar for a while, puzzled. Dad, you became more handsome. No, Dad became younger, Vera corrected. Risfar only laughed it off, dismissing his daughter's lovely comments. However, when he was washing up at night, he saw himself in the mirror. Did my crow's feet just disappear? Risfar was confused. The wrinkles on his forehead were also gone, and his hair had become brighter. He used to have some white hair due to his busy schedule and worry for his family. Now, his white hair was nowhere to be seen too. Risfar touched his belly. Six-pack. Since he was 30, his six-pack had been reduced to beer belly. Chapter 256, Evil from the Heart. Chapter 256, Evil from the Heart. The next day, Risfar realized that he seemed to have really gotten younger. It was more obvious than yesterday. The muscles he'd gotten during school were back on him. This feeling was very strange. Risfar kept posing in the mirror. His heart jumped. Could have been that bottle of wine. Had Chen Zhao invited him to drink the wine to make himself get younger? Risfar was 40 years old. He estimated that he looked to be around 30 years old now. To be honest, the change wasn't that big. He just looked a bit younger. If it really was the wine, then Dell had drunk more than him, so he wondered what the man looked like now. Risfar put on his clothes and ran to Dell's manor. He saw a muscular young man with a bare upper body. He was sunbathing next to the pool with just his boxers. Dell, who are you? Johnny? Dell looked up. He didn't recognize Risfar immediately. Dell, your body. I don't know. I don't know either. You look a decade younger. Dell had been 28 years old, but because of his lifestyle, he'd gotten weaker. He looked like he was in his 30s. Now, he looked totally young. And what was with that perfect body? Risfar felt that Dell's change was even more dramatic than his. Risfar's body had also changed, but it wasn't that big. Is it Chen's wine? Risfar asked. Didn't you give Chen that bottle? It's the original bottle, but the wine can't be it. Or maybe he added something to the wine. Dell fell silent. Risfar looked at him and asked, Dell, do you know something? No, I don't know anything. To be honest, I'm jealous of your figure. Dell was quite satisfied to get his body back too. In the morning, Chen Zhao kissed Feilai goodbye. Then he took the dragon meat out and fed it to Beelzebub, Raymond, Walter, Carrie, Abitos, and the silly twins. He also ate some dragon meat. It really tasted delicious. Just then, someone knocked on the door. Chen Zhao opened it to see a stranger standing there. Mr. Chen, please help me. The stranger started begging him as soon as he started talking. Who are you? Spike. Chen Zhao furrowed his brows. I can't help you. Mr. Chen, please. I beg you. Chen Zhao hated Spike to the max. This businessman had no trustworthiness at all. After he lost his money, he came to Chen Zhao to make him solve the problem. Nothing this good happened. I wanted 1 ton of natural pearls. You wouldn't sell it to me, so I found it from someone else. I don't need it anymore. There's no use finding me. I have no choice now. I owe so much money to the bank and loan sharks. If you don't help me, I'll go bankrupt. This has nothing to do with me. Chen Zhao pushed Spike out. Just as he was about to close the door, Spike raised his gun. He stared at Chen Zhao menacingly. If you don't let me live, I won't make it easy for you either. You chink. Mr. Spike, do you know what you're doing? My life is ruined already, so I'll make you die with me. Chen Zhao raised his leg and kicked Spike without mercy. To him, Spike was just a weakling. Even an amateur like Chen Zhao knew that he had to lift the safety to fire with that gun. This meant that Spike just wanted to scare Chen Zhao into agreeing. Maybe he thought that he could force Chen Zhao to buy his stuff with his childish threat. However, after getting kicked, Spike clutched his stomach in pain while lifting the safety. Chen Zhao just stared coldly at Spike without continuing to attack. After all, he still had a mortal body. He didn't want to block the bullet with his flesh. Spike carefully retreated and escaped into his car. Chen Zhao immediately called the cops. A while later, Leonardo and a policewoman arrived. Chen, I heard that you met an armed robber. Yes. Chen Zhao described what had happened. Chen, I swear to you that I'll find the asshole that pointed a gun at you. I'll teach him a lesson. Leonardo, is this your partner? She's Rose, my new partner. Hello, Miss Rose. Hello, Mr. Chen. Leonardo mentions you often. I take it you two are close? Without a doubt. We won't bother you anymore. Goodbye. Bye. Chen Zhao waved. It seemed that Leonardo's spring was here too. Rose looked at Leonardo in a different way. Ever since David and Kate were captured by the Mexican gang, their feelings started heating up. They were living together now. They should find a time to meet up and have Leonardo bring Rose. It would help further their relationship. This way, Leonardo wouldn't act like he'd never seen women before and ask for numbers from any pretty girl. By then, Beelzebub and the others had finished breakfast. Chen Zhao cleaned up and took out the leftover red wine. He wanted to bring to Ethan. Ethan had high blood pressure these days. The diseases that came with age were already obvious on him. If he had the will, Chen Zhao could help make a weight loss plan for him. However, Ethan was the type that just ate, slept, and ate. He couldn't start moving at all. Dieting would work even less. After reaching a certain age, dieting would hurt the body too much. Just then, Felwood Cisco called. Mr. Chen, we have the general shape of the basement done. Do you want to come over and check? You can tell us what you're unsatisfied with, and we'll revise it. It'll be more troublesome if we fix things after building the upper level. Okay, I'll go over now. Chen Zhao brought his pets and drove toward Mirror Lake's construction site. Spike hadn't gone far. His car was parked in the near distance. Seeing Chen Zhao leave, Spike turned around and snuck into Chen Zhao's home. His past hadn't been pretty. These sneaky things were just everyday actions back then. He'd only started doing legal business after making some money, but this didn't mean that he'd really become a good person. Spike looked around, but didn't find anything valuable. His eyes fell onto the bottle of wine on the living room table. This bottle, it was 1842 red wine from Rawls' wine cellar. There was also a ruby pendant next to it. Spike was tempted. A few days ago, this bottle had been auctioned off at $2 million. He didn't know if the pendant was real or not, though. His heart jumping, he took both the bottle and pendant. Then he ran into the kitchen and turned on the gas. Chapter 257. Your house was blasted into the sky. Chapter 257. Your house was blasted into the sky. Chen Zhao and Felwood chatted with each other. Actually, Chen Zhao really trusted Felwood's supervision. Whenever there was a problem, Felwood would immediately inform Chen Zhao. If Chen Zhao made an unreasonable request, he would also explain to Chen Zhao patiently. There were 2 floors in the basement. Basement 2 was for Blackie. There was also a waterway leading to the lake. No decoration was needed. Basement 1 required much more spending. A piece of tempered glass that was 6 meters long and 2 meters wide already cost $120,000. Nonetheless, it changed the basement completely. One could see the mirror lake directly through the glass. It was also the part that pleased Chen Zhao and Fei Lai the most. Felwood, you said you know a water engineering team, right? Tell me to contact them. Felwood seemed to be in a difficult position. Mr. Chen, I'm sorry, I made an empty promise. I discussed the project with their boss, and he's very unhappy with the price. I don't think they will work for us anymore. I see. Forget it. I'll think of a way myself. I'm really sorry. It's fine. Just then, a luxurious car stopped outside the construction site. Dell and Risfar alighted from the car. When Chen Zhao saw them, he was clearly stunned. You? Dell? Johnny? Stop acting. We know it's because of you. Air. What? I don't get it. Chen Zhao realized that the two were really too young. Did I put too much spring of youth? Chen Zhao originally estimated that they would become at most 5 years younger, which would not be too obvious. However, they ended up becoming about 10 years younger. Dell's change was even bigger. He had been a decadent man. Now he suddenly became muscular and handsome. Fine, I won't ask anymore. Dell patted Chen Zhao's shoulder. Chen, is this your new home? Yup, Chen Zhao nodded. It's big. You must have spent quite a lot. As a Chinese, I have a special feeling for land. It's a great place, Risfar commented. Indeed, there was an excellent view of the mountains and the lake. Both Dell and Risfar felt that the place was exceptional. Suddenly, a police car approached them. Leonardo and Rose walked out from the car. Chun, something happened to your house. What? What happened? Your house was blasted into the sky. What? Chun Zhao was flabbergasted. What the fuck does blasted into the sky mean? When Chun Zhao saw the remains of his house, he was still in a trance. The firefighters had already arrived. They were merely extinguishing the fire. The fire was soon controlled, but there was nothing left in the house anyway. Everything was gone, except for the basement. Buddy, can you tell me the cause of the fire? Gas explosion, the firefighter said. Gas leak? No, the gas in your house wasn't turned off. But I didn't even use the stove in the morning. I can't answer that, the firefighter said, speechless. Chun, seems like you won't have a place to live for now. You can stay at my place, Dell invited. My place works too. Risfar felt that it was a very good opportunity. Nevertheless, Chun Zhao was clearly not in the mood for this. There was nothing valuable at home. After all, he had kept all the important things in the spatial ring. Still, Chun Zhao's mood was like an ignited gunpowder barrel. The gloom on his face was hard to ignore. Chun Zhao looked at Bant's house not far away. Bant's car was parked at the roadside. Bant, are you at home? Chun Zhao called Bant. No, what's up? I see your car is parked at the roadside. Does your car have a driving recorder? Yes, do you need it? My house was burned down by someone, Chun Zhao said. Chun Zhao was certain that someone had done it. It was definitely not an accident. Huh, I'll be right back. Soon, Bant came. He gave Chun Zhao the SD card of the recorder and even his laptop for Chun Zhao to play the record. Chun Zhao set the time to 9 in the morning. Soon after he left, another car parked before his house. Spike. Chun Zhao was enraged. Spike entered Chun Zhao's house. More than 10 minutes later, he came out with a bottle of wine. The eyes of Dell and Risfar glittered, but they did not display their feelings. 1 minute after Spike left, the house exploded. Chun, is he your enemy? Now he is. Chun Zhao's face darkened. Then Leonardo and Rose brought the SD card away. Risfar and Dell looked at Chun Zhao. Chen, what's your plan? Wait for the police to catch the culprit. What else can I do? If you need it, I can help you, Risfar said. I can too. Dell always had the habit of speaking before thinking. Since he stole that bottle of wine, we can offer a high price in the black market to purchase it. You should be more than happy to sell it to us. Chen Zhao looked at them. Do you want that bottle of wine? Air. It's yours. We'll return it to you, of course. If you happen to receive it, give it to your old relatives. You won't need it. What do you mean? A person can only benefit from that wine once. Can the wine cure diseases? Risfar asked. Johnny, is any of your relatives or friends ill? Chun Zhao finally got it. Risfar must have found out about him somehow. Therefore, Risfar came close to him, hoping that he would treat someone for Risfar. It's my wife. Zhao thought about it. Give me her medical history. Are you going to treat my wife? You need to promise me that after your wife recovers, nobody else will ever find out about it. Yes, I promise, Risfar said in excitement. Give me the reports as soon as possible, Zhao said. Of course, Risfar nodded firmly. Also, give me 24 hours. I'll find that person for you. Tell me if you want him dead or alive. I'm a law-abiding resident. I'll wait for the police to give me an answer. Zhao rolled his eyes. Once Zhao was alone, he immediately called Morgari. Morgari, help me to find someone. Chapter 258, Find a House. Chapter 258, Find a House. Zhao made a compromise with the agent. Zhao would pay for a portion while the insurance would pay for the rest. $10,000 wasn't much for him, but he still couldn't vent out his anger. Chen, I heard your house got set on fire. Want to come stay in my motel for a bit? Fuck off. I'd rather die than live there again. Only Ethan would talk to Zhao in such an annoying way. There was no other person. He had to go out and find a house now. Since he had to rent one, he could at least get a bigger one. At the moment, he was at the real estate agency communicating with the customer service. Just then, he got a call from Zola. Chen, I heard that your house was set on fire. Even you know? Zhao was surprised. You need to find a place to stay, right? I found one already, Zhao answered. Actually, Zhao wanted to put space between him and Zola. It wasn't that she was a bad person, but that it was about morals. He couldn't be dating Fei Lai while getting with other women. Zhao didn't think he was the type that could have multiple women. When he was single, he could let loose and accept anyone who was interested. Since he decided to have a stable relationship, he had to maintain it seriously. Chen, do you know that your real estate agent company is under Manny's name, and I'm in charge temporarily? Zhao froze. Don't tell me that I'm in your security footage right now. No, but your information is in the database in front of me right now. All right. Zhao knew he couldn't reject her. How about that mountain villa you and Daniel lived in before? How much is rent? Up to you. Zhao thought for a moment and said, I lost half a bottle of wine during the fire. The pyro stole it. If found, it'll be beneficial to you or your father. Thank you, but you're not the only one who knows this. I'm quite healthy, Zola said. I don't really need health benefits. Trust me, you won't be able to reject the effects. What are the effects? I'll just say this much. All right, when can my girlfriend and I move in? I already had someone go clean it up, Zola said. You can move in tonight. Are you sure you won't tell me the exact benefits of the wine? I'll tell you if you can get it. If not, then you'll be upset if I tell you. It's best if I don't say anything. Fine. I'll try my best to find it. Zhao drove to Angel Beach. As soon as he parked, White Ma and Black Ma rushed out. These two opened the door themselves. As soon as they got off, a bunch of fangirls and fanboys swarmed over. They were honestly popular at Angel Beach. Zhao didn't understand. Just then, a female lifeguard saw him. Hi, Chun. Hi, Pharaoh. To be honest, Zhao wasn't familiar with her. Are you here for Fei Lai? Yes. Your car is so big. This is the kind of car for men. Huh. I wonder what it feels like to sit in such a big car. Zhao was spaced out. He was thinking about how to tell Fei Lai that her clothes and shoes had all exploded. Chen, can I try out your car? Huh. He finally realized that this girl wanted to have sex in his car. Sorry, I'm busy. How about next time? Sure. I'll take you to Fei Lai. Pharaoh acted like nothing had happened. After reaching the office, Pharaoh said from the doorway, Fei Lai, Chen's here for you. Fei Lai turned around. Chen, how come you're here? Fei Lai, we haven't gone shopping together, right? You're inviting me to go shopping. I guess. I'm working now, though. I'll tell Robio. We have a lot of tourists today. I don't think he'll agree. You wait here. Zhao walked into Robio's office. He already saw through the glass that Zhao had come. Chen, how come you're free to come here today? Someone set my house on fire, including Fei Lai's clothes and everyday items. I hope you can give her half a day's leave. Leave Walter, Black Ma, and White Ma, and I'll let Fei Lai go. Sure, I'll come to get them at night. Okay, no problem. Chen, did you make a bunch of money today? Fei Lai looked at Zhao holding all the bags that he'd bought for her. She was suspicious. Why would Zhao voluntarily go shopping with her? He never did that before. Whenever he wanted to buy something, he would have a store in mind, go in, and then go out. It was that simple. Zhao's smile was a bit forced. I lost so much today, all right? Buy whatever you want. I think I bought enough today. What about lingerie? And pajamas? I already have a bunch. There's no need to buy more, especially pajamas. I've already worn it for many years. I'm not used to wearing other ones. You know that. Okay, you don't have to wear pajamas. Chen, what's wrong? What do you mean? Did something happen? No, I just feel that I should think more about you. In the past, I always rejected you when you wanted me to go shopping with you. I'll shop with you more often now. Are you sure nothing happened? Please, what can happen? Zhao rolled his eyes. There's a Chinese custom that a new house needs new clothes. There's a custom like that? But there are still 2 months until our new home is completed, right? It's always good to be prepared. We'll definitely need to invite our friends over for a party. I hope the owner will be beautiful. But this is already a lot. You're holding at least $20,000 worth of clothes. It's not a lot at all. Oh, you haven't bought perfume yet. Perfume? I don't use perfume. You know that we have a lot of pets. It's damaging to their sense of smell. Oh, shoes. The brands will all have new designs for spring, right? Fei Lai couldn't win against Zhao and was dragged into another name brand specialty store. Chapter 259. Our new home is definitely better than here. Chapter 259. Our new home is definitely better than here. Fei Lai had the most insane shopping trip in her life. Although her family was quite wealthy, she was not a crazy shopaholic. It had a lot to do with her personality. While Fei Lai liked to wear famous brands and read fashion magazines, just like most women, she was a rational shopper. However, today she was forced to spend more than $50,000 on clothes and shoes. Of course, even so, Fei Lai was still rather rational. Most items she bought cost between $1,000 to $2,000. The only exception was a pair of shoes which cost more than $4,000. Zhao had to put the items in his car before they could continue to shop. Fei Lai felt as if Zhao was going to buy the entire street for her. Even though shopping was indeed pleasurable, as a rational person, Fei Lai was worried whether the items were too expensive and whether Zhao could really afford them. All right, I think we bought enough. Fei Lai wanted to stop the shopping trip. Zhao muttered into Fei Lai's ears, "Actually, I want to see you in VS undies." Fei Lai immediately flushed. Asshole. After a while, they returned to the Coastal Rescue Team HQ. When the female lifeguards saw the various shopping bags Zhao was carrying, they could not move their eyes away. They were the brands every woman dreamed of getting. The things Zhao was carrying probably cost more than their monthly salary. To be honest, Zhao really did not want to carry the items himself. His SUV trunk was already full, so he had to put the rest in Fei Lai's car. Anyway, the scene was a huge blow to the women in the HQ. They were confident that their appearance and body were comparable to Fei Lai's. Why could they just not meet a man who was rich and willing to spend for them? The branded clothes Zhao was carrying cost at least $20,000. Fei Lai, don't drive too fast today. Follow me. I'll bring you to a place. Where? You'll know when we arrive. Is he going to propose to me? Fei Lai thought. What should I do then? I'm not ready. Nevertheless, Fei Lai did not know how to reject Zhao. She really liked him. If Zhao was rejected, would they break up? Fei Lai drove her car and followed Zhao. She soon realized that they had entered Beverly Hills. Chen, where exactly are we going? Fei Lai kept imagining the various possibilities. Zhao's car made many turns and climbed the hill. Eventually, he stopped in front of Villa. Fei Lai was even more puzzled. Is it his friend's house? Is he going to introduce me to his friend? Why didn't he tell me earlier then? He has no reason to keep it a secret, right? Fei Lai alighted from her car and looked at Zhao, confused. Chen, is this your friend's house? It's our temporary house. Zhao gave a dry laugh. Why? Fei Lai's face was filled with doubt. Chen, isn't our house in Mountain Town good enough? Why are we moving here? Also, our new home will be ready soon. Air. Actually, our house had a fire and everything is gone. Fei Lai finally understood why Chen Zhao had forced her to shop and buy so many things. All her belongings had been burnt. Everything's gone. Everything's gone, Chen Zhao confirmed. Were you at home that time? Fei Lai suddenly looked at Chen Zhao, worried. Were you injured? No. It's great that you were not hurt. Fei Lai hugged Chen Zhao. Cough, cough. Chen Zhao turned his head and realized it was Paul. Paul, why are you here? Mr. Rasfa asked me to deliver some things to you. I thought you probably haven't prepared the daily necessities, so I brought some here, Paul said. Thank you, Paul. Paul was sensitive enough to leave after delivering the items. Fei Lai admired the view of villa. To be honest, the villa was in an excellent location. Situated halfway up the hill, they could see half of Beverly Hills and an entire coastline in the distance. The villa faced the magnificent sea and rested against the lush mountains. It also had a swimming pool and various modern facilities. Chun, is our new home better than this place? Definitely. It'll be a lot better. The villa was actually quite small. It also did not have a lot of space on the outside. In fact, their original rented house was more spacious outside. Black Ma, White Ma, and the rest could only play on the rooftop. The house Robio had designed for them was 3 to 4 times bigger than this villa. They each had their own geographical advantages. Beverly Hills was one of the busiest places. Mirror Lake was certainly much quieter. If the rivers connected to Mirror Lake could be widened, small and medium ships would be able to pass by their house. Chen Zhao felt that this would make their new home much more lively. Furthermore, Amon would also be able to enter the lake. It would truly be a reunion, unlike now. Chen Zhao's entire family was kind of living in rented properties. At night, Spike was hiding in an abandoned factory with a bottle of red wine in his hand. He already knew that he was being hunted by the police. Attempted murder, arson, burglary. Spike knew that he was done for, unlike his crimes in the past. In the past, he would at most be kept in the police station for 3 days. Nothing would happen after that. Now, he would be jailed for at least several years. All he wanted at the moment was to earn some money and then leave the States. He would hide in a third-world country. At least he would not be chased by both the police and the loan sharks. Just then, he noticed some light outside the factory. Spike immediately lowered his body, nervously, and looked at the outside carefully. There was a car. A few men in black jackets alighted from a car. One of them was holding a case. Suddenly, Spike's phone vibrated. He turned off the vibration at once to avoid being exposed. We are already here. Where are you? Spike remained silent. He had to confirm whether those men were the correct people. To be honest, he really did not understand why someone would spend $1 million on a bottle of red wine. No, it was more like 1/3 of a bottle. Despite so, someone was still willing to pay $1 million for it. Spike felt it was really absurd. After a while, Spike finally said, I'm in a factory. Only one of you can come in. The person holding the case walked in and looked at Spike, who was hiding in the darkness. Where's the thing? I need to see the money first, Spike said carefully. It was $1 million trade, after all. He did not know if the person had been lying to him. The person unlocked the case and threw it before Spike. Chapter 260, Father and Daughter Drink Together. Chapter 260, Father and Daughter Drink Together. Spike opened the case. It was filled with green cash. They were all new and emanated a sweet scent. He took a wad out and checked. Then he took out another wad. It really was $1 million. Where's the stuff I want? Spike tossed the bottle at him. The man hurriedly reached out, almost missing it. He also checked the bottle to make sure it was the right one. Mr. Spike, I'm only the middleman. You don't have to be so guarded against me. Our transaction is done, so I can reveal something. A bunch of people in L.A. are looking for you. You better be careful. I don't want to hear that you're dead. Spike chose to trade with this man because he had the best reputation in this neighborhood. He rarely ever bit back. Spike took the money and left. Just then, the man in black took out his phone. Hello, Mr. Manus? It's Figure Lewis. I got the item. Bring it to Beverly Hills. My boss is there. I'll send you the money. Okay, got it. Figure Lewis bought the bottle from Spike, But he also didn't understand why Manus Boss would want an open bottle of wine. If it was a full 1842 red wine from Rawls' wine cellar, he could understand. But the leftover one-third of a bottle? Was it really worth $1,500,000? He personally guarded the bottle. 2 cars were parked outside of Risfar's home. He clutched the bottle tightly. Thankfully, the other party didn't want to get into a conflict. The guy who walked out was familiar. "Mr. Paul, can I help you?" "Figure, Mr. Rasfa said that he wants the thing in your hands." "I'm sorry. It has an owner already. Mr. Rasfa can give you a higher price." Figure's eyes shone. Just then, Risfar and some others came out of the manor. "You must be Figure, right? Where's my item?" Figure didn't dare bargain with this man. He immediately handed the bottle into Risfar's hands. Risfar took the wooden stop out and sniffed. Yes, this was a smell. Paul looked at him. "Hello, Mr. Risfar. I am Mr. Rasfa's butler. My name is Paul." "Hello." Risfar nodded slightly. "How may I help you?" "Mr. Rasfa also wishes to have this bottle of wine." "Mr. Risfar, are you willing to sell it?" "I'm sorry. I don't have the habit of sharing things that I like." Risfar shook his head with a smile. "Mr. Risfar, won't you listen to the price?" Paul felt that the man would be tempted by his price. Risfar was rich, but there was no reason he would reject a source of free income. Risfar chuckled. "Oh, then what is the price, Mr. Rasfa is willing to give?" $2 million. What do you think?" "Ha! Do you think I'm a beggar?" $3 million. "Okay, Paul. I need a rest. Please go back." $5 million. Paul tried again. "Goodbye." Risfar went back to his manor without even looking back. Helpless, Paul picked up his phone. "Mr. Rasfa, the wine is already in Risfar's hands." I offered $5 million, but he was still unmoved. $5 million, and he still wasn't willing? Rasfa frowned. Just what was the use of the wine? After all, the 3 most expensive bottles of wine in the entire world have been auctioned for $3. $2 million, $2. $88 million, and $2. $1 million. He'd offered $5 million for the remaining one-third of the bottle, but Risfar was still unmoved. Even if the bottle was filled with diamonds, $5 million should be more than enough. Rasfa couldn't handle the temptation. In the end, he called Chen Zhao. "Chen, tell me the truth. Does the bottle contain wine or not?" "Did you get it?" Chen Zhao asked. "No. Have Paul come over. I'll give you a bottle. Drink it with Zola. Tell me, what exactly is it?" "That bottle can make someone 10 years younger, but everyone only has one chance. One bottle can be shared between 3 or 4 people." Rasfa felt like he was going to get a heart attack. "Chen, you're kidding, right? If you don't want it, then whatever. I'm going to sleep in half an hour." Wait. I'll go myself." Less than 10 minutes later, Rasfa was at Chen Zhao's door. Chen Zhao shoved a bottle at Rasfa. "Don't ask anything. Each person only has one chance. Anything after that, it is ineffective. You can share this bottle with 3 to 4 people. If there are more people, the effect will be reduced. You and Zola can drink half and save a rest, but I'm not sure what the preservation period is. And I'm going to sleep." "Chen, I love you." Rasfa gave Chen Zhao the bear hug. "Shut up. I know you can't wait now. Remember to call Zola." "Zola, where are you right now?" "I'm at the company." "Why?" "Put down your work and come here." "Dad, what's wrong?" "Something very important." Zola thought that something had happened, so she hurried back to Rasfa's manor. However, she found that nothing had happened to him. He was drinking wine in the yard. "Dad, what's going on? What's wrong?" "Sit down and drink with me." Zola sat into a chair, and Rasfa poured a glass for her. She took a sip. "Oh, which winery is this from? It's so sweet." After finishing the glass, she picked up the bottle. "Provoke Winery? Their red wine isn't this taste." She poured another glass for herself. "Dad, you call me back just to drink red wine. Do you think it's worth it?" "Okay, I forgive you because of the taste." They clinked glasses, and Zola finished the glass in one shot. "Dad, let's go buy some more from Provoke." Rasfa had taste. He had to admit that this was the most delicious wine he'd ever drunk. At that moment, Zola fell drunk and collapsed onto the table. "Bring Zola to her room,"